I think we're live.
We are live.
Oh, yeah, I see kilobits per second going out.
All right.
Oh, is this got sound on?
Live for real life, live and in person. I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You can find my channel on YouTube at Kim Fixes Things. I'm here with Buff Del Campo, the namesake and host of your channel. So tonight, as you all know, is New Year's Eve. So happy New Year's Eve to all of you. The eve of that, I missed less than a minute ago.
Look who was here at 7.
Buddy,
Buddy Carfano.
you nailed it.
Nailed it right at 7.
I gotta give you 6 points.
6 points. He's going to have enough to buy a Subaru here real quick.
Danny Boyd, I'm gonna give you 3 points for being right after. And KJ Kylie, I'm gonna give you 2 points for being next after that.
Yinzer alert.
And depending on who comments next, I'll decide. Yinzer alert. KJ Kylie, Yinzer is a Pittsburghese term. It's one of our unique kind of things. A Yinzer is like used guys. Yins is a Yinzer. Anybody who's going to say, hey, Yins guys, it's Friday. It's not Friday. It's New Year's Eve. Crits Customs, I award you 2 points. And JB, I'm going to award you 2 points because you were here before and at the beginning. Mexican Spec, our moderator, will be here a little bit later. He's enjoying a New Year's Eve dinner. I hope you all have some snacks, some beverages. And we're here to enjoy ourselves tonight to talk about cars.
Danny Boyd, Northeastern Hillbilly.
Welcome to the stream, Danny Boyd. To talk about cars, to talk about our projects, to talk about your projects. That's right. As you all know, or maybe you don't know, this is a community stream. That means if you're doing something on YouTube or some other social media platform and you want to talk about it, rave about it, offer it up to the criticism of our other viewers, you are welcome to shout out your own channel. I can't put a link in, or maybe I'll try to at some point, but generally we ask if we have a moderator in here, you can ask them to put up a link and they'll do that for you. And we don't mind doing that because that's our channel's about that. Lots of channels that's like, no, faux pas, don't do that. Here, you can do it. We've given you permission. So, do the thing. All right. So, enough with the, is that enough greetings?
No, you got a bunch of people you haven't said hi to yet, but yeah.
Well, who? Who did I see?
Crash.
Oh, Crash Runner Garage is here, says Happy New Year.
Oh,
it's
Crash.
Not a Happy New Year yet. It's Happy New Year's
It
Eve.
depends on where you are. I mean, I'm sure we'll have people in here that already passed, on the other side of the international date line.
JB is here. Did I say hi to JB already? Oh, I did, because I even
You gave him
awarded JB
points.
some points. Old Cars and Music is here. Welcome to the stream. Old Cars and Music is a new name here, but I've seen them in the last couple streams, and they've been very active. So thanks for stopping in.
And
we didn't run them off.
JB sent a bunch of pictures. This picture in the background is one of the ones he sent in. It's like he said he had a lot of
cool
1969 stuff. And Kim, oh, that's pretty good the way you did that. We're missing a screen over here.
We are missing a screen. What is wrong with that?
Don't know what's going on.
Do-do-do.
There it is. Yeah, now we have it.
There we go.
Yeah, there's all these things. I expect them to be in certain places, and I look over there and it's missing. It's like,
I wrecked the studio. I don't know. Some of you may have caught wind. Turbo Tom, welcome to the stream. Some of you may have watched the video that we did on the cam in my 66 Dart, and we did that on the green screen, and that was something we haven't done before. It was experimental. I think it went pretty good. What's wrong with it?
I'm just responding. You're talking, so I'm responding in a different way. Steve Edwards. I see a D104. Are you a C beer? Yeah, I was a C beer in the 70s when it was a big deal. And I've kind of come back to it a little bit. But I was I had one of my Mazda when I got in this crash. And tore the antenna out, just made a mess out of it, but we still have the radio. So I've got to get everything back up to where it was. This is for a base station, but we kind of like it here because it looks like we're
It's
using it.
shiny, and
We're
it looks
using
like we're
it.
talking to it.
And it's
But we're
backwards.
not.
It's pointed away from us, which is kind of
But
stupid.
it's got cooler details on
So,
that side.
so you see, it fits a base station, but you see how it's hooked up here. It's not hooked up. We're not using that mic.
It's Bluetooth.
We're using this mic. But it looks like we're using it. So yeah,
We are. We're coming to you live via your radio.
it's over the
You
CB.
cannot control the radio waves that
And-
enter your home.
And I keep saying I'm going to take my my test for my ham, for my amateur radio license, but I keep not doing it. Sadly, the meetings are on Tuesday nights. They changed them. It used to be like on Thursday nights. So that whole group meets when we're here. So I don't know how I'm going to deal with that, but I can still go take the test probably in January or something. I don't know if I'll ever really be a ham radio operator. It's just something about passing the test that'll feel good that I passed it. So anyway, Kim, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh, some people worked today. Gearhead says he worked 4, finished some base and casing. Oh, it sounded like he was painting. And someone else said they were working today. Oh, Danny Boyd says he worked 2.5 hours today.
Dave the Rave says he just stopped in for a few. Yeah, well, thanks for stopping
Welcome
by.
to the stream.
Even if
yeah.
you can't stay, yeah.
Yeah, we will be here for a while.
Yeah, he thought
We
that was...
haven't made an exact determination, but we're not going to make it a short stream tonight unless something happens. We have no place to go but to be here with you.
Like we tire out and fall asleep.
We might tire out and fall asleep. So as I was saying, before I got distracted, did we say hello to Hippie Long?
No.
Okay. Hi. Welcome to the
yeah,
stream.
Hippie Long's here, yes.
Oh, and Sarah Canadian Sayer? Canadian Diesel? Oh, things to blow up? Yeah, our neighbors found the fireworks tent, I guess, in town, and they were making all kind of noise last night.
Oh yeah, you must have been in there. That was the night before. Yeah, it was the night before we were on live at the shop, and there was some big. Oh, that's when you moved me over to the other side of the shop. Yeah, we were over there in our big kabooms outside. But, oh, he has things to blow up. I see.
Nice. We have firewood. Maybe we'll blow that up.
No. Yesterday I seen him. I had a friend today who was viral internet sensation for a few days.
You got to read the person's name, so chat.
Oh, okay. This is Danny Boyd talking about an old friend. It says, yesterday I seen him, not today. He sold his 58 Ford on eBay. Oh, man. And the buyer turned out to be a 12-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Man, I used to sell a lot of cars on eBay. I had a little car dealership, buy here, pay here thing. And then I'd advertise them on eBay. And I had some kid bought one of my cars, ruined my auction because, of course, then he couldn't come through with the payment. But when I went and looked at what else he'd done, he bought like 50 or 60 cars and motorcycles and boats. And I managed to get a hold of his mother, and she was upset that I called her. I said, he's on there. He's got your credit card, and he's making, these are legal binding contracts in your name. You need to do something about this. Well, she didn't understand anything about the internet. She got some neighbor to help, and she was very apologetic after she figured out what happened.
Yeah, she was like, uh-oh.
But yeah, he ruined a good auction of mine one time.
Slant Daily Garage is here. Says, what's
Slant
up,
Daily
suckers?
Garage. He always says, what's up,
We don't want to skip too far ahead, though.
Yeah.
We were talking about, Steve Edwards said, if you're interested, my channel is Boat Anchor CB Repair. I'm a CB
Where's this?
My
channel is, I watch I'm subbed to your channel. Sure.
Thanks for stopping in. He's excited.
Well, that's pretty cool.
He says he has an 85 Corvette that he put a lot of time into. We'd love to see more about it.
Okay. Can you put in my email address?
Yeah.
And then you can say, if you have pictures of your 85 Corvette, send them in. I'll show them. I'll put them up. Tonight's sort of a 1969. thing, and if you
Oh,
send
but
in
we're
some pictures
always
of
excited
69,
to see anybody's cars that
if
they're working
if you
on.
send in pictures of 69 cars, yeah, I'll show them. But if you send in pictures of your own,
Yeah.
you really
If you're working on something right now
we'll put them
that you
up.
want to send a picture of, or if we've never seen your car, it doesn't matter what year we're talking about on any given night. We'd love to see it. So, yeah, send it. Or, yeah, just welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoyed here and stop back anytime. Gearhead says start him young. That 12-year-old. I don't think the 12-year-old had the money for the car. I think is
And
probably the
not
problem there.
not legal to make a contract when you're, that kid that did that and ruined all those auctions was he found his mother's credit card and went in there as and registered as if he were over 18, and made a mess out of a whole bunch of auctions. But anyway, um, you bought all kinds of expensive boats and
So,
motorcycles and stuff.
Professor P, we're eager to hear from you so that we can get some cam stuff. But we want you to enjoy your time off.
Yeah,
But
we'll talk about the camp
we're
stuff
eager to
after
talk to you
after
about it.
beginning
We're
of the year.
excited. I've got the motor. Everything's unbolted. There's 2 more bell housing bolts, and I've got to bolt down the chain, and it's ready to pull. So, yeah, like we're ready. Like it's moving. We're not going to stagnate because we have too much other stuff to do, but we understand that the holidays are they're just important. You have to stop and enjoy, smell the roses or coffee or Christmas presents or whatever. What did I miss? Go
No,
ahead.
no, it's down there. Baling wires and old iron. New to this group here. Here, I think he means gearheads and car guys and car women. Yeah, we sure are. And
Oh yeah.
we do live stream every Tuesday night here in the studio, and we have a green screen behind us so we can show pictures of everybody's cars and whatever else. But then during the week, we'll be up in the shop, and we've got
We
like
do
a
late night streams.
little mini studio up there. So we'll just stay on live while we're working.
And we usually don't start that till 10 p.m. Central Time.
And we always call that we're the
The cleanup crew.
the cleanup
Yeah.
crew. So she'll be working, like right now. She's working on her 66 Dart, and I'll usually be watching the chat or helping her with her car. And we just leave it on while we're working, and that's a fun time too. So let's see here.
Paul Pajuli asked, how long are you staying live feed tonight? We might go all the way up till midnight, but I don't want to promise that yet.
We go until we
But
feel like. Okay,
I wore myself out a little bit putting the studio back together because I wrecked it the other day doing some stuff.
Oh, this is the kind of pictures Kim likes.
I love the pictures with the cars on the trailers
Look
and
at
in
that.
front of the dealers.
It's
So cool.
1969 all over again.
Oh my gosh, those cars are so cool.
I can probably zoom in on that to see what it says on the.
It says Yanko on the side
It's
of
a
the car.
Yanko Camaro. Wow.
On the side of the car hauler, right where your head is. Move your head. It says Yanko on the side of the car.
Oh,
hauler.
it does on the transporter. Oh,
Yeah, and Waylon's old iron, I'd like to say also, is it's not just us streaming a bunch of nights a week. We are a cog in a machine here, right?
there's a group.
We collaborate with a bunch of people in our car group. Generally, it's people who are involved in the No Name Nationals, but not all of us are in the No Name Nationals. But
HRA.
yeah, the American Hot Rod Association. So there's a bunch of us doing different things, and we all kind of follow one another and sort of draw inspiration from each other's content, support each other, promote each other a little bit, and it's a lot of fun. So if you hang out here, a lot of the people will come into chat, like Slant Daily Garage.
Slant Daily Garage. Good guy to know because.
Amazing. He works for the Edelbrock Group, and he is a wellspring of technical knowledge. And he is on Wednesday nights with the AHRA and Dallas Brown, and they do Tech Talk, and they are.
They're not going to do it this week, but they'll be back in January.
I want to say brilliant, but beyond brilliant, they know all this stuff, and it's great to. So yeah, if you hang out for a while, you'll get to know a bunch of people like that because we are just people, car people. We like our cars, and we're working on cars.
Can you shrink us down?
Yeah. Yeah. I
She
can
has
make
some
that really
controls.
big,
She
or
has some controls,
oh,
and
I
I have
have
some
all
controls.
the
Oh,
controls.
that made that so you
Is
can't
that
see
too
it at all.
big?
Well, oh,
Oh,
there
you
we
want
go.
to see
There
the
we go. Yeah,
cars?
yeah. I wanted to get us out of the way of
Okay.
the cars because that's kind of an interesting picture. I'd bet a few bitcoins. Um,
Wait, who has bitcoins?
Dave the Rave. He says, "I
Oh, okay,
bet," but
okay.
I'm not sure what he meant there. Maybe I
Oh, yeah, the
bid.
trailer is worth a few bitcoins. Yes. Well, if you bought bitcoins at the same time that that trailer was being moved around, same time that picture was taken, the bitcoins would be worth more. So,
So I want to
but
say something about
maybe.
Slant Daily Garage, who's in here. That's Shane,
Yeah.
and Shane is a lot of times he's working in his garage on his cars, and he keeps a big screen in there with this live going. So sometimes he doesn't participate a lot, but he's there watching and listening, and
You know,
a really good guy to have in here.
there's a lot of people that
They're lurk.
lurk, right? Which is fine.
Yep.
They stop in, maybe they say hello, and then they leave the computer on in the other room and they listen while they, I don't know, prepare dinner, do some fold some laundry, do something positive. They're inspired just because there's people that they know, there's voices that are familiar, and we do that with other people's streams. We do not necessarily interact with every stream that we watch or every video that we watch, but we try and stay plugged in and connected, and it helps, right? Because I don't feel like I'm doing it alone. And like the good stuff helps because it gets me energized and excited. And the bad stuff helps because I don't feel like I'm the only one who faces some adversity. I was watching Irish Outlaw Garage today work on a pull apart an engine, and it was miserable. And he was fighting, and he's got the crowbar, and he's hitting it with a hammer, and he's working on it, and it's rusty, and it's really pissing him off.
Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, Shane, thanks for being
But
here.
he's fantastic.
So yeah,
We
so
we
I'm
don't
just I'm
deserve
just
it.
scrolling through some pictures that JB sent in,
Yeah, okay, so
and this is obviously '69 Chevrolet assembly line.
I want to explain the 69 thing,
Okay,
right?
okay,
Is we started off doing send us your cars, send us pictures of your cars, and we would still, please send us pictures of your cars, of your projects, of your progress, of your art, whatever you're doing. Send it to us. We'd love to see it and share it with everyone else. But at some point we've kind of seen everybody's cars or pictures, or sometimes projects move slow and you're like, yeah, it's still in primer and we'll get to it in a couple. So we decided what we'd do every week, we'll just pick a year, not a decade, just a single year, and we'd like everybody to kind of send us some interesting pictures. Buddy sends us a lot of these cool pictures of factory assembly lines, auto shows, car carriers, dealers. I love that stuff, right? The vintage pictures, but also just get a picture of a car from that year that you really like and tell us about it, or a car that you really hate, or a feature that you hate, or some car adjacent event from
oh,
that year. Look at all the wing cars! Wow, Daytonas. Okay, those are worth more than Bitcoin. So that's how it works. Every year we pick every week we pick a different year, and we'll try and rotate. Like tonight is 1969, and I mean that's top shelf year. There's some good. The other week we picked like a 78, and it was kind of like,
there
no.
was 80,
There's a
81 or
couple
something.
80. Yeah, there's
But
a
then there were nights we had like 67. Was that last week? We had 67. Maybe that's 2 weeks ago. All the 67 Mustangs and all. There was a lot of good stuff in
and we picked
67.
75. There was a lot of gripes about, pollution controls really had a that year, and so we talked about that some. And it's just like I don't know how long I can just like read and read and read, but when we talk about it and bounce back and forth all around, I just absorb a lot of information and it's entertaining for me. So I hope that we can do that. Uh, oh, that looks like my friend up in Pittsburgh's father's dealership.
That's just 1969 Pontiac dealership with 69 Firebird there.
Why are there bicycles
And then
hanging off the
and
ceiling?
I was gonna say there's Stingrays in there too, but the Stingrays are bicycles. Balin Wires, old iron. I just subbed. I love what I see so far. Well, good, thank you.
Well, great.
Yeah, we put up
Where
some
are
videos.
you from, Balin Wires?
Oh yeah. Where are you from?
What part of the country, or what We're
Yeah.
actually international
We're,
and
re-
worldwide. We've got people all over the
we're
place.
very international because we have people from New Zealand, people from Australia, a regular guy that's in here from Ireland. We've had people from well, Ukraine and Turkey and India. I don't know where else. I mean, they're all, oh, of course, Canada and Mexican Spec is in here a lot. He's one of our mods, but he's busy with his family right now, but he said he'd be in a little bit late. John Wilburn's here.
I see
He's
B&R Racing has
from the
stopped in
U.S.
as well. Welcome to
Hmm.
the stream, guys. Uh, John Wilburn. If you're new, John Wilburn is a name to know because he is the promoter of the annual event for the No Name Nationals
Yeah,
car group organization
if you
thing.
want to know what's going on, get in John Wilburn's channel,
Subscribe to his
subscribe to
channel
that,
and check out his live streams on Friday nights.
and then
And they
you'll
talk about everything No Name Nationals. You can learn all about that event and the surrounding sort of activities that are year round that lead up to that kind of homecoming event at the
look where
Northwest Missouri.
yeah, that's Northwest Missouri. Well, see, the No Name Nationals are in Southwest Missouri, so you're probably pretty close.
You might be about the same distance as us
Well, it
because
depends
we're
how
in
far north he is.
Clarksville, Tennessee. So we're about what it was about 3 hours there.
Yeah, it's 3.5 hours for us.
So
Depends on how fast we go and where we stop.
that event is held in Sikeston, Missouri at the end of the summer. And
Ah,
even if you're not interested in the event, you may enjoy the community of people that surround that event. And even if you can't bring a car,
John Wilbur sent a picture. I'll put it up here in a minute. John Wilbur sent a picture of he says the only 69 car he has. Yeah, I just downloaded it. I'll
lucky
put it up.
dog. I wish I had that one. Okay. Daryl B is here. Welcome to the stream, Daryl. Also, Happy New Year's Eve. It will be Happy New Year in a few hours. We may be here. We're going to go for a while.
Here's what John Wilburn just sent in. There's John Wilburn.
That's his car? I didn't know he had that car.
Yeah,
I thought he had a Dart Sport.
he has a lot of cars. Remember him pushing us? Was this the one, John, you were pushing around? Says the community is the event. Yeah, this is a community. This whole group it's a community. And some of us know each other in person because we've been to the No Name Nationals. When you go there, the first year I was at No Name Nationals, it was overwhelming because there were all these people that I'd seen on YouTube, and all of a sudden it's like, man, I meet them in person, and I'm trying to remember their names because I know the names of their channels, but sometimes I don't know their names and then their cars, and wow,
It's a lot
what
of
a
fun.
thing.
It's overwhelming because
And
you know so much.
and the
You
first
feel
year there,
connected.
the first year there, I met Kim, and then
Yeah, I did.
we kind of been together
You
since
knew
then.
who I was, though.
Could-
You had met John Wilburn prior to the No
And
Name
I knew
Nationals.
John Welburn, and I knew a few other people there. Yeah, but then I really met a lot of people. Balin's Wires, Old Iron, Lambert's Cafe. Yes,
Lambert's is great.
Lambert's.
We
is-
actually have an official gathering at Lambert's
We
for that
do.
event.
And the police kind of leave us alone. I think they might even
We're going to
escort
get
us
an
over there.
escort this year.
But we drive from the drag strip over to Lambert's, which is, what is that, John? Like 8 miles or something? We go over there and we have like a
Not
car
even.
show. A car show right there at Lambert's, and we all go in there and have a good meal and come out and we drive back to the track.
Yeah,
and
it's a
all
heck
our-
of a good time, and there's no charge for that.
So all
It's
our,
just fun.
well, you buy your meal, but you go there and
Yeah, you have to pay
Park
for
your-
your food.
park your car there, and it's a car show right there. It's just like an impromptu.
Rich-
5.9 miles. Okay, it was 6
Rich
miles.
is here. Welcome to the stream. He says he sees Danny and Jay Leno's chats. I believe it. Danny Boyd is everywhere. Good night, Dave the Rave. Thanks for being here. JB says I just worked on a 69 TA clone. There used to be a real TA in my neighborhood, but it disappeared a few years ago. Yeah, somebody probably put it in a garage and they're keeping it there.
What's this 68 Camaro he's talking about back there?
Danny Boyd says, is that 68 Camaro back there a Z28?
Okay,
Are them
I'll
15-inch
close this.
rallies?
I'll close this. I don't know where he's.
John Wilburn says the community is the event.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. It is a
Oh,
year-round
that's right.
community.
He says he towed that home with the CRV. I remember that because he did a
Okay.
video on it.
Yeah.
And he was kind of struggling with it. He got it home.
Yeah, I would never have pictured a CRV as a tow truck, but desperate times call for desperate measures. You're not going to let that thing get away.
I was right.
69 was a good year for Pontiac. Firebird and GTO Judge are both great cars. Yes. Yes.
Rob's Rods.
69 was a really good year for cars. I mean, a really good year. The styling, the performance, there was some really great stuff in 69. No doubt.
1969, basically most of the year, I was 15 years old. I had a paper out, and my paper out had all the old-fashioned car dealers in the downtown area. And so I had the Chevrolet dealer, the Pontiac dealer, all these dealerships, and I'd deliver newspapers to them, and I'd walk in the showroom and set the paper down. So every day I walked through there and stick my head in the cars in the showroom, smell the new car smell, and it was just what a great time to have a paper out when you're 15 years old, looking at brand new Camaros and Firebirds and whatever else was on that paper out. Ford. It was before the Maverick. It was Ford. Mustangs, of course. So Steve Edwards said he sent some pics. Okay, I'll look at that.
John Wilburn, on Friday night at No Name Nationals, is there a charge? Do you have to have paid your entry fee to attend the burnout competition? I don't know how that works because I was already, like on the premises. Is that something that's open to the public as well? Because that is something to see. They set it up with the big light trees, and they fill up a ton of barriers, and they do a legit pro style burnout. People can do loop-de-loops and blow tires and everything.
I've got a picture here somebody sent me of a 1999 GMC Sierra 1500. I don't want to read I want to use their screen name. So please put your screen name on here.
The first name is Paul.
Yeah, I don't want to say any more than that because I don't want to read people's
you don't want to give out people's names.
Real names and addresses.
If you are sending photos, it would help us as the displayer of photos if you want to give us your screen name so we know who we're talking to in the email.
Steve Edwards.
John Wilburn says the left shock was hanging free and dragging on the road. I towed the biggest version of the Ford Ranger on a tow dolly with it once, and it did just fine. I towed a lot of full-size vehicles around with my van.
Okay, whose is this?
It's a pretty good size.
Whose is this?
That is a pretty looking truck.
That's Paul. Okay, Paul Pachuli.
Oh,
okay. So
I was right. It is Paul Pachuli.
Okay, so it looks like he might even have his real name as his screen name and some other name on his email. I don't read people's email names because,
it looks like he got a
not cool.
Custom grill and some big wheels. Is it lowered or is it just because of the bigger wheels?
Look at the color combination. Man, that looks good.
It really pops in that picture. I like it.
And then, who else? It was. I've got to look here because I got a lot of screens going on. Okay, I have to take this phone call. I'm sorry. But it's a call worth taking.
Well, can you pop in the other room?
No. Hello. Hey, we're in the middle of a live. Stop in. Oh, Happy New Year. Yeah. Hey, stop in the live because we're live right now. You're on the phone. I'm live. Okay, take care. That's Jay from What It's Like. Well,
you could call him back.
The YouTube.
It's okay.
The YouTube channel, What It's Like. Well, he'll pop in here.
John Wilburn says that on Friday he'd like people who come for the burnout contest to get a spectator ticket. But that brings to mind the idea that if you can make it to the event on Friday night, or on Friday, all day Friday, as a spectator, it's like a giant car show. The spectators are welcome in the pit areas where all the cars are, and as long as you're respectful, you can talk to the drivers, look at their cars. It
Help them work
really
on their car.
it's super interactive, you know. So it
This
would be it's a really great time. You could be there all day Friday, have a great time, run out of time and wish that you had more time, really, if you're paying any attention to what people are doing throughout the year, because there's amazing cars and amazing people. And then uh yeah, for the ticket spectator price to just to be there and see the show, and then the evening for the absolutely, John is right. And the cost of putting an event like that together is yeah, it's rough. So if you are able to,
Yeah, get in there and buy the tickets now.
yeah.
Then he's got
But I
that's
mean,
what's going on.
you can get
Okay.
a spectator ticket at the gate is not too expensive. So
Yeah, I got the first year.
consider putting it on your schedule, even if you can only come out one day to see the cars and enjoy some part of the event.
This is Steve Edwards sent this picture in.
Oh, of a
It's an
Corvette.
85. I think he said it was an 85.
85. What year was that
And then
generation of
and there
Corvettes?
it's that one. It's a C4.
It's a hard top.
It looks just like yeah, that panel on the roof comes off, and some of those panels are they're not clear, but they're tinted, and some of them are fiberglass. Mine, I had an 87. It had both tops.
Oh, I see. Oh, Turbo Tom suggests you might even get a ride. That's right. A lot of people who are there to spectate end up in the passenger seat of a car for a rip down the track just to see what it's like to be on a drag strip.
There's
Although you'd better be very respectful, because that's a big, you know, if somebody offers to do that for you, that's a pretty big deal.
what is this? I'm sorry,
I'm just making sure I'm
pretty
sure I've
busy here.
missed some comments, and I apologize for that, because it just happens. I don't think we can keep scrolling back tonight because there's a lot of people
is
hanging
this?
out, but you are allowed to repeat yourself, you know?
Balin sent this in.
Yeah. They've got Christmas decorations in their truck and tractor pull. Buddy Carafano, is that vet Crossfire? I believe those vet generations
This
were mostly Crossfire
80
injection.
84 was Crossfire. 85 and later were ported fuel injection, and that's an 85.
85 would be a TPI?
Yeah, yeah. So it ported injection. What's T4? I don't remember. Mine was 87, so it had
Tuned
that
port injection.
tuned port injection. No,
Ah.
the only Crossfires were the last year for the C3, which is the 82. And of course, there was no 83 Corvette sold to the public. There were a few of them, and one is still in the Corvette Museum. Looks just like an 84, but it came out so late they made them all. Or the 83 looks like an 84, but there's only one left. It's in the Corvette Museum. And then so the 84s had Crossfire. 85s, they went to the tuned port injection.
Olive is here. Welcome to the stream. Says Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. It's still New Year's Eve. You got
Well,
tomorrow.
where you are.
Oh, that's true, but I don't think Olive lives anywhere that's New Year's yet.
Okay, I'm still going through these.
If it's already either way, on New Year's Day, that's when you.
Oh, here's an interesting pic.
Oh, that's a pretty girl.
Yeah, from 1969. Wow. Yeah, I was probably about that age in 1969. I was
It's just
15.
like,
I was 15.
yeah.
It's like, man, that looks just like being in the showroom. And then, and I had a 69 Camaro, those wheels, and it's just, man.
KJ Kylie says you've got a lenient HOA. We have no HOA.
Oh yeah,
luckily.
we're out in the sticks.
I hope I never have to live somewhere where there's an HOA ever again.
We're out in the sticks. Oh,
Steve Edwards, it looks 1,000 times better now, but that's what it looked like when I bought it for $1,800. Oh, which one's Steve's car? Did we already look at it?
that was the
Corvette.
Yeah, the 85 Corvette.
Oh, okay. Sweet, Steve.
Somewhere I got pictures of my Corvette. I might be able to pull them up. This is
I'm
kind
not following pictures very well, I guess.
this
I'm reading chat, and I only have so many
this is pretty
directions of focus.
this is pretty funny picture. Official pace car Camaro.
Yeah.
Probably in a dealership. And
Yeah.
there's a woman sitting on the roof. It's like, I see that. It's like, don't kink the roof, you know? Oh, man. Let's see if I can find. I got to go to my.
Yeah, demurely, I'm gonna go rip this thing. Heck
What did
yeah!
I do here?
Yes,
I'm
because
gonna
girls kick ass.
I'm gonna try to find my.
Another Z28?
While it's
Yeah.
showing pictures, I
I
might.
mean, in 69, there was a lot of those. That was a big deal in 69. I think it still is now, right? If you have a 69 Z28, that's probably a big deal.
Oh, here's. Let's see if this comes. That's my Corvette.
Yes, that's the Buff Del Campo Corvette.
Why doesn't it?
He's very proud of
Why
his
it doesn't? I
Corvette.
can't zoom it, and I don't know why it won't zoom because my zoomer isn't working. What the heck's wrong? I don't know why that isn't zooming, Kim. It's like it's some malfunction here. Okay, so what
Why
I'm
it's
gonna do
not
then?
zooming? Do you want a
Well,
bigger zoomer? Do
let's,
you want us to zoom in? I
no,
can do that.
I'm gonna just change pictures. Oh yeah, but I don't want you to do. I can usually do that. Okay, there. Now you can zoom out a little because that's too much. Yeah, that's my 87 Corvette, and I got tired of the pop-up lights that didn't work, so I put those in there, and they got some little round. Oh man, some kind of somebody will help here. Somebody's going to get some points. What are the German? What's the German brand of bright lights? Can't think of what they are, but
Oh,
those were in there, and that was a bizarre set of headlights. Let me tell you, they like the low beams went out like this, and then they had a cutoff. Where was the cut? Oh, the cutoff was down this way. But what I didn't like about that is if I passed a car in low beams, it would really light up the driver of the car that I was passing. But going down a road, it would never get anybody in the face. But man, it lit up the side of the road really well. And then when you put it on high beams, it was bizarre. I mean, it was just like spotlights down the road. Yeah, they're projector lights. Yeah, but there's a name of German. Can't think of what it is.
JB said there was 2302 Z28s made in 1969. Boy, that's a low production number. And he says probably double that by now. And yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
and there's
yeah, there's probably 40 that exist, and they're all original numbers matching, I'm sure. Every one of them, even though they
Bosch.
didn't actually
Is it
all
Bosch?
exist.
Could have been Bosch.
You know what? That's proof of time travel.
See, and
That's
there's
Mandela
and you
effect.
see what I did. I did this. Yeah, Hella. That's what it was. Hella.
Hella. Okay, well, then you get 2 points.
Yeah, KJ Kylie gets points. See this,
Good
they
job, KJ.
the Corvettes had that big pillow thing over there instead of an airbag on the passenger side. Well, I made a fiberglass thing and I moved everything over to that side that was normally in the middle. But this was in the man, this is probably like in '08 or '09. So that was an up-to-date monitor. I put that monitor in there and I had a computer under the behind the passenger seat and I had internet in that, which was crazy in '08. So I had Google and I had all the current what do you call it weather stuff, and I used to drive this thing back and forth from Arizona to Tennessee a lot. So I could sit there and watch the live weather in my Corvette, which I thought was really cool. Now I look at it like a screen there is like that's kind of normal now.
Paul Paguli says that's the same color combo as my 99 GMC. Yeah, I think that's what got him thinking about his
You,
Corvette was
you,
he saw that color combo.
you know where I saw that color combo? Let's see if I can close this. Oh, it won't close. Close. There, that color combo I saw on a what's that really fast car? Bugatti Veyron
Oh,
that had that same, and I thought, ooh, I like that because this thing was kind of a silver car that had been part of it had been repainted and so nothing matched really well. If you got a if you got a little bit of a distance, you could see where everything didn't match quite right. So I painted that, and I didn't have a lot of room. I did it in a garage in a house, and I did one section at a time. Like I did a door, and I did a rear fender, and I did a rear quarter, and I did a front fender, and I did the hood, and then I did the red underneath. It was like it took me a while, but I got it done. GMC has a steering wheel with custom tilt telescopic column. I thought, oh, that's cool.
that's awesome, JB.
What's Hippie Long saying thank you about?
Hippie Long asked for the email to
Oh,
send
oh,
pics
okay,
to.
okay,
So
okay.
I put it there for you. It is buffdelcampo@gmail.com
Let me
if you're
get.
unable to see chat. And you can send us
Let me get.
pictures
I'll get.
during the stream or before the stream if you like. Um, Try and send them in a format that we can easily bring up on our
You
screen.
might have to back that off.
You know what? I think it's just that's the way the picture is. It's
I'm trying
sort
to.
of cropped.
Yeah, and I can't. For some reason my zoomer isn't working.
So, yeah, and just it would be good too if you send your screen name with the pictures. And as you can see, not from the Corvettes and things that are going by, not every picture that we look at tonight needs to be from 1969. But see, when you set a date, it kind of gives everybody sort of an opportunity to think about that particular year, and it keeps it because there's some nights where I'm clicking like crazy, going from this that, and we're all over the map, and I don't know. This seems to be working. We like this.
Brian.
Next week we
Oh,
do something different.
who's this? Brian. I don't want to say last names. Oh, Gearhead. Okay. Oops, I already said too
Is that a
much.
69 truck?
Could be. I gotta try. I'm trying to
Or is
download
that
this.
just his sprints?
Yeah, I don't know who it is. Might
More
be
pretty girls.
more pretty girls.
Just make sure they're dressed.
Yeah,
Nothing. It's got to be
it's got to be
G-rated,
good.
family oriented.
G-rated. Okay, here we go. Um, I assume that's a '69 GMC or Chevrolet.
Yeah.
That
Very nice. um,
I'm sorry, I got this little bit of a cough. That's
JB said Sleeper Dude's kid Ralphie has a silver 87 Corvette.
see, I haven't been
I
watching
can't remember seeing it yet.
Sleeper Dude. I used to watch Sleeper Dude a lot, but his videos are really long. So
I
what
think
happens is
didn't I just see them doing something? Were they out in Washington grabbing up a body, an
really.
early A body?
See, Sleeper Dude's in Tennessee. He's not. He's over in the other end of Tennessee, but
Is he the one with all the kids?
he's one of the kids that all work on the cars.
I
Do
swear
they do
that's who it was.
burnouts, and yeah, it could have been. I
Powder
haven't paid
blue
attention.
A body with a 6-cylinder, a slant six in it. 1969 CUDA, the first year for the CUDA. I did not know that. I should because I'm a Mopar person.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to this. I don't know what's next here.
Turbo Tom says he
we're back to
won
that.
a 1969 service
Oh,
manual
I'm sorry. I
for a
turned it off.
Dodge Dart from 6% recycled. I enjoy watching some.
Can you just put us in the dyno room or something for a minute?
Yeah.
We got a dyno room.
We have not gone
We
to our
have-
dyno room.
We have a dyno room.
We have. This is a feature that some of you may never have seen. That we do have a dyno room. So hopefully you enjoy. Here's our dyno.
There's
room.
the dyno room.
Whimsical as it may be. Yeah, the dinosaurs are pumped. They love cars. They love it. They love talking about cars, and they love performance and horsepower. Yep, yep.
So who is this? Who is this? Somebody that has a name on here that's not their screen name.
Wah wah. I know it's a silly joke, but it's a good place to just interval when we need a moment to collect ourselves. Patrick Sullivan says, "Hello, folks. A little earlier than usual, but I'm here. Well, welcome to the stream. We're glad you're here. We're talking about the year 1969, but we're also just looking at viewers' rides and talking about cars, talking about no-name nationals." And those kinds of things.
Okay, I got new stuff up here.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
I
look
see
at that
some
thing.
Stuff.
Oh, look at that. I
Oh,
know what
that's
that
a
is.
lot of. That's a lot.
Who sent this in? Who sent this in? I don't want to read your real name
That's
from
a
your
lot
email.
of cylinders.
Yeah, it's like two GMC truck V6s made into a V12.
Dang. No, it isn't.
Yeah, it sure is.
The block is made, or is that cast?
No, it's the same architecture as the V6s.
Yeah.
And I think they use two V6 heads on each side.
Sure looks like it, yeah. And it looks like there's 2 holes for 2 distributors, potentially.
Here it says that's my 71.
That might have been the gold truck with the ladies in front of it.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing.
And now this one
Thank you for sending in a picture, Gearhead.
702.
Who are the ladies?
702 V12.
Are they friends
GMC.
or relatives, or is it just someone you met at a car show? I mean, I feel I might as well ask, right? Maybe it was homecoming.
Yeah,
They
look
were
at
very,
that. Look
very
at
dressed
that.
up.
See, I've back in the day, I worked at a camping center, so we had GMC trucks come through that had the V6s in them, those big torquey V6s. But they were never big enough vehicles to have this engine in it. That's a pretty cool engine,
Yeah, it is. Wow. Yellow ochre, and that is the Zucker twins. I don't know who the Zucker twins are.
Well,
They're
you do
probably
now.
famous ladies.
You do now. Here they are. I'll pop it back up there again. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I know what to do. I just do this, and it's just next in line. There you go, Kim. Okay, so now I'll put back to the this. Let's see what
And
else. I got
Balin's
done.
old wire said that was me. Was there a picture with this engine with a person in it?
I've
It's a 702 V12 GMC. Wow. Wow.
oh, okay, yeah, that's that GMC. JB, yeah, about 3 miles a gallon, or 3 gallons per mile. Yeah, I remember those GMC V6s were torquey engines, but they were not easy on fuel. They were terrible.
It couldn't be. How would you even? That would
No,
just
the V6
stuck-
one, just the V6 ones. I don't remember how many cubic inches those were, but they were
Thirsty.
thirsty. Yeah. But when I was working at the camping center, it was 1971. It was before the first fuel problem. So gas was like 29 cents a gallon.
What did they do with a V12? Like what needs
think
all
it-
that horsepower?
I think it went in bigger trucks that were gasoline trucks instead of diesels. I think.
So like towing power
Yeah, maybe.
for
I
long
don't-
hauling.
Larger trucks. But, the really large trucks were diesels, so.
Balin's old Balin wires, old iron. I got it now. Says
Oh,
that's,
that's
what
what
I'm
you're
working
working
on
on now.
now.
This thing,
You're gonna try and revive
what
that.
are you going to put that in? A 63 GMC has a 305. That's what I couldn't remember. They were a 305. And at the camping center, we used to have chassis mount campers, which kind of looks like a Class C motorhome, but it's a pickup body up front with a camper mounted on a chassis. And if they were GMCs, I think all of them had those 305s in them. I remember those things well. Oh, they were used in fire trucks and industrial applications. Okay. I
mean,
know
that
they were
makes
around.
sense.
I know they were around. I just never saw any back then.
Because like fire trucks and cement trucks, they're the ones that really need the power because water is heavy. So if you have a big like fire truck with a big water tank on it, or a cement mixer full of wet cement, I mean you got weight. So you got to
Okay.
have the
I'm
you
gonna
got to
st-
have the power.
Buddy Carafano sends in links instead of pictures, so I got to put the whole thing over here. But I'm unable to zoom the links. But you might be able to zoom.
Oh,
that
I
in.
can do the bigger screen. We worked some of this out the other night because we
Here
kept
we're
getting
struggling with it.
pictures like this. Another Z28.
69 was a good year. Think of it. There were all these Camaros and Firebirds and all the Chrysler products.
We
were
haven't even
great.
gotten into the Mopars yet, people.
And
We're gonna.
and it was the first year for the Ford, the Mustang Mach 1, and 69 was quite a year.
Yeah,
It was
and I'm
great.
sure there's a bunch of obscure foreign cars that we'll talk about as well from 1969 because we always do. Because we don't just talk about American cars. So if you got some ideas of obscure foreign cars, we'd love to hear about those
Okay,
too.
I'm going to X this out, but I'm going to bring another one right in.
All right.
That's for
Oh, I
Buddy
hear the
Carafano.
fireworks starting.
Buddy Carafano also sent that in.
GS 400 Buick Stage 1
Oh,
coupe
my head's in the way. I can't get it
on
out.
Bring a Trailer.
Oh, that was on Bring a Trailer Auctions.
So that's ready to go right now. Man. Oh, the auction's closed. Somebody snapped it up.
Somebody got that one.
How much you think that car 40,000?
I don't know. What did it go
30,000?
for? Anybody know what it went for? Oh, here we go. Here, you wanted the Mopars. Buddy sent this in too.
There you go.
Somebody drove that out in the mud. I don't know, maybe it's probably on a road.
Nobody tell my dart that I said that, but
What's this? What's this? Your dart?
don't tell my dart that I looked at this car. But look at that car.
Your dart gets a lot of attention from you. Oh,
I
there
have
we
been
go.
spending a lot of time with my dart.
Okay,
So
you're gonna have to center that up a little bit.
okay. So last night,
Man, I had one of those. Same color as that too. Exactly the same.
nice. Last night, well, a couple days ago, I moved the studio all around because I thought it would be nicer over by the fire where we have a wood stove where it's nice and warm, and I was worried he's getting cold, so I moved the studio over there. Well, he didn't like it because he was like set in his ways and difficult, and
I wasn't up front where Kim was working. It's
No.
like you put me out here by
it
myself.
did. It put him in a corner. It wasn't really that great.
And then the background wasn't the. See where I sit. The background is Kim's Dart or whatever car we have in there.
Okay, I
And
gave
all,
you a
of-
hard
all
time.
of a sudden, the background is a door. It's like what? It's an exit from the shop. It's like
Tavo is here. Welcome to the
Yeah,
stream.
Tavo. Hey, we got people from Tavo from Australia.
And
It's already January there. You know, Tavo, you and I aren't even in the same year right now.
Yeah.
Is that even possible?
that's weird.
That's really weird.
Okay.
He's in next year.
I was telling a story.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have picked on you. That's why I got distracted. So, when it was time to move the computer from where I had moved it to back to where I had moved it from, I tried to shut it down and I was like clicking and the screen was staying, but well, it was doing an update and I didn't know that. And I unplugged it and moved it over to the other side of the shop. Left it unplugged for a while till the battery died, and then plugged it back in when I was ready to set everything up and start it up. Well, it did not like that at all. At all. And when it came back up, it went into blue screen Bit Defender. If you ever get the screen for Microsoft Bit Defender, you have done messed up.
Good
You
luck.
You have.
Kim
So I spent the next
hours.
4 hours in the shop typing in the 47-digit number that I got off of a Microsoft recovery site. I must have typed it in 10, 15 times, probably 15 times, until it finally was like, your sad ass is not going to be able to fix this. Would you like us to reinstall Windows? And at that point, I was resigned that I was not going to be able to fix it or recover my stuff, which mostly the good thing is that was just a streaming computer, and it really didn't have anything on there except our streaming software, which I can easily put back on. But I had to reinstall Windows from scratch, and that took the next 2.5 hours.
What is it? Poop Maxi? BitLocker. That's exactly what
That's
it was.
exactly what it was, BitLocker. But BitLocker was coming up because during the update, I corrupted the hard drive. BitLocker was like, you did something wrong. Anyways, it couldn't recover. So we reinstalled Windows, but that took many hours. And while I was waiting, while the little thing is swirling, I was crawling under the car, disconnected the exhaust, disconnect the manifold, disconnect the motor mounts, disconnect the torque converter. Up into every time it asked me to click next or restart, I got out and I clicked the thing, and then I went back to work. So the good news is I was up till 3:30 in the morning. I was out in the shop.
We left that shop, it was like 4:30 in the morning.
4:30 in the morning. Yep. So
Hey,
that was
okay.
that was all on me.
I was going to ask,
Tommy Hamlin's here. Welcome.
who knows what this car is? But the answer came up before I asked the question, because Tavo knows what it is. He needs to get some points for that.
Okay, I'll give you 2 points because it says so on the screen.
So that is the original.
69 200 GT.
That is the original. I got to get out of the way. See, I was trying to stay in the way.
Oh, it's a Toyota.
That was the original Toyota sports car. Yeah.
Very, very nice. Now, I saw somebody say something. Oh, Olive says, I do love that year of Skylark.
Yeah, I was showing a Skylark.
Oh, did I not even look at it? I was telling my story.
You're telling your story, and I was doing
I
this
started
stuff.
telling my story, and then I'm.
Whoops! I closed something too soon. That's all right, Kim. I'll put another one up just a second. Buddy Carfano
Going to
said,
the Dino room for a minute.
going to the dining room while I put something else up. It's coming
Welcome
up.
to the stream, Tommy Hanlon. He says hello from Dublin. Is it New Year's there yet?
Yeah, Daryl B. Never unplugged during an update.
Windows. I made Windows mad, and Windows got revenge because it did not like being treated like
See,
that.
I didn't know that you shut it off during an update.
I didn't know either.
all I know
figured
is
it out once it was
You
failed.
moved the whole thing over to one side of the shop, and then you moved it back to the other side of the shop, and then it didn't work. So I didn't know what happened. Yeah, let's see. So you can swap back out of the Dino room again.
Okay, back to you.
Yeah, because this is more stuff from Buddy Carfano.
Ooh, a Lincoln Mark III.
3. Yeah.
Luxury at its squarest. That's a 69?
Yes.
That looks like a car from 1970.
Well, it was the same body style as 1970, but it's a 69.
Wow. Like Chrysler started doing that late in the 70s.
Well, see, I guess a 69 it wasn't, but I had my first radiator shop next to Lincoln Mercury dealer. So I remember when the Lincoln Mark IVs came out, because the 3s were out of production, the Mark IV came out. So those
we have several people who are
he's
in
from
next
Europe.
year.
He's in the Netherlands.
What's
Well,
it
that's
like
cool.
in next year? Is it better than 2024? Because we have some problems, and we're hoping that the new year will just rocket us into solutions. Because we want some solutions.
See,
we got problems.
Oh,
the white is a little bit stark
that's
there.
a bunch of white, isn't it?
Yeah, I need to crank the contrast down on that picture.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it.
I can't fix it.
No, don't do that, because I'll just put the next one up.
That's a Datsun.
Yeah, it's a Datsun.
1600.
Remember those things.
Tabo says the day's half gone here already. All right, well, Mr. From the future, we should call him and get the lottery numbers for tomorrow.
And BW Microbus.
Happy New Year to everyone who's already in next year.
This is a rare one because it's got the windows that pop out. It's like natural air conditioning. Natural air conditioning.
I never even thought about it. That's a thing.
The trucks and cars in the U.S. that did that, the windshield wipers were up above. So with this, you don't dare turn the windshield wipers on.
Oh, good Lord!
It was slap you in the face.
That's a really funny feature.
Taos says 2025 is 2020 over again. Say there, don't come here. See, and I was just thinking that song, remember, in the year 2525, I'm thinking we're there, and then I'm thinking, no, wait a minute. It's 2025, not 2525. That's 500 years from now.
Yeah.
New Zealand is way ahead. Yeah, New
now.
Zealand's way ahead.
Yeah.
Do we have anybody here from New Zealand yet? No. No New Zealanders here yet. But we have somebody. This is the first time we've had somebody from the Netherlands. So welcome. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Wow. I award you 5 points for being our first viewer from the Netherlands.
So you got to
make a comment.
Now you got to keep track of your own points.
Right. It's an on your honor system. I don't keep track of your points. You got to know how many you've got.
KJ Kylie says,
and when there are offers for what you can do to redeem your points, we will tell you. Right now, there's not a whole lot of offers.
Well, we have a Subaru that's 50 points.
I don't think they're going to come and get it.
But it's non-running. It's non-renting.
Delivery on that.
There's what, 3 engines?
There's at least 3 engines.
And there's one that's installed, but it's not running.
It doesn't run.
Yeah, but it's a pretty nice car.
I broke it.
Yeah, where's Dean Stevenson?
I fixed it first, and then I broke it.
Where's Dean Stevenson? He hasn't made it yet. Dean Stevenson's from New Zealand, and he's almost always in here, but sometimes he's not. You know, it's New Year's Day. They're probably doing something fun. KJ Kylie wants to know if it's a 23 window. Oh, I don't know. Start counting.
It looks like it's got a lot of windows. It's got those 8 up on the roof.
23 windows, I guess. I don't know. The one with a lot of windows is the expensive one. I saw I couldn't believe it when I saw one of these a few years ago at Barrett Jackson go for 100 grand. Volkswagens were inexpensive cars, including these. I never thought I'd see a Volkswagen bus go um, for 100 grand. No, no points for super chats. We don't give
Nope,
away
we
points,
can't
but
be
we do.
bought.
We do other things for super chats.
We can't be
And
bought. That
tonight,
doesn't mean don't send a super chat, because
I've
we would
got
still really love a super chat.
when we're up
But we can't be bought.
when we're up at the shop, we've got a Studebaker front end up there. It's got lights that flash and everything. We give you that, and then I've got something I'll do here tonight for super chats. So, but it's nothing big.
And
I mean, it's
unfortunately,
just some cool thing that I want to do.
some of our viewers may be experiencing ads. It just came up with that thing.
Oh,
So,
it did. So
yeah,
we got ads. I'm
itching,
sorry.
burning.
We've got a few ads, but just click out of them. I'm sorry.
Ask if YouTube AdSense ad placements is right for you.
What?
Ask your doctor if Stellantis is right for you. It's an advertisement.
Oh, I didn't know what she was talking about. It's just like,
Oh,
it's
good.
it's
Was
like what?
wondering, did you tease us? He was just teasing us. Turbo Tom says, I have 2 videos of my boss's 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner. Well, if you can send us,
Yeah,
we'll try and play them.
Oh, what is it?
69 Plymouth Roadrunner.
I understood that, but they're videos. Yeah, I don't know how big they are, how big the files are. You can send it to my email, and sometimes videos work out. I don't like to play videos on here a lot if they're long, because then it's too much. But it's a little short clip, maybe I'll try.
Well, yeah.
Uh,
It's hard to send videos with emails.
and then I'm gonna start
Everybody
JB
got quiet. I wonder if they're all stuck in
in ads.
advertisements.
JB sent some other. Oh, look at this.
Oh,
Tavo ad compensation, because Tavo doesn't have that. So what we're going to do tonight for the chats is we're going to put up there the drone. Look at this, a drone.
It's a drone invasion.
That's a drone invasion. So we're going to put that up there, and that's the
super
that's
chat.
the super chat.
Super chat.
KJ Kylie got Planet Fitness.
Thank you, Tavo.
I'm trying
Planet Fitness ad. Oh.
Yeah, and that means it's somebody that's probably in good shape, because they're interested in that kind of thing.
Are you interested in fitness, KJ Kylie?
So
Are we doing any special fitness type activities this year? Oh, we didn't talk about New Year's resolutions. Have people planned if you have a New Year's resolution planned, let us know about it.
I am downloading
you can
more.
Comment about it.
JB sent a lot of photos, so I'm downloading a few more of his, and I'm trying to bring them up.
A lot of people joined gyms in January.
So
because
the drone,
it's their New Year's resolution.
the drone is gonna fly back down here. So thank you, Tavo.
You didn't see anything. That doesn't even exist.
Yeah,
it's just the reflection of swamp gas off of Venus. Clearly, that is not anything out of the ordinary.
Trying to think of what. Okay.
Yeah, people join gyms in January and then never come back.
So here we have more pictures.
Oh, I'll make us small again.
Make us small. We have more pictures from
there's an
JB.
auto show or auto.
Yeah,
what's it called?
When
there's an auto show.
Yeah, it's a 1969 Pontiac's there in the foreground.
Yeah.
And then
can anybody see where it's at?
No.
Does anybody know where this is happening?
Oh, I'm in the shed picking away at spot welds. Oh yeah, Tavo's got a I forget what year, Valiant.
Didn't he say 71?
Could be, and the roof. Somebody had put a sunroof in it, and then he tried to fix it. And it was all terrible. So he got a donor car, and he's putting a roof from the donor car onto his car, and he's got some videos up of him doing that, of drilling out spot welds and cutting, and they took the whole top off of it, and he's got to put the other top on, and there was some rust under there, probably because the sunroof, it allowed, when somebody cut the sunroof, it allowed some moisture in there.
So Tavo, check out Tavo's channel on YouTube, and he is working on that project and he is documenting his progress. I watched a little bit, and it's just the idea. It hurt. It sounds painful, and I've been working and I've been exhausted, so I haven't caught up on everything. But it is a ton of work. Restoring a car, putting a new roof skin on a car, and he is showing how it's done, how to do it right. He's drilling out all the welds and stuff. So
So he's
pretty
there, but
amazing.
he's there by himself with the camera and all the tools it takes to take a top off of, do the body work. And it's pretty amazing that he can do that. That he's able to um, video it and do the work. Pretty good, Tavo. Um, and then more pictures from JB.
He says it's an A12 Super B.
Oh,
Oh,
look,
I like the Chrysler dealership. That's cool.
she loves the old dealership.
And this one's
pictures.
color.
Look at that. See, that's my favorite body style Barracuda were those 3 years, 67, 8, and 9. I really like those. But they're so
Those
expensive
are
now.
nice looking cars.
I mean, that's a body
Wow.
I can never afford because didn't get it on time. Should
Can
have
you
got it when they were
imagine
cheap.
somebody walked into that dealership and says, I want that blue one, and just bought it and drove it home that year. That's amazing. That's cool.
I don't yeah.
Patrick Sullivan says, I woke this morning feeling great. Hope it's a sign 2025 will be great as well. With that attitude, it will be. Gearhead says, please don't shoot at them, though. Right, they don't exist, but do not shoot at them. Exactly. You didn't see them, don't shoot at them. Tavo said, not showing how it's done right, just showing how fumbling around trying to get it done.
I don't know what's going on here, but 1969.
That looks like one of those contests where the last person still touching the car.
Gotta touch the car. That's what that is.
I don't think that's what it is, but that's what it would have looked like.
Okay, so what do we got here? What the heck is this?
Is that a cutaway kind of thing at a car show?
I don't know.
It must be.
Who sent that in? It's JB. All it says, well, shooting at airplanes is suboptimal and people don't look up routinely. Mystified by the landing lights, yeah. Taking the hood off a A12B, they lift off, no hinges.
Oh.
Buff, what was your favorite car that I owned? Oh man, I had so many cool cars. I had a 67 Camaro RSSS. I really liked that thing. I had a 72 Monte Carlo. I really liked that. My Cougar was pretty cool, the one with the Chevy in it that I've showed pictures on here many times. Oh, I don't know. I had so many. I had so many cars. I used to call it a dynamic collection because I just had to buy them, sell them, buy them, sell them. I couldn't be like Jay Leno where I just buy them and keep them. Yeah, or one bad wreck. So I don't know.
He'll think about it. He
He
likes to talk about the cars that he's had, that he's loved and hated, and we'll get there.
Here we
get
go.
there.
69 Mustang, and right behind it, a 69 Shelby. And then my head's in the way. I don't know if
Yeah.
you can lift that up or
I'll
not.
just move it so you can get your head out of the way.
There. Get my head out of the way. Yeah, there's a couple Shelbys there, and there are more than a couple Shelbys there.
Let's see. Somebody said something, I didn't want to cut it out. Oh, Buddy Carfano said he did a roof swap. It was a big job on a 78 Trans Am because a customer wanted T-tops. That sounds like a ton of work. I do not envy that.
Can you
I'll bet it was really cool when you were done, though.
drag us down? Oh, yeah, there we go.
Who are these guys? It's a Boss 429 Mustang, job number 1.
Wow. I remember seeing, I was at a sprint car race, 1969, so I was 15 years old, and it was a white Boss 429 they used for the pace car, and it was brand new, and the dealership was there showing it off. It was pretty cool. And afterwards, I went down in the pits, and they had the hood open. I was looking at that engine. Man,
That car that was like three pieces it's a rotating display that still exists from the auto show.
Oh, here's the kind of thing Kim likes.
Yeah, Joe Madden Ford.
I
I
don't know where
wonder
that
where Joe
is.
Madden Ford is. You do know?
I do not know where that is.
That's pretty cool.
But a 69 Mustang convertible there. I didn't like the convertibles much, but I like 69 Mustangs were okay. I had a Mach 1. That was another car I liked. I had a 69 Mach 1 for a while. Oh, and I had a 67 Mustang Fastback that was red. I really liked that car, except it had a 289 in it. So I had a friend that had one that looked exactly like mine, but his had a 390. So his was a GTA. And that 390 Mustang, man, that thing drove so nice compared to mine. Uh,
Steve Edwards says his brother's going to put a pic of his Twister so he can send it to us.
but what car did
Looking
you
forward to it.
hate the most you owned? I don't know if I hated it, but it was the worst one I ever owned. The Monte Carlo, I got it. 72
Really?
Monte Carlo, I got it, and the interior is all messed up. So I had a friend that did upholstery, so he redid the whole inside of it. It was beautiful in there. It was so nice. And I drove that Monte Carlo around for quite a while, but just like everything, it was for sale. All my cars were always for sale. And as soon as they sold, I bought something else. So a young couple came in, and I remember they came in a 68 Ford, a blue 68 Ford four-door, like a Galaxy. And there was a woman in there holding a little baby on the passenger side, and this guy got out, and he ended up buying the Monte Carlo. And she was so happy. She got in that car, and it had that nice upholstery and everything, and they drove off real happy. Well, they traded. I want to know if I take a trade in. I ended up paying $100 for this 68 Ford, and it had no upholstery in it. It was just springs. She was in there with that little baby that was probably a month old, if that, holding this baby, and she's sitting in a car that has no upholstery in it, just springs. And that woman was so happy to get in that Monte Carlo. She is just ear to ear smiling. So that 68 Ford was probably one of the worst cars I had. It had a 302 and a C4 in it, and I sold it right away to somebody that wanted a 302 and C4. And I probably made $100 or something on it at the time, but that was in, God, when would that have been? Probably 1979 or 1980, somewhere in there. So cars were worth a lot less then.
JB says Joe Madden Ford is in Downers Grove, Illinois.
Wow.
I award you 2 points for giving us trivia.
So let's see.
Leapin' Lanny.
Oh, here you go. That looks like my 69. See, my 69 Camaro had those hubcaps, that front end, but it was kind of a real light tan that just kind of a little bit of a green tinge to it. And it had a 307 and a 3-speed on the floor. I think it had an AM radio. It had almost no options, but it had those hubcaps and that front end.
These guys
69.
are look proud like they just hunted that thing with a rifle. Like, blam! I got me a Mustang.
Camaro. Yeah, and there's a 69 Camaro. A little nicer one. Or a little more optioned up one, probably. Yeah, my 67 Camaro had the RS front end with the hidden headlights.
Hippie Long says, I got room to store it till you can haul. I don't know what he's selling.
That does.
What did I miss his earlier comment?
Oh, I don't know. We probably missed a few comments because they're rolling pretty good.
That is a first-year transaction. I think maybe we missed a comment.
Oh, well, I can imagine that.
What do you got room to store till we can haul? Because I want to know. I want to know what you got.
Oh, here we go. Remember the 2-post list? Man, these 2-post lifts. There was a Shell station. It was down the 1 block away from my shop, my radiator shop. And I used to get a lot of work from them because they pull out heater cores and radiators and gas tanks, all the things I worked on. So one day everybody went to lunch and they had a car. They had an Eldorado, one of those giant, like early 70s Eldorados. Enormous car. And everybody went to lunch. Well, the back post, it was low enough so it wasn't on the safety latch. So the back post sunk down while everybody was at lunch. So they came back from lunch. That Eldorado was sitting there on the back bumper like a rocket ready to take off. And the gas tank is right under the license plate. The gas filler's right under the license plate in the back. There's a full tank of gas out on the floor in that Shell station in the service bay. And now they got to figure out how to clean up all the gas and get this Eldorado out of the launch position and back on its wheels. Ozan, Ukraine, Turkey, welcome. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you for a couple of weeks. Really good to see you here.
Says the New Year's celebration in Turkey, Istanbul is over. I wish you a happy New Year. May 2025 bring you happiness. Thank you so much. You as well. Thanks for stopping in. JB says that this became the Fred Gibb drag Camaro, and I see the name Fred Gibb on the side of the car right there, and it says Dick right there. So Dick must be part of the team.
What? Okay.
Richard. Maybe that's
Hippie
Richard
Long
right
Buff
there.
can get a 67 to 69 Barracuda here in Central California. Oh yeah, I think you said you're near Fresno or something. Yeah, but they're like the big bucks, man. I've got right now, I got too many projects. I've got a 72.
We got more ambition than time or money.
I've got a running. I got the hiccups is what I got. I'm sorry. I got a running 72 Plymouth Valiant. It's a 4-door. That is still a project that I have some plans for it, but it's got a slant 6. It's kind of a new slant 6. And but it's been sitting for almost a year now. We got to start driving it again. I've got
Needs exercise.
I've got a 78 Fox Body. What is that thing? A Mercury Z7, the one that has a kind of
we
little.
We just brought it from Texas.
We did
a video about it on his channel. Check it out.
That's going to be a little bit of a project. We've got Kim's 66 Dart. We've got a little a Triumph Spitfire. It's a ruined car, but the body or the chassis is probably okay, and the engine's probably okay. But we're gonna build a aluminum body for that because I was an airplane builder and I really like working with aluminum. I still have lots of rolls of aluminum. So we've got that car. We have, what else do we have? We have some.
It just goes on and on.
You've got some car that needs.
We don't have all night.
A V6 Ford put in it, a truck.
Oh yeah, the Bronco 2?
The Bronco 2, that's what it is.
Yes, we have a Bronco 2. I need to put an engine in it because I think the block is warped and cracked or something.
2.9
and I have a 300ZX that I have. I don't even know what it needs. Something with the engine.
I have? I know we have a Jeep, but that's the only one that's not a project.
Yeah, the Jeep we drive all the time.
The Jeep is a daily driver.
I think that's the list. Did you talk about the truck?
Yeah. Oh, and you've got another truck that drives now.
And I got a 360 engine, and I don't even know where that's going.
The 360 may end up in that other truck.
You want it in that truck.
Well, no, I think you've talked about it. You talked about it. I don't.
I've got that LA motor that could go in something. I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, I don't know. So, we got more 1969s. Oops, what? Oh, that must be it. Is that the end of the 69s from JB? Yeah, and JB's the one that turned me on to the Zephyr Z7 that was in Dallas, and we drove down there 625 miles. We drove down there in a Jeep and picked it up and drove it back. We did a video on that trip, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, it was a pretty decent little video.
All right, it's been a little over an hour. I need a moment to stand up and move around to refill my cup. My coffee got cold. You know what? That is rare. I was so busy talking.
Whoops. I don't know what I did
that I let half a cup of coffee get cold.
I didn't mean to do that.
I don't usually do that. So, you guys go easy on him for a minute. Are you staying here? He's going to continue on, but I'm going to take a little break. I don't mean to be rude.
See if I got. Oh yeah, I have many more emails.
We have to pace ourselves. Tonight, guys, is a marathon, not a sprint. So
we have many more.
Steve
emails.
Edwards says he sent a picture of the Twister. So that
okay. I have a stack of emails here. I'll
don't run past anything too cool.
Okay,
I want to see them all.
Here's the Super B. Your head's in the way of the 426 Hemi Super B. Can you imagine buying that new? Oh yeah, I think I'll just write a $4,000 check for that.
I'm sure they had to fight to get that past their way.
See, Ozan, Ukraine, Turkey. First of all, I wish you health. Thank you. Health and peace come first. I am 45. You're 45. Last time you told me you were 44. Happy birthday. And I have never been to a doctor at this age. Really? I don't like to go to the doctor either, but I've had to go occasionally. Um, yeah, wow. 45. So, yeah, Ozan, I think happy birthday, because last time you were here, a couple of weeks ago, you told me you were 44. So I'm assuming you had a birthday. Um, what else? Steve Edwards here. I'm gonna pull down this one, download this photo, and then Kim will want to come back and I'll do it while she's in there, but then I won't be allowed to take it down until oh wow, look at that. That's Steve Edwards. I sent a picture of the twister. God, look at that. Yeah, Kim, you're gonna want to see this.
Man.
She's in there messing with her coffee, making
Well, I'm preparing for our later.
the memory you have impressive. Patrick Sullivan says that. My memory? My memory sucks. You know what I remember is I remember things like when I was 2 and 3 years old. They're just perfect. But I'm 70 now, so you know what happens? Stuff from like yesterday, sometimes I don't remember. I do remember Ozon. I remember he said he was 44. I just happen to remember that. Um, oh, let's see here. Yeah, I was looking at that top. Has a like a band over it with I don't know. I guess that's a vinyl top partway up. I'm not sure if that's vinyl top or painted or what that is, but yeah. And then the grill's kind of blacked out and everything. That looks and I like the paint with the black down below and the color up above. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Patrick Sullivan, I'm nearly 60. You're not 60 yet. That means you're 50 something. I remember my 50s. 50s were good. Ozone Mediterranean diet is very healthy. Good for you. Oh, what did I miss? Oh, maybe because Mediterranean health. I think Ozon's from Ukraine, but currently in Turkey, I think. Um, I think. So if you were in, see, I'm going to ask a question, but Ozon, I know, does this with a translator, so I hope this works out. Uh, and he understands. So if you're 45 years old and you're from Ukraine, do you remember Soviet times? Do you remember this living in the Soviet Union? Because I was there. I was in Ukraine. I was in Russia right after the breakup of the Soviet Union, so it was very much Soviet at the time when I was there, and interesting time. It's just I was there just the perfect time because it hadn't all gone wrong again. If it's your birthday and you come to spend Turkey, I'll buy you a birthday cake. But yeah, my birthday is until into February. Man, I'll be 71. I can't believe it. I remember when my father was 71 and he was talking about how old he was, and it doesn't seem like that long ago. Steve Edwards, it was a plaid top with a GTO tack on the hood. Oh, I know what you mean by a GTO tack with a teardrop scoop. Oh yeah, it's one of those scoops. I had a teardrop scoop, one of those teardrop scoops I had a 56 Ford two-door sedan that had a teardrop scoop on it for a while when I was in high school. I don't know why I had it there. It was a cool looking hood, so I put it on. But there's no reason to have it there, and I thought it looked cool because I was 17 years old, and when you're 17, you like stuff like that. Yeah, Glasnost. Yeah, I was there after Gorbachev. I was there slightly, a little bit after the breakup. So I was there during Yeltsin's time, and it was a bad time for people that lived there. But for me to go there, everybody was friendly toward Americans. It was a good time for friendliness between Russia and Ukraine and the U.S. And I had many friends from Ukraine and from Russia. I still do, but some of them, yeah, I can't even talk to them now. I can't even. It's a mess. but a lot of them are in the U.S. A lot of them are in the U.S. now. I think Teardrop was a Ford thingy. It was. And somebody I knew had a hood for a 56 Ford that had one of those teardrops, and it was somebody trying to make their Ford look normal. And of course I was a kid, so I traded the hood straight off and put it on my 56 Ford because I thought it looked cool. I don't know what I was thinking. You know, 17 years old, driving around with this big lump in my hood because I thought it looked cool. It was a trade job. You know, when you're 17, you trade a lot of stuff for stuff you think is good. I'm leaving this picture up here for Kim, but I think she's
Look, I can't stay
she,
yet.
she
I got
can't
stuff I
stay.
gotta do, guys. It's gonna be a long evening. I have to make sure I have everything ready. Oh, that's the twister.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sending that picture. Oh, it looks mean. Ho 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 ho! Jealous.
Kim likes those A-body Chryslers, A-body Mopar, and we have a couple of them, you know, but not an overabundance of them. Oh yeah, and here's one where I'm not able to zoom in because she's not here, but it's a '69 Ford. Wow, Galaxy XL 429. That must have been quite a car at the time. Yeah, it's a big, heavy car, but with 429 in it. And the XL, I think, had the bucket seats with the console and everything. That's pretty cool. Buddy Carfano sent that in. And he's got another one here. Oh, this is there. J. Kai, I am not obese. My weight is normal. Why should I eat diet food? Oh, I think the thing with diets is people that live around the Mediterranean have a much more healthy, we say diet, that doesn't mean lose weight, but diet meaning what food choices. They have better food choices than what we do in the US. And when I've been in Europe, I think that's true. And that's probably one of the reasons you're more healthy is because of the food you eat. That I think that's what KJ Kylie's means. BC, how about galaxies? Oh, Carvana. Oh, says, I don't really care much for the looks of those teardrop scoops, but I guess they worked on Thunderbolts. Yeah, they worked on the Thunderbolts. Oh, you know, I did a video on a Thunderbolt. There's a guy down the road from here, and we stopped. I don't even know why we stopped there. Oh, he had some old cars out front, and Kim goes, pull in that driveway, and I pulled in. There's an old guy there, and we went in his shop, and he goes, look at all this, and he's got a Thunderbolt 64, what do they call that? Fairlane Thunderbolt sitting there. And we took pictures of it, and I did a little video on him talking about it. So it's somewhere in my collection of videos. KJ Kylie, exactly, yeah. Diet doesn't necessarily mean losing weight. Diet means your food choices. Yeah, and I did notice that in Europe, people eat differently than here. So do we and ours is better. So do we and ours is better. So do we and ours is better.
Well, they have health care,
Mike N.
I think is what Mike N was responding to. Ours
Yeah,
is better.
see, and what happened? What happened with me was I got really heavy when I was working at the civilian side airplane shop. I was running.
Have I ever seen a picture of you when you were heavy? I've only seen
I'm
pictures
sure
of you when you were younger.
I've seen a couple of them, but I ended up with
very insecure about his weight.
Up getting diabetes, and I ended up in the hospital, and it was a bad time. And I lost 100 pounds. Yeah, it's like 50 kilograms. So, man, did I have energy after that. Well, I gained a little back, not much, and then lost and gained and lost. And I've kind of been doing that since then. But the diabetic diet that I've been sticking to real well, I don't have any problem keeping weight off now. So, uh, yeah, KJ Kylie, I'm Irish and I eat Mediterranean. Mediterranean. I see. Yeah,
Uh,
it's just different.
I
And
just
what?
want to warn you, we might get ads. I apologize if you get ads.
Oh yeah,
We won't move on to any new cars
I
or
got
talk about anything
15 seconds till the ads.
too important. Like usually we're talking about something really important that you would hate to miss, but
I'll be.
we won't talk about anything until you get back.
Oh, there we go with
You're
that.
probably going to have to next. I don't know. We're professionals now, so we have to run advertisements sometimes. You remember like when they used to do television shows live,
Yeah.
like the Tonight Show or whatever, and like they would do the show for a while, and then what did they do when the advertisements were running for everybody who was watching? Did they just sit there?
Well, I
Like,
remember. I remember watching Johnny Carson, and he'd have a guest on,
yeah.
and they'd go to the commercial, they'd come back, and they'd be sitting. The audience would be laughing, then they'd be sitting there in tears, laughing about something. And I think they, they could use whatever language they wanted. Like Buddy Hackett would be on there, and he
Oh,
was pretty rough with the language. He couldn't use that stuff when the
when the
TV
cameras were
camera's on.
rolling, yeah.
But during the commercials, he'd say whatever he wanted, and they'd be in tears laughing. So, and sometimes they
Tell
just
the
sit there.
off-color jokes and
Yeah,
stuff.
sometimes they just sit there, sometimes not. What Ozon says, Buff, took you back to the 80s and 90s at this time of the morning with classic cars. Buff took you back to the 80s and 90s at this time of the morning with classic cars. Mike and cocaine keeps the way. No.
Mike, where do we get money for cocaine? We spend all our money on car parts. Come on.
There's people that do
Thief.
drugs, and there's people that spend their money on cars.
Yeah. Now, which
Oh,
is
you know what's
worse?
worse?
I'm
You
not
know
going
what's
to
as bad as cars? People that spend money on airplanes. I was in that problem for a while.
Yeah.
No more of that.
Yeah. I don't know. Which one is more healthy? I don't know.
These proper wheels. Proper. I got a cough drop in.
Proper spoke wheels. Yeah,
on the
those
caddy.
look really good, actually. I didn't even notice them till you said something.
Mike
Those
Ken
look like
says,
nice. Those are wheels. They're not hubcaps or anything.
that was a joke, guys. Don't do drugs. Yeah.
Yeah, we know, Mike. We don't do drugs.
Let's see. Dan from DD Speed Shop sold a 57 Tri-5 that he had put teardrop scoop on. The guy hated it, so Dan kept the hood. He liked and replaced it with a normal hood
Oh, I
for the guy.
remember when those
So-
guys came and they got two cars from you.
Hey, look who's here, Mexican Spec. Good evening, sir.
Welcome to the stream, Mexican Spec.
Yeah, we're showing pictures of all kinds of 1969 stuff. I'm gonna take this one off. I'm gonna take that one off. And that one, I gotta close a bunch of these, Kim. Oops, I closed too many.
I think you're
Can you put
behind the live, Mexican Spec. I did abandon him for a few minutes, but I'm back.
Oh, she went and made coffee, but she's back.
He's behind. It'll probably be 10
Yeah,
minutes before he
yeah.
catches
See if
up.
you can catch up. Like
He
move the red
can't
line.
hear us yet.
Oh yeah, well he might be able to.
In a few minutes, when you can hear us, make sure you're live because you were behind. You were back there. Now you're here. You need to get up ahead to where we are now.
I'm trying to see.
Buddy Hackett, the plate spinner guy, Paul Williams.
Do you have something beeping in the kitchen?
I do. I was doing stuff. The usual Carson guests.
EFOG.
That's right.
Oh, sometimes I watch those little
Welcome,
Carson shows.
EFOG.
And I was Kim. I click live button. I watch.
Oh, we're in the dark. Why are we in the dark? I'm going to.
Because I need you to put the Dino room back in. I'm sorry. Well, here, the heck with it. I'll just put another picture up.
Oh,
That's the wrong year, but I put it up. I just clicked on something. That's a 60 Chevy. See, now remember they used to have in 60 they started putting the radio antennas in the back and swooping them back like rocket fins.
there, Mexican Spec has reached the time travel. He knows what's going on now.
Saying hi to everybody. See Mexican Spec.
Oh, Mike is still waiting for his 69 Camaro to make a cameo.
Oh, where's this?
Did he send you pictures, Mike?
Let's see. I missed something maybe.
Somehow we've missed your email.
Well, or I put it. Oh, here it is. Buddy Carfano put something up. What is this? Oh no, this is another.
Welcome, EFOG.
This is a big old car. Oh man, can you imagine that?
It's a 69. That is a pretty car. The big cars.
I think probably weighs like 6,000.
Some of the big cars. Oh, see, it's a Chrysler. That's why I really like the lines on the Chryslers. No matter even if it's not like that's like a Cadillac-sized Chrysler, and I like the lines.
Here's a car I really like. Buddy Carfano sent this into. It's a. You're gonna have to zoom that because I can't.
A Grand Prix from.
Yeah, look at that 69 Grand Prix. Oh, I like those. I mean, I think that's.
Yep.
I don't usually like the cars with the beaks in the nose, but I do like that one.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that nose on that car at all.
I like it on that one. And look at that, it's got the tack on the hood. It's got the Pontiac tack on the hood.
Even with that paint job, a really pretty paint job, the red tires, what's wrong?
There's questions here, like what's the email? Can you link it up again?
Yeah, I'll throw the email up again. It is just buffdelcampo@gmail.com. And we're live, so if you send us stuff, we'll get it.
And then
like
somehow our tape gauge went away.
Our tape gauge went away. You can't tell what time it is.
Well, now we have it. No, I can't see if we actually have voice going out or not.
Right.
See, there's a tape gauge that shows what our
voltage is peaking at our microphone.
Yeah, so
it tells us if this is plugged in. Can you hear me? Hello? Is this thing on?
This thing gets plugged into a CB radio base station, and now you've put it where it doesn't go. I don't know. How do we get it back into the?
It's fine.
It's not in the right place. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's
because if we get a super chat, I gotta put the decoration up.
Oh well, maybe if we move it here, it gets better. There.
Maybe. Okay.
Everything is getting shuffled.
Yeah, and KJ Kai's got it right. That's a 428, probably a 428. And you could get those with a 4-speed. I remember in 1969, a Pontiac dealer was right there on my paper route. And I was looking at those, and when I saw the options listed, it was like, wow, you can get a 4-speed in that. Can you imagine that car with a 428 and a 4-speed? It's like this giant, like a personal electric car with a 428 and a 4-speed. I thought that would be so cool.
Mexican Spec says they say there's almost 1 million people in Times Square waiting for the ball to drop with no bathrooms.
Oh, that should be comfortable.
Oh, man. And
just
you gotta
hold on.
To go. People got to ride the subway home and all that stuff. Not for me. That's the kind of situation I would not want to be stuck in.
Instead of that, you're here and you're in the comfort of your own home or somewhere, and you're still here with all your friends.
Okay, so Mike says a while back he did send a picture of his car. What we may need a refresher of what your email is, and then we can scroll back and find
Who is it?
It's Mike N.
I'm looking.
Sometimes things get lost.
Buddy Carfano sent me more, but I don't see Mike.
If you're able, send
it again, because I don't know.
If you can't send it again, just send us something that says, hello, this is my email. Because if your email address is not Mike N, then we won't see that it's you, and it's hard for us to be that organized.
And I try not to put, because people's emails come through, it has a real name on it, not their screen name. And I don't want to read that on here.
JB says red lines. Yeah, I mean, they did everything to try and make this car look good, and I just don't.
I think that's.
I don't go for that front end. There's something wrong with the way that's put.
That's Bunky Knudsen.
Why would they do it?
And then when he came to Ford,
yeah.
and brought what's his name, Larry Shinoda with him, and they did that to the Thunderbird. Well, I didn't like it on the Thunderbird. I thought they ruined the nose of the Thunderbird, but I think on that it looked good.
No, look, it's even got the the heads up like tack on the hood there.
Mexican Spec, there's a huge list of reasons not to visit New York. The city being crap was high on the list. Yeah, I always said if I was young again and I wasn't going in the military, I'd go live in New York City for like a year and just have a job there, just to do it, to experience it, and then probably leave. They'll be drinking beer in New York City. People said they have diapers on.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it. I'd just be really
go there
uncomfortable and have
you
to pee.
gotta watch the ball drop in person. Just gotta do it. And so you wear diapers.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, I can imagine really wanting to do that. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with the people that I don't think I could just stand there and pee myself.
Oh, look at this, JB. I remember when I was 12, a couple pulled into my house looking for directions in a, I don't know what that word is, Verdoro green, 69 Grand Prix, 428 and a 4-speed. You know, I always wanted to see one of those. Okay, so who was sending us? Kim, you have somebody to resend.
Mike N.
Mike N. I don't see anything.
I asked him to. That doesn't mean he did.
Okay.
He might not have been able to.
Here we go. It just showed up.
Oh, he resent
Yeah,
it.
Mike. Okay.
Oh, that's fantastic. I don't want anyone to feel left out, especially if they've
Here
gone to all the
am.
trouble to get pictures and email them to us, and then we ignore them. It's not our intention. So if we ever do miss your pictures or your email, please forgive us, or just let us know, and we'll try and
But
make it right.
I don't see a picture attached to it.
Well, okay, that's okay.
See,
now you know the name.
I remember
Search
that name.
through the names and see if you can find it again. You can even isn't there a little search button? You can go up here and click that name in there. He'll fix it. We'll get it right. Okay, I'm gonna read some more.
Man, I just don't see it.
Lester said that New York smells like pee. Lester Lasay.
Yeah, or whatever else. Whatever else ends up in the diaper.
Can you imagine trying to maintain public toilets for 1 million people, all concentrated at the center of the city? That just doesn't even. How do they even? Wow. Yeah, that's an overwhelming. Like, when they were building the sports ball stadium in Pittsburgh, they.
Oh, I got it. I got his pictures.
Okay, when they had all the plumbing done for the sports ball stadium in Pittsburgh, when they built the new one, they like made an announcement on the radio stations and stuff like that. They were looking for volunteers, people to come to the city and visit the stadium. They'd get to see, get a brief tour of the construction, but they needed everyone in the city or everyone in the stadium to flush the toilet at the same time so they could flush all the toilets and make sure it didn't back up. Because, it's a huge system, and if you flush everything at once, it has to not back up. And they wanted to test it before, the first ball game when they did the, ninth and seventh inning stretch or whatever it is. They didn't want the pipes backing up.
Okay, so this is... I'm sorry, I already lost the name.
Mexican Spec doesn't like Florida. He didn't even like the whole
This
East
is
Coast.
Mike. This is Mike's Camaro. Camaro C28. Did you send this one other time we looked at this? Okay, let's see.
That's a car. Wait, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can see a little better.
Oh, that's a lot out. Okay.
Oh, man.
And then there's other pictures of it.
I don't know. Nowadays...
Oh, look at the lights.
How do you even keep that safe? Have you ever seen those retractable bollards they put in people's driveways so people can't come up and back your car, steal your car? At that point, if I had that car, I'd have to have those bollards. Or definitely in a garage, but also bollards.
Why are the turn signal lenses amber? Let's go back.
I could see them.
Yeah, but there's a better picture.
Amber.
Somebody, well, I don't know. He probably did that. Mexican Spec says all 69 cars were great because they are 69 cars. Mine is a Chevrolet Kingswood wagon. You know, Mexican Spec, you were gone earlier. We were showing pictures, 1969 stuff, and there were pictures of 69 Chevys, full-size Chevys coming through the assembly line, which is, I don't know if I can go back and find that. Okay, now, can you scroll up because Ozan was asking questions and it
Uh-oh.
just got away.
We missed some stuff.
He says, which is better, Nissan, I don't know that word, Qashqai or Opel Vectra? And then Mexican Spec is asking, did you mean Opel Vectra? Well, you know, Ozon's in a part of the world where the names might be a little different than what you have in Mexico. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know those two cars. I may know them by another name, but Opels, we didn't have a lot of Opels here. We had the Opel GT, we had the Opel Cadet, we had the Opel,
I can look them up.
what were the other Opels we had here? The one I
I
like
can
so
look 'em
much. I
up.
can't even think of what it is. But anyway, yeah, look up what those are and then we can scroll down again because this is going fast and we're not moving again. So if you can get those two and then get our chat going again.
What year were those cars?
Yeah, what year? Yeah,
Because it's given me a new car for the quick.
yeah, Ozan, what year were those?
What did I want to do?
Okay, now can you make it go again? Because we're the chat's flying and we're
Mike
not.
says it's a Z20 fake. He's
It's a Z28.
admitting it's vintage, and he says he got it for $3,300 back in 1993.
That was a bunch of money then for a
Yeah,
older car.
and the care and feeding of a car like that all that time isn't cheap either.
So you bagged a lot of groceries for that.
I'll bet. And ever since, I'll bet you've been bagging groceries
I
to maintain.
I had a friend that bought a brand spanking new 1970 Z28 Camaro, and that's what he did. Worked in a grocery store, bagging groceries, and he bought that car new. He was in high school. Just amazing. He still got it. He still has that car. He's out in California. I was in his garage a couple of years ago, and that car's still sitting there with a cover on it, but it doesn't look as good. But he put a lot of miles on it. I said, "Why don't you get this thing out and drive it?" He goes, "Oh, it needs this and it needs this." Well, let's do it. But I don't know. He's driving like a new Honda or something now.
I'm breaking this thing for a second.
You're breaking it. We're in the dark again.
I'll fix it here. Just
Hippie
give me
Opel Manta. Yeah, you're right. Hippie Long gets a couple points for that.
Oh, what
Opel
was the
Manta,
Opel Manta?
because I couldn't remember the Manta name. Opel Manta, yeah, I like Mantas. Oh, here we go. Ozan was talking about these cars.
Yeah, but I think maybe these are.
Oh, well, it was up at the top, right there above the blue one has that name on it.
Yeah, but that's a brand new one. I'll bet you that.
Yeah, Ozan, I don't know what year cars.
I'm going to visit Wikipedia and see the lineage of this car. First generation? No, that's a 2006. I don't know. We'll see. All right.
Okay,
sorry.
so Ozan, you're
Manta,
from.
Is this a 69 Manta?
Well, I don't know. We looked at Mantas last week.
Well, yeah, but we're doing 1969. Was there a Manta in 1969?
I don't know. I think it was early 70s, but maybe. Mike, and I sent a picture of the engine I rebuilt for the 69.
There is a 69 Manta.
Oh, that's something else. That's a Manta Ray. That's not an Opel. That's some.
It's a Corvette.
Yeah,
thing?
it's something else. Yeah.
You don't like it.
No, I like it. I like it. It's just not. That's not a production car.
Like,
it's not a production car. It was a one-off.
Oh, it was a kit car. It was a one-off.
Yeah, it was a. What do you call it? Oh man, I'm getting a lot of stuff here. Bruce
Concept
Culchin
car?
said something. Carl. Let's see. I got a lot of stuff here.
You're being very terse with me about this.
No,
car. You don't like it?
No, it's okay. In fact, I know the guy that made the molds for it. Ray up there in Geneva, Ohio, made the molds for that car.
Did he really?
It was a car that was done prior to the. It says 69, but I don't think it was because it was done prior to the 68 Corvette coming out. It was like a concept car.
Mexican Spec says the Manta Ray was not an improvement on the 69 Vet. It's got big fenders and stuff. I don't know.
That's a Larry Shinoda.
I just think
design.
if somebody brings it up, that
Yeah,
they
yeah, that's
should at
fine. That's
least
fine. That's fine.
his head's in something else. He's
Who
very
is this? Is this
occupied.
who? I'm sorry, I'm getting really mixed up on who sent stuff because you got names here that I don't recognize. Um, oh man, I'm getting behind in the emails. I'm sorry.
It's
Okay, so
okay.
so whose is this?
KG Kali says, when did they stop calling them stingrays?
Oh, they started again. They were stingrays up through what, 69 or maybe 70? Whose is this? Somebody just sent me this, and it's a name that's not a screen name. First new car I bought was a blue '74 Opel Manta Ray or Manta Rally. I love those Mantas. Never had one. Okay, and then this one, Kim. I don't know who sent these. Why didn't that come up? That
It
really,
says the Opel
really
Manta turns 50. I don't know.
no. Well, the person that sent that, I think, has their real name on the email, which I'm not going to read.
Well, you could just say the first name.
Just says green. I don't know. I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to say people's names on
Well,
here that have screen names. They.
oh, it's Kritzritz Customs sent that.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me see what the email says. Oh yeah, I see, but he didn't put the whole name on there.
Mike N, I'm losing his concentration, so I apologize. We'll try and redirect.
Oh, what is this? Oh, it's on. Yes, Opel Vectra parts are hard to find. There are new electric cars coming out. Yeah. Bought the car in 2024, Opel Vectra. My father now treats his car like a child. Okay, so that is 2024. It was
Oh, it
the
is
new
a
one.
new car. Okay. We thought you were talking about classic cars because we talk about a lot of classic cars. And we know nothing of those cars because we don't have them
What
here.
did I do here? And then who is this? Somebody just sent this in. Oh no. What is this for? Obviously a parts car now. Um, I'm sorry, I got to figure out who sent that. That's Bruce Colchin. Bruce, you send that in? 69 Torino. It sure could be.
It's a little rough.
A little rough. It's all like there isn't a straight panel on that.
Needs restored. Needs restoration.
Oh yeah, I see that all the time. Ready for restoration. That means it's a rusty piece of junk. 69 Cougar. What about 69 Cougar?
Ready for restoration means someone took it apart.
Okay,
Who
let's
doesn't
see
have
what.
time or money or energy.
Oh, and then Tavo sent a bunch of stuff here.
Lost half the pieces.
I'm downloading.
That'll buff right out, says Tavo.
Yeah.
Hammer and Dolly. That'll come right out of there.
Tavo sent some more pictures in. So, wow.
Ooh.
What is it? What does it say? It's a Holden something.
Hmm.
Is that like the? Is that like the
something.
Opals? I don't know what. I don't know. That's a down under car. It's an Australian car. That crash car is a '69 Cougar. Look at the clues, Buff. Wait a minute. That's not a Cougar. I'm gonna come back to this.
Do you want me to zoom in some? Now you've got the clearest picture over there.
I don't know. It came in as a Torino. I don't know. Yeah, zoom in on the dash so I can see the dash.
Okay, I'll do my best here.
Do your best. Oh, I might be able to zoom in on that. I'm sorry.
Does it zoom?
Oh yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Mexican spec. I don't know. I don't think that's a Cougar. It came in as a '69 Torino. I don't know. I think that's what it is. Okay, so let's go back to. I got to clear some of this. I'm sorry. Let me go back to Tavo's cars, which is this one, which he said it's a Holden Monaro. That's a Monaro.
Very nice.
Is that the one that had that? There was a smaller than small block Chevy. There was a V8 that you only got down under. It was like a, I don't remember what size it was. It was a different GM V8 that we never got up here. Okay, Mexican Spec. I'll go back to that in a few minutes.
Oh, Mike! It's like, what did Mike singing? His comment. I'm not going to read it, Mike, but we'll leave it in the chat because it's amusing.
What do you write?
It's about right there.
I see. Oh, here's an Australian car. Obviously, you know, Tavo, a lot of Australian cars I see with those sun visors on them. I guess that's a thing down there.
Yeah,
And
they don't do that up here very much.
And what is that?
I never see it.
That's a Ford Falcon XW. Oh yeah, obviously he's got he writes here what they are, and I didn't read the writing. And then that is a Ford Falcon as well. Another thing I see in Australia is the louvers in the. They're not louvers. They're maybe they are. They're in the back window.
Now, are these pictures that Tavo took at the local car show?
They could be. Look at the car behind it. Look at the
He
fender
sent
wells.
some really cool Aussie car pictures.
Look at that. Look at the car. It's behind this car, the blue one. Look at the fender flares.
Got the wide body kit.
Yeah, and they got good taillights. They got better taillights than we got. And they have the amber turn signals, which I kind of like. We don't like the Aussie sun coming in our cars.
Mexican Spec points out that the license plate looks real tiny.
It does, doesn't it? What the heck? Because they usually have big, wide license plates. What is going on there?
It's a historic vehicle?
Okay, it's a historic vehicle license plate. Maybe it's smaller because it's a historic vehicle license plate. I don't know. Barrows stop in?
He sure did.
Barrows is here. Because I saw somebody says,
welcome to the stream, Barrows.
saying hi to Barrows, and I go, where's Barrows? He's not here. Yeah, he is.
Also, Kim. We share a name.
Good yeah, the turret. Yeah, the top is the same as the 66 through 9 U.S. Falcon.
I gotta check something with the stove.
I wanted to ask Ozan something. Did you have a car there? I don't know how to pronounce it right. Zappos? It's a little rear engine car. Do you remember that thing? Okay, there's more pictures coming in. What do we got here? Steve Edwards sent another picture. What is this? I'm downloading it. Gonna be a minute. Oh, a Subaru four-wheel drive. Oh, look at that thing. Oops, why didn't that? I'm trying to move stuff around and I'm doing it with my mouse and I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna wait because when Kim gets here, she's got a Subaru, so I want her to see this. I'm leaving a picture up there for you to see when you get back from making your coffee or doing whatever you're doing.
I'm coming to see who is it.
It is from. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep all this.
What's back end way up like that?
Oops. What did I do?
Oops.
I'm trying to do stuff and I'm really messing up here.
There you
I'm
are.
sorry.
Wow.
Here it is.
Man.
So, Kim, I'm trying to move. I need you to scooch it up a little bit. I can't do that.
Okay.
Can't do that with my
Scoochie it uppy.
with my mouse.
Then you're going to need
Now
to
you'll see
down
I think it's like a four-wheel drive thing, and it looks like it's got a CB antenna on the back of it.
off-roady.
Corinth 1121. Welcome to the chat. The old 79 hubby do. All right, Kim. We have those little Subaru 4x4 down here too. Both are crashed. Mexican spec. Yeah, Bruce, he wants to know what is crashed. What kind of car is that that's crashed?
That's a little Subaru 4x4.
Little Subaru 4x4.
4x4.
Ozon, Mexican spec. When it came to Istanbul, Turkey from... Oh, here we go. Ads. I'll wait. Got ads. Okay, maybe the ad's finished, I hope. Ozon says, Mexican spec, when it came to Istanbul, Turkey from America, the price of that car is very high. It is sold at a very high price. The cheapest place is Germany. The prices are reasonable there. Yeah, it's like Mercedes. I think Mercedes-Benz is cheaper in Germany than it is here. Here it's a high-priced luxury car, you know. I'm Danny Boyd. I'm back, and I'm drunk. Danny Boyd always says he's drunk.
I don't believe it. He's just saying he's drunk for street cred.
Hippie Long just sent a picture. Oh, Hippie Long's got some good pictures here, Kim.
Oh man, I'm coming.
Yeah, well, I'm downloading, so you're not. They're A-body Chryslers.
Woo-hoo!
And a small Ford.
Let me some Chryslers.
And engines.
Chryslers, the lamp test. Can you believe it's 2025 already?
It's not 2025 here. We got 3 hours to go. Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. Hippie Long sent this. Kim, I need your help. Itsubi needs some adapters and connectors. Papa Dewey says, attaboy, Dan, because he's drunk, I guess. Need you to...
Whose motor is this?
This is Hippie Long.
It's an engine, baby.
And then I'm going to there's more pictures from Hippie Long.
All right.
There's that one. Look at the 64 Dart in the background.
Very nice. What is the motor?
Yeah, what is that? Is that a 310, 340, 360? Don't know what it is. And then a Maverick with a custom grill.
Paint looks nice.
And then early Barracuda.
Yeah, on the wheelies rollers. It's going roller skating.
And there's the... I can't make that go up.
I can make that go up.
That's a 64 Dart, which is pretty cool. I like 63 and 64 Darts. I don't know why I like those so much. I actually like the grill on the 63 a little bit better.
The back
I like it
end
so.
is
I like
same
it.
as my car, but the
Yeah, but it's got round taillights, so it's got little round taillights.
front end is different.
But the I don't know. I've got a 63 grill that fits that for a 63 hanging up on the wall in the shop. But the 64 looks good too. The 64's got a little strip across the middle of the grill. But I like those. I mean, I think that's a great body style. Ozon says, my main drink is Amsterdam beer, more than 90% alcohol. That doesn't sound like beer. Danny, Buenos New Year años at Mexican Spec. It's a lot like my 65 GT. That's Barrows saying that. Barrows, how are you up there in the cold white north? You doing well? Well, not quite in the cold white north, but in the cold white north part of the U.S. Because Barrows is up there in Idaho, Rocky Mountain State,
I
where
can
it's
hear 'em
cold.
firing off the fireworks.
Yeah,
It ain't even New Year's yet.
there's some fireworks going out there.
Hippie Long says 273 A bodies are 4 speeds. Not all of them. Some of them are 3 speeds.
Oh, so this, I might be wrong. This might be a. Nope, wrong button there.
Wrong button.
Wrong button. So that may be a 273, not a 318 or a 340. Don't know. But see, look at the front of that. You're going to have to scoot it down a little bit so we can see the front of that Dart. Yeah, I think 64 Dart's a nice looking car.
273 would have been a common engine choice.
Well, when did they first start making the 273? I don't remember. It was the first of the LA engines.
I don't know. That's like not my that engine's not my expertise. I don't understand what the difference between the 273 and the 318 even is.
Well, there's a LA 3. See, the overlap. This engine came out, and they were still making the Poly 318, and then what was the last year for that was 66, I think, and 67, the 318 became an LA motor like this. So yeah.
So 67 would have been the first year for the 273, or it might have come out.
I don't know when the 273 came out. I really don't know.
We need some history here of this engine.
Barrow says, I just got off work, long day.
The headlights are too much for me on the 65 Darts? No, I think they look good.
The Barrow says, I just got off work, long day. The boiler went down.
Oh, you had to work on it all day long.
I've been working.
It's one of those jobs where you're not done till the job is done.
You're not done till you're done. Oh man. You had to work in the cold. Yeah, without the boiler, I guess. 64 Dart, first year, 273, also 50th anniversary car. You know what? She's got a steering wheel on her 66 Dart. It says in the center, 1964, 50th anniversary.
Yeah, somebody changed out the steering wheel. I think something parts on my car were stolen and replaced with garbagey ones.
JV says 273 offered from 64 to 69. Bruce says early 273 had adjustable rocker arms. Oh, okay. I don't know. Danny Boyd, were you working on that giant arse boiler? Okay, I got to go back and check my email again. I got a lot of stuff come rolling in tonight. Oh yeah, there's more. There's more. And this is Chris. What is this? I'm downloading it. Okay, what is this? What is this? Oh, what is that? I don't know what that is. It is, I believe that is some kind of a Mopar from a long time ago. Kim's out there making something. Kim, what are you making? Like I can talk to her through that.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you're out there in the kitchen making food or something.
I'm cooking.
You're cooking.
I'm cooking pork and sauerkraut. It's traditional meal for
pork and sauerkraut.
it's a traditional New Year's Day kind of meal.
Barrow says, yeah, it's a beast, about 40 yards long and 2 stories high. That's the boiler? Man, Olive says Plymouth Business Coupe. It's kind of what I was thinking it was, and I saw that grill, and I'm thinking, is that a Plymouth or a Dodge? I'm really not sure. And I'm not sure what year that would be. And, of course, it's somewhat modified. Oh, Barrow says, there's Chris's dually. Oh, yeah, it's a dually.
Oh, nice. Oh, I don't know. Those tires are a little small for a dually. Did they put them on there just for transport?
The back?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Built it for No Name Nationals Burnout event 2023, but never made it.
Oh, man.
Well, you'll have to go for 2024. Oh, that would have been fun. Show
would
up at
have
No
done
Name
burnouts.
Nationals of that, you would have had a crowd around it.
It would have done burnouts.
Tim, what are you eating? Something good.
Cheese? Do you want some Swiss cheese?
I don't know. Well,
Got
somebody
Swiss
somebody
cheese.
commented that we're not supposed to eat while we're on.
I don't care.
And I'm like, man, I mean,
It's our stream and we can do whatever we want.
I don't want to sit here stuff in my face, but you bring in food that smells good, and it's like,
It's
man,
New Year's Eve. You're supposed to eat.
I'm supposed to eat?
Until you're
Okay.
fat.
Until I'm fat.
Yeah.
I'd have to eat a lot. I got a little belly on me, but not like I used to. Man, I was a good 100 pounds more than I am. That was a lot of belly. Hippie Long. I put proper stock 273 4-barrel intake on it. I did a clutch upgrade. Oh, I get.
It's not spicy, so you won't cough.
She brings me 2 little pieces of cheese. Thank you.
It's not much of a
Danny Boyd.
charcuterie.
Nothing will stop me from eating. Anyway, I did a clutch upgrade by using a 77 Dodge 6-cylinder clutch, 9.5 to 10.2. Same bell housing and flywheel.
Proper stock.
Chris on a shorter by 42.5 inch and 6-cylinder Cummins and 5. Oh, that's got a Cummins diesel. Yeah, that's going to be a thing.
How did you deal with
Campito Vic, good evening. How you doing? Happy New Year.
smaller pilot on the 77 Dodge as opposed to the early 273? Doesn't the 273 have a small pilot? Wouldn't that make it hard to index the flywheel? Hippie Long?
I'm trying to see.
I'm curious how you dealt with it because I have some of those parts.
Chris
B&R came back from Rob's?
Chris' car.
That's cool. Were they having fun over there? Guys, you don't have to stay here the whole time. We understand.
What is this?
B&R Racing, I think, went and visited some other streams and came back.
Mike
we must be doing something right because you came back.
I came back. Mike N says, I love sardines. I bet I'm the only one here that does. I do like them, but I really like them on bread, like on sourdough bread with a sandwich. But I can't have the bread anymore. So I do eat them occasionally. You know, there's a woman on here on YouTube that does sardine. All she does is taste sardines, different brands.
That's her channel.
That's her channel. She just evaluates sardines. I'm amazed.
And she has more subscribers than we do.
Yeah, she passed us right up. I was like, man, we should be tasting sardines, not working on cars.
Like, oh man. Like, I worked so hard, I could have just been eating and getting more views than working on cars.
So she was doing this. I was like binge watching her a little bit. So I started tasting some different sardines, and within about a day, I was sick of eating sardines, and I quit watching her for a while. But I think it's pretty funny. She's built a channel out of tasting sardines. Amazing. Oh, and she's got a dog. That's what's really funny, is her dog sits there next to her. And she tries all the sardines and stuff, and then she takes the last little bit and puts it over there, and the dog just looks at him and looks at him and looks at him, and then she'll tell the dog it's okay to eat him, and as soon as she tells the dog it's okay, the dog's right down there and eats them. So the dog will not touch the sardines until he's told it's okay. My dad put sardines on bagels. Danny Boyd says that.
A lot of people are drinking tonight,
I'm
very verbally.
Sorry if I get your name wrong. Campito Vic.
Just be safe, guys.
Yeah, just don't be driving.
But
anymore.
enjoy. It's a holiday.
I'm drinking. I'm drinking.
Diet soda.
Well, you'll see what I'm drinking. It's unusual. I'm drinking something different. Oops, excuse me, I burped. I'm drinking Best Choice brand.
That's the store brand.
Whatever the heck that is.
Is that from Hilltop?
That's from Hilltop.
That's from our local grocery store.
That's our local grocery store.
Mexican asks if we've seen Vice Grip Garage's son's channel called Little Grip Garage. I did notice. I didn't watch the video that recently came out, but I saw the thumbnail go by as I was scrolling, and I saw Little Grip Garage, and I was like, I'll bet you that's one of Vice Grip's kids. That's cool. I
Less,
mean, why would you not try and set your kid up for success on the internet as a talent like Derek? And Vice Grip Garage has been very entertaining over the years.
less for the saber. My wife likes sardines. I think it's like sardines. Makes the whole house stink. You know, there's a couple of things that make the house stink. I lived in when I was in Arizona. I was in a 3-bedroom house, had 2 roommates, and we all worked together out at the test site. And I go in there one time, I take a big pot of water, and I boiled what are those things we like to eat? Brussels sprouts. And they all hated me for that. They said I made the whole house stink by cooking Brussels sprouts. But
We
so
eat
I
Brussels
didn't, I
sprouts all the
didn't,
time.
I
I
didn't
don't
do it
mind.
again. Oh, I think they smell good. You know, and I eat them. That little twerp has
Um,
125,000 subs. Well, yeah, because he's got somebody. You
oh
know,
yeah,
he's got somebody
yeah. People are
having everybody.
subscribing just to support the kid, and that's great. Hippie Long sent me information about how he got that flywheel thing going, and thank you very
Oh,
much.
is it in my? I have it.
Special bolts from Brewers. No, 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 no. It went by. I'm not going to read it because most people are not
No,
going to
no. I'm gonna
care.
see if I got
No, no,
something
no.
in my.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything yet, but I guess I don't know. Danny Boy cooked up some swordfish the other day. Okay.
Mike N says canned fish files with Matt Carlson. You should
You
probably
know,
search that. Maybe you'll get
I was
some
going to tell
entertainment.
another fish story. My former wife really liked all this sushi and what's the raw fish? Sushimi or something. So she just had to take me to this Japanese restaurant. So I went. And she goes, "You got to get this." And it's like 4 little blocks about this big, like cubes. They're pretty big of 3 different kinds of raw fish and some other little stuff. So I eat the little stuff and I try to taste the raw fish, and it was like, man, I don't really like that. Well, she's eating it. She loves it. So I get a I get a box and I take it home. Yeah, and I'm hungry, but I couldn't eat that stuff. So I got home. I put some oil in a frying pan. I cooked that sushimi. I think that's what it's called. Man, that was good fish. I'm thinking some Japanese chef would be really upset with me for cooking his. Is it called sushimi? Whatever it is. But it was really good fish after I cooked it. Let's see here. So I'm not suggesting you go and do that. Let's see. Question. On my 85 vet, I used a hand pump to put vacuum on the EGR valve with the car running, and it won't open. Do you think it's a bad valve? It's brand new.
Yeah.
Don't know.
If you draw a vacuum through to try and suck through your EGR valve, it should absolutely
Well,
pull.
take
It
it off.
shouldn't. You shouldn't be able to pump a vacuum against it. It should just suck air through it.
Take it off and do it on the bench, but probably gonna end up taking it off anyway.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right at all, Steve.
Uh, Refugees from Gorilla, Lebanon. Grampito, a few more parts, and I'm going live with my grandkids for a start up video. Okay.
Cool.
Danny boys, take off your shoes and sit on the floor.
You can't see us on the floor. Then we'll have to get up too, and we're too old for that kind of stuff.
Mike and Buff, you're doing it wrong.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's that? The cooking the fish? Cooking the raw fish? Steve, where you need the EGR valve for working on your 85 for emissions testing, probably to keep it from pinging. I think that EGR valve will actually keep the rattle down unless you want to completely make it non-conforming. Where does who was that? I lost it. Steve Edwards, and I don't remember where Steve Edwards is. You know, because a lot of these people have to have everything conform.
I've seen several people think of as melting snow, stripping paint. They've got uses for your sardines. I think that's what it's good for. Twisted Mopar Garage says Happy New Year to everyone. We aren't there yet, but it's coming.
Yeah,
A few more hours.
Welcome, Chad. Look at his little what did we call those things?
Yeah, celebratory.
It looks like the It's a thing I put up my thumbnail with all the little
Oh, it
New
does.
Year's things.
Yes, it does. Very nice. Good selection of emojis
Oh, I
going
see.
by.
A real Japanese restaurant makes you remove your shoes and then you sit on the floor to eat, at least here in the States. You know,
I've never been to one.
I had cousins and uncle, and they were military people, and they got stationed in Japan, and that's what they did. They sat on the floor and they ate on like a little
Oh
thing on the
no.
floor, and that's where they ate.
Tavo says he caught the wrong end of an angle grinder in the other hand, and now he's driving himself off to the doctor. Ah, I'm so sorry. Get well, Tavo. We'll see you in a bit.
Oh man.
My thumb don't want to move. Oh,
Did you get it on video?
I'm so sorry.
Oh
Did you
God.
just ask him if
You
he
got
got
it
it
on
on
video?
video?
Did
You're
you
not
get it on
allowed to
video?
show that on video anyway. I'm so sorry, hon. Go get
My
looked at.
thumb. Oh, yeah, go to the doctor. Where's the nearest doctor? He's out in the middle of nowhere in
Get it good and
Australia.
clean and get it wrapped up. Take someone with you. That's shouldn't be
He
driving.
doesn't have anybody there. He's by himself working out in the
Oh,
middle of nowhere in
jeez.
Australia.
Call a friend.
Man,
Let somebody know where you're going and what's going on.
grinders are. I worry about grinders.
I'm sorry, we got interrupted, but that was time sensitive because Tabo's
Yeah,
leaving right now to go to the doctor.
got it.
Okay.
And then grinders. You know, UTG, Uncle Tony, had a grinder fly apart one time and it went up through his face, and he never goes to the doctor. He ended up going to the doctor and had like 60 stitches or some crap
Who
in his
did?
face. Uncle Tony.
He had that many?
I don't know, it's some crazy amount of stitches. They sewed him all back together, but yeah, it was
I didn't know it was that serious.
it was a bad deal, and you know why he's careful of those things.
When you start leaking, sometimes
That's
you gotta
why
see a doctor.
That's why I watch you with a grinder and I'm nervous as hell.
I have hurt myself with grinders and drills and all kinds of things.
Tabo, it's wrapped up, rag and tape. No above, sorry, no. Oh,
The camera's never rolling when you really hurt yourself good.
that sounds like a guy in a shop though. Rag and probably duct tape and hold yourself together and drive the shop. Yeah, hopefully you're not losing much blood. Just man, he's still there talking to us. You ought to be on the road going to the doctor. What's the nearest doctor? Don't answer me. I'm just worried about
Yeah, quit talking.
how far you got to go to the doctor.
Go.
Jeez. I prefer a guard on a grinder, but I've used one without a guard. We do it all the time. And what I try to do is keep it so it's not in line with my face. So if it flies apart, it doesn't come up.
That I definitely do a lot of anymore. But usually I'm laying underneath a car and I'm trying to do this. I like here because I'm under cars less here
15
than I was
miles.
back in Pittsburgh.
Well, get with it.
Oh, well, 15 miles isn't horrible.
So,
What's that? Yeah, I know. You know, you can never do the things you need to do with that stupid guard. I'm
oh
always.
my God. A friend of mine got gutted by a flex fan. I ripped one off my Camaro after that happened. Yeah, she's got one on her Dart.
I do.
Big old 6-blade stainless flex fan. I'm a little, and she's got long hair and fingers. Okay, now in the automatic car. Yeah, good idea. Flex fans are garbage. Well, it depends. It depends on how they flex and everything. The old fiberglass ones weren't very good. Well, they pulled air, but they really didn't. They didn't straighten out like they told you they did. They just pull forward, get closer to the radiator. Steve Edwards, when the motor is running, the hand pump won't open the EGR. So the valve must be a defective unit from China. Yeah, I'd pull the valve off and bench check it.
Does it rattle when you
Tim
shake?
says if electrical tape doesn't stop it bleeding, then it's time to see a professional or get out the duct tape.
He's gonna need to flush it out real good. Ugh.
He's in a car with automatic going to the doctor 15 miles away. Man, someday they'll
Arrow
invent
says the secret to a cutoff is to keep the sparks coming towards you. Then you're in rotation,
I like what Olive
and
says
it
here.
won't explode on you.
They'll invent a grinder guard that you can really see through or work around. Yeah, I don't know. Danny Boyd flex fans are dangerous. If you're lucky, you only sever your transmission cooler lines. Super glue is good for cuts. Oh, I've done that a lot. I keep I
Stings pretty
keep
good.
I keep thin CA, like hobbyists use, model airplane CA around, and you can just touch that on something. It'll stop the bleeding if it's small. If it's big, I won't. Um,
Get patenting right now.
Cramp, you don't want to try to shift with an injury.
I had an 81 Volkswagen Rabbit. No, an 87, no, 85, and a Volkswagen Rabbit diesel with a stick shift in it, 4-speed. I broke my left ankle, and that was the only car I owned. So I had to go to work with that car. I had to shift with only one foot.
Not tester's glue. CA. Where's the CA? Is it up there? Or is it down here?
It's in a box. Why do you need it?
I was just going to show it so we all know what it is. And
Okay.
CA, you put it on your skin. It just sets immediately.
I don't think tester's glue would
Testers is the wrong thing.
I think he was just asking if it might.
Oh, testers is that stuff. The tester's glue, the good tester's glue in the red bottle or red tube, orange tube, whatever it is, not the green or the blue tube, but it actually melts styrene and melts it
Here's
together.
some zip kicker.
Well, this is the stuff that makes CA set very quickly, but it's the accelerator. But your skin will accelerate it very quick too. Peter, what's going on here with all these injuries? Some old folks swear that WD-40 sprayed on their aching joints will help with pain. I don't know about that. Danny Boyd probably gets you high. WD dries up. Need silicone spray. Man, you guys this is all the wrong stuff for medical. There's the automotive shop medical section. We can't even show that because then somebody will do it and we'll get sued because I told them to put WD-40 on their aching joints.
This is not medical advice. Talk to your doctor. Ask your doctor if Stellantis is right for you.
What is this? Only flex fans I would trust was used on factory Corvette, Big Block, Chevy, and Pontiac GTO, all these cars. I've seen a couple of Ford flex fans where there's a slice in the hood where the blade left, and what happened is it would flex and flex and flex till the stainless cracked, and then you'd chuck a piece out. I saw that in when I had the radiator shops a couple of times. I saw slices in a hood where a piece of a flex.
You need to buy me a better fan if they're that dangerous.
Mexicans people use what they have. Fish oil and WD-40 does help with stiff joints. Really? I don't know. Kim Rivian. Oh, that reminds me. Where's Ari? Has anybody seen Ari? I haven't seen Ari in a while. He's a Rivian guy.
Yeah.
He's actually a 1960 Chevy pickup guy, but he works for Rivian.
Mike N says those 80s diesel Rabbits with the 4-speed were very slow. The 5 speeds were much better. Trying to go up a bridge in that thing, you may die. Mine, someone had messed with the injection pump, and it had a little locking nut, and then you could turn the injection pump up, and it would rip. I mean, it would really go. Like, it would just roast the tires. It was cool. But it got terrible gas. But I got 42 miles to the gallon out of it, and it was tuned to go zip along. It was not bad. I think they had put new injectors in it or something, and it really went pretty good. It was a good car. I should have kept it, but it was starting to rust away, and somebody made me a good offer on it. They really wanted it, and they were like, I'll pay you this much. And I was like, okay. Yeah. Because it was rusty and I knew it needed work. Oh, that looks like my fly.
I'm downloading some pictures that you said not to show, but I'm going to show them anyway.
Oh, you can show them.
I might not leave them up very long.
No, I didn't say not to show them. I asked him what he did, and he told me. That was all.
Okay.
I didn't say you shouldn't show the pictures.
That was a mistake. It jerked, and I didn't hit the right spot.
You don't want to show those pictures?
Yeah,
Oh, you're
I'm
downloading.
downloading.
Oh, okay. Tim says I have a 99 Beetle with a diesel.
Who is this from?
Slow, but about 48 miles to the gallon. Mike N? No? Finn.
Who sent all the clutch pictures? I got to get names straight because the name on the email does not match the names up here.
Grand Pedovic says I love the 70s and 80s Sirocco as well. Yes, they're desirable cars. They were fast and they were sort of sporty looking and people kind of liked them.
Okay, here we go. Clutch.
That's a clutch.
Okay, again, my friend was leaning over the hood, hitting the throttle, and his flex fan shattered. Oh my God! It sliced him from top of belly to chest. He almost bled out. Oh my God!
Oh, good Lord! This is terrifying.
Aria's burnt out on lives, I think. Yeah, I think what's going on with Aria. My thought is he's probably overwhelmed with work and moving and everything else he said to do. Okay, so what do we got here? This is clutch pictures, Kim. There we go.
Okay. Now I can tell that that's on a Mopar.
You ask questions, and here are pictures.
Oh, those are special bolts.
And there's...
I see.
Oh, Hippie Long.
Okay, thank you, Hippie Long. Oh, that was Hippie Long who said they were going to send
Yeah, I know, but the name on the email is different.
I confused Hippie Long with someone else who was... I got projects confused in my mind, so thank you.
Gearhead says download
I have the same kind of cracking on mine, so it needs replaced. That's why I was asking, and it all worked.
Yeah, but yours has been replaced with a torque converter, so.
Yeah, that's what we did. Is we swapped over to an automatic because we had an automatic that we knew would mate to the engine, and we wanted to move forward with the project. And an automatic is good too. And we only have a 3-speed transmission.
Oops.
So I wasn't really all that upset about getting rid of the 3-speed. If it was a 4-speed, I would have figured out where to get parts to how to make it work. That clutch got a little warm. Yeah, somebody was
yeah, resurface it and send it.
Send it. Yeah, my the clutch on my Dart, when we took it apart, it was down to the rivets, which I didn't know, but it was worn all the way down the rivets, probably because it was oil soaked because of the...
So what were you cooking that you brought in meat like this 2 little pieces of cheese? Is that what I get?
Oh, just while it's in the kitchen, I cut into the block of Swiss cheese.
Oh.
Do you want more cheese? Did you enjoy
that was like a tease. Yeah, it's like...
Well, it's charcuterie. You just eat little bits of it.
Okay. What is it?
Charcuterie. When you make little cubes of meat and cheese.
Oh, I didn't know. I never heard that word.
Oh. Has anybody here ever had charcuterie? That was like all the rage. That was like a big thing. Even restaurants were doing that. They'd bring you out a slab of wood with meats and cheeses and things. That was like your whole meal even.
Okay, let's try to keep the politics down. Let's see here.
What's the politics?
Well, I've been talking about
candidates.
Well, I want to just end that. Because then what happens is you have a big old divided,
we don't want to have a big old
divided group in here, and I don't want to do that.
We can do that someday, but not here.
We're all talking about cars, and that's what we're here for. Let's see here. We're talking about different Beetles. We still had rear engine Beetles in '99. What amazes me is like Mexican Spec put up one, I think he put it up today. It was a Volkswagen bus that's a liquid cooled engine in the back because I see the radiator up front. And I think you put that up today. You want to pull up? I know you know how to do that.
Which one?
The Mexican Spec site.
Oh, yeah. I bring up Mexican Spec site all the time.
That flywheel is another thing that will grenade on you and come flying up through the floor. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I do not want to experience... That was one of the other reasons why I did not want to run...
Oh, there might be a divide already. There might be a Ford guy in here. Well, see, I've always had a lot of Fords around, but I've had a lot of everything else. And I always say, that that I do like Fords, but see that white one right there? Oh, you don't even have it up yet. It's off to the far right at the bottom. I think that was it. It's right behind me.
Which one?
That one next to me.
This one? This one?
Look up
This one?
that one.
I don't know what we're talking about. That's what I keep saying.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen bus, but it's got a liquid cooled engine in the back and a radiator up front instead of the air cooled like all the ones in the U.S. had, which is pretty interesting. So that's one of his for sale cars. But you got me right in front of the part I want everybody to see, which is the oops, where the radiator is up front. That wasn't today, but it's a clean example. You know what's funny is sometimes your what do you call it? Your Instagram stuff just pops up on my screen, and it happened to pop up today, and I don't know why it comes up not always in the same order, but
And it's a 1993.
oh yeah, they were gone by.
Wow.
So anyway, it's an interesting vehicle. It's a probably a Mexican only or at least non-US vehicle that you could now get in the US, you know.
That's wild.
Let's see, Ford, Chevy, Chrysler are all about the same. If you take care of your car. Okay, let's see. What do I have right now? I have a Chevy engine that doesn't have a car yet in the shop. Chevy it's a 350 with a 350 turbo hydro, and that'll go into something. It's a fresh engine. And then I have a Mercury Z7, which is a Ford, and then I have a Ford van. She has a Ford van. We have a couple of Chrysler A bodies. I have a Studebaker. Do we have any GM cars other than the Chevy engine? I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, I kind of like cars for what they are, you know, and they're. I do like Fox Body Fords, though. I like them a lot, and I finally got another one. I guess I feel good about that.
B&R Racing, yeah, I knew it needed a flywheel. We have two, and they're both like that. And it was like, no, we're going to have to replace that. And we looked at pricing, and we decided to go with automatic. Bear Rose says
Oops.
I had I had one explode, I guess, in a Datsun 280 many years ago. To this day, I'll never run an aluminum bell housing. Yeah, and that's what I had was an aluminum bell housing. So, I don't
Okay,
know.
I'll just put that one up right now. That Chevy will fit right in that Studi. Yeah, see, that's what. See, it's worse than that, Barrows. I have a whole subframe from a '79 Trans Am, and I already bought the Camaro engine mounts and everything for a small block Chevy. So I was going to build a frame on the back of that '79 Trans Am subframe, and then set the Studebaker on it. And I have a a uh, 10 bolt corporate rear end, which is bigger than the old 10 bolt Chevy rear ends. I got a 10 bolt corporate, and then I was going to use all the Trans Am front suspension and put that Chevy engine in it. So that's a big old project that I don't know if that's a big project. You know, I don't know if I'm going to do all that. We have so many projects. So the Studebaker's still on its original frame, so I guess I could put that in there. And that Chevy came out of a project car of somebody else's that was a 57 Studebaker, but it never drove in that car. He just got it running, and then the guy died. My friend bought it on a estate sale and pulled the engine right out of it because he wanted to put it back more like a period correct 57 Studebaker instead of having a
And
Chevy in it. And I bought the Chevy. I bought the 350
your
front end.
Studebaker will definitely need a front end rebuild because all the rubber is just
Well,
fossilized and falling out.
and those Studebaker front ends, they're like something designed in the 30s. They got this goofy steering, and it's like, yeah, it'll work, but it's I don't know. You just have to drive so much differently when you're driving something like that because they don't handle real well. Although Andy Granatelli went what 171 miles an hour on salt flats with a 289 with supercharged.
And a Plymouth Roadrunner cigarette lighter. And a partridge and a pear tree. It sounds like a cool build. Elijah. Get us a picture. We'd love to see it.
Mexican Spec says, I never felt comfortable driving the first gen Mustangs. I don't know what it was. Well, they were like a Falcon. It was a real light duty car, you know. Although I drove them around. I had a 66 convertible, and I had 67 fastback that I really liked, but I don't really like the structure and the suspension in it. But I like the way it looks, and I like sitting in them, and I like to look over the hood. And yeah, it's a nice car to drive, but really isn't that good a car. Not like the Fox bodies are. Fox body's a great car. The city frame is very sturdy. I don't think those frames, I think they're all wiggly, twisty. They're a C channel that's thin. And you know what I was going to do was take 2x4 box, 2x4 by, man, what is it, 90 thousandths? I don't think it's 1/8 inch. It might be 1/8 inch. But I was going to take that subframe from the 79 Trans Am, just build a frame on back out of steel. And then because the Studebaker is just a C channel it's not very thick. I think, like the convertible Studebakers and the what was it, the Avanti, they X-braced it to try to get some of the twistiness out of it. I felt real comfortable driving my 68 Cougar. Yeah, my 67 Cougar, same thing. They're okay. Yeah, they're comfortable. They're nice to drive, but the structure isn't as nice as some of the newer cars. Can you get our bar back? Our bar gauge, whatever you call it. Yeah, there we go. We've got some gauges and indicators and stuff here, and sometimes they disappear down the.
I'm neglecting my work as the studio technician.
Well, I look over there to see if we're actually transmitting anything, and I see nothing.
How it keeps getting scrolled back up. I don't understand.
It gets bumped or something.
I guess. B&R Racing said I had a clutch blow up in my 78 Formula Firebird 4-speed Muncie aluminum bell housing 350 Chevy 4-bill. I was 17, street racing. Hit second at 6,000. Blew a hole in the highway blacktop.
At least it went that direction.
Ooh, that's wild. Doesn't it go in all directions? What did I say? I was watching some show, some YouTube program. Oh man, they were driving a Camaro and it blew up it shattered the bell housing, and the transmission and bell housing was like hanging out of the bottom of the car. Graveyard? No, not graveyard.
Steve Edwards says, for graduating high school, my dad got me a 63 Studebaker Lark Cruiser, 4-door. Oh, well. So I assume it's gone. Oh, are you doing well in high school?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa.
The whole car shook violent and kaboom.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll bet.
Barrows, 120 wall 2x4. Is what we used to build all our frames with. Yeah, I think it's 120 wall, but it might be 90. Man, it might be 90, but I don't think so. I think it's 120 wall. But I got a lot of it, so I could use that. Dizzy Izzy's in the channel. How you doing? Kim. Oh, you're way away. She walked way away. I said, Dizzy Izzy's here. She's walked around. I don't know what she's doing. She needs to get up and walk once in a while. Right back at you, man. Danny Boyd, I regret finishing high school. I egret. Is that regret? Egret. My old neighbor Mike, older, was a drag racer, told me going to have an explosion one day. Brian, he was right. Expect my father bought me a 72 Pinto sedan with the 1.64 cylinder to go to high school. Man, you had one of those 1.6 little pushrod engines. There weren't a lot of those. I don't think there were a lot of them. I worked on a lot of old Pintos, but rarely ever saw one of those in a Pinto. I used to see that engine in, if anybody remembers what a Ford Cortina was.
I'm back.
Tim is back. Yeah, Dizzy Izzy's here.
Welcome
That's
to
about
the
he's already scrolled
Woo,
by.
woo, 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 woo.
He's already scrolled by.
Yeah,
Why can't
one piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime. You'll know it's me when I come to your town.
Yeah, Johnny Cash had a song about working in an auto plant.
Man.
She's gonna sing over top of me.
I'll have your
Yeah, I have that. I actually have that. I have a CD that has that on there. I haven't played it in a long time. I don't know if I have anything with a CD player in it anymore. I think my van has a CD player in it. I think it does, but I'm not sure. Maybe it doesn't. I ended up changing that radio in my van so it has an external input, little plug-in thing. So I don't think that one has a CD player. I don't know if I have a CD player. Oh, Danny boy, my parents were afraid to buy me a car, and rightfully so. My parents never bought me a car. The deal they had with me is they would sign for my driver's license when I was 16 if I had enough money saved to buy my own car, and if I had enough money saved to buy a year's insurance. In California, it was a year at a time. A lot of states are 6 months at a time. But I had to have the cash up front to do the whole shooting match, and I did. And when I got that car, it was a 64 Ford in 1970, and I drove it to the gas station. I think it was $4.36 worth of gas in it, because that's all the money I had left, and I was broke. I saved all that money, spent it all the same day. I had no money in my pocket, but I had some gas, and I had a 64 Ford and a job. I suspect I bought myself a Fury, but it took my 7 months to get her running. But it took my 7 months to, okay. Again, it was a base model Nissan pickup. The only option was AC. Uh-oh, I lost my place. AC, 5-speed manual. Was thrilled to have it. Steve Edwards. Kids in my high school had Porsches and Ferraris. I love driving my Pinto and my Fury. I did the work to get them going. Yeah, and you knew what you were doing. That's the fun about having something older that you fix, is that you understand the whole machine while you're driving. You just know how everything works, you know. That's the thing about flight testing with airplanes, that I had a lot to do with the design and the construction of them and everything. If I was up in the air and something malfunctioned, it's like I knew exactly what happened before I even troubleshoot it. It's like, oh, okay, I know what's going on. I just get through it, you know, because I understood the system so well. And I never had anything catastrophic that, was real bad. At 16, Dan, at 16, I was very concerned with burning rubber in the Kmart parking lot.
As 16-year-olds are, it's the most important thing to do to your parents' car. I think that's why parents buy their kids cars, so that kids won't wreck their cars. They'll wreck the kids' cars.
Steve Edwards, I would love to have gotten a Golden Hawk. When I was 16, I had the 64 Ford, and before I put wheels on it and everything, I probably didn't have it long. There's a big parking lot behind where they printed newspapers, huge blacktop parking lot. And it went onto some side street where no traffic. I had kids in my car, and we went in there and went spinning around donuts, being stupid, And I'm turning to the left, woo, going around, and the right front hubcap goes shing off like this, goes shooting off across the parking lot. So I must have had that tire, as a bias by tire, I must have had that thing folded under so far that it stripped the hubcap off the wheel. And we had to go out and chase it and get it. This stupid kid, You want to read?
I can't read.
You can't read. Kim can't read. I'm trying to finish up this.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for all your great comments. I'm reading, but reading aloud is going to
Oh, I
That's
guess
a lot of reading. You guys are typing
I guess
furiously. You're in there. Da.
I guess I could change the picture once in a while. Oh,
Yeah, show us the
I
pictures.
haven't looked at my email in minutes.
Yeah, we watched these pictures already once.
Oh,
Not
here
that
we
we
go
couldn't
more.
go for
Here we go
do
more. Who is this?
That is, I can tell you who that is. Let me just find the name and it will come when I
Oh,
see
it's
the
more
name.
pictures of this. It's more pictures.
It's not Mike N. It isn't, even though that's what wow, it's been a while since their name was in the chat.
Yeah, you're
I've
scrolling like
lost
forever.
them. I've lost them. Wow, can you believe all this
Oh yeah, this is
chat?
a busy chat.
Here, okay, go back.
Hippie Long. It's Hippie Long. Yeah, it's Hippie Long. I'm downloading them right now.
Oh wow. Ooh, I can't give away the stuff that's coming up. Like the Charger with 5 hubcaps and bullet. I don't know.
Oh God, these are some nice cars. Oh, I'm gonna have fun
You had to
showing
walk
these.
3 miles. I don't even think I would. It's worth it for beer. And then you're walking home drunk through the woods. God, the stuff people did. We got stories, Kim. Yeah, you guys do. I like it. You guys keep us entertained. I don't know if you guys are entertaining us or if we're entertaining you, but I think it's good. I'm glad we're all kind of in this together.
Okay, let's see. I've got to get.
One guy took his parents' brand new 1987 Chevy SS Monte Carlo down the train tracks to get to the beer party. Then the train showed up. Oh, man.
Okay, this is Hippie Long.
There it is. Yankered out of there.
There it is. Well, that's either a 396 or a 454 or a 427. It's a big block Chevrolet. Maybe Hippie Long can tell us what it is.
They jumped out and left the car. Oh, man. I bet you those train people were pissed. And they knew whose car it was. So, oh, man, the trouble that is.
Wrong way. What's his name? Wrong Way Corrigan. Does anybody know the story of Wrong Way Corrigan? He was a guy that wanted to fly to Europe from the U.S. and he couldn't get permission because the government had to give him permission to do that. So he decided he was going to go. He decided to make his flight from the East Coast to the West Coast instead. So he got all ready and everything, and then he flew to Europe anyway without permission. And he said he got lost. He flew to Europe. Wrong Way Corrigan. Okay, let's see here.
No power steering on that one, I can relate. Yeah, they're going to have to muscle that one around.
So now here we go. Why won't it zoom? My zoomer won't work tonight. What the heck?
I see down at the bottom corner, see where it says 75%? If you go down there, use the slider.
Why won't the zoom? Yeah, but it won't do anything.
You know what? That's a picture of a slider. They're tricking us.
So anyway, that looks like a 58 Corvette to me, but I can't tell. See, I wanted to zoom in on the deck lid and see if it had those strakes. And if it has the strakes, it's a 58. If it doesn't, it's a 59 or 60. Oh, wait a minute. Or is it a... Man, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, people. Wrong Way Feldman on Gilligan's Island. Yeah, it's probably a... Yeah, I thought One Way Corrigan ran the wrong way on a football field. Does it have strakes on the back? No, it does not. I don't think it does. So that's a 59 or a 60. And then the taillights, the lenses are missing. Or it's got lenses like for a 57. Oh, it actually could be a 57 with those lenses. Geez, I don't know. Oh, it's a 57. Okay, that's why I was going to say it has 57 taillights. And then I look up front for the dual headlights. No, those are single headlights up there. I can barely tell, but yeah, it's a 57. Okay. So then we've got the next one. Oops, wrong way again.
Oh, we didn't see Scott for 2 weeks. Yeah, his dad probably put the 2 weeks is not even that long.
What is this? What is this?
It's you could just pass on. Don't worry about it.
Okay, and then this is a big 10-4. A big 10-4.
Oh, and he's got the big CB antenna on top of it.
Big 10-4.
Big 10-4. for
Can you move your mouse?
no. Why? Where is it?
It's covering up chat.
It's covering up the number 14 in
Yeah,
someone's
yeah. This
comment.
is I was 14. Rusty asked me to move to North Carolina to work on his pit crew. Oh, okay, that's what you were reading then. Okay, and then this is. Oh, see, right now my zoomer works. I don't know why. I don't know what the problem is.
I'm not
And
sure.
you're gonna have to square that because the ass end's hanging off the edge of the green screen.
Well, I do it sometimes there to get it
There,
out.
there. Yeah, now it's right. You gotta look at the car in the background.
Yeah.
I had one of those. Mine was a 72. I don't know what year that one is, but mine was white, looked just like that. And mine was a total. Hit a deer going 100 miles an hour and wrapped the radiator around the front of the engine, but it went over the top of the frame, so it didn't hurt the frame. So then I put a front clip on it and painted it white again. And it's a pretty nice car. Got a Mopar Racing Team hat Rusty gave me, signed by him and 4 other racers on his pit crew. That's Dizzy Izzy. Okay, Kim, which way am I going here? This way? Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at the rear wheel wells.
Radius.
64.5. Yeah, I don't know which that is. I think it's a 65 from the look of the crease in the front fender, but I'm not sure. Benny, you got your ears probably ears on. Oh, it is 65. It could be 65. I think it's 65, but I'm not sure. I like the front end on the 64 better, but the 65 or 64, I don't care on the back. Same body. Galaxy 500. What, Mike N? Oh, wait, Chevy. Yeah, Chevy. Dizzy Dan. I should have taken him up on it. Okay, let's see what else I have here. I don't know. This might be the end.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I
Oh.
mean, we all have our things that we can look back on and question.
Okay, Kim, this needs a little more uncovering.
More?
Yeah, the nose
The
is
nose?
it's over the top of
I
the.
think it's too big.
There. That's a 64.
Look at that. It barely
63.
barely fits in our garage.
63 or 4 Riviera.
Nice real.
Don't know which it is.
I don't know.
Oh, man. I mean, I like that body style a lot. But there's kind of big, heavy car, but I kind of like it. Ribby. Yeah, I like that body style. I really do. And I like the 63 and 4 better than the 65. The 65 had the headlights hidden behind the little grills up in the tips of the fender, but I think they look better with the headlights in the grill, actually. Yeah, I pissed away my share of opportunities myself. Yeah, Danny Boyd, I have too. I look back sometimes, and I sometimes think I've missed stuff. Yeah, I mean that could be the clamshell or headlights. See, the 65, that clamshell on the 63 and 4 was flat on the top, and 65 it kind of peaked like this, so when they open, the headlight wouldn't be covered at all. And you might be right. That might be a 65, but I sure like the 63 and 4 better. I don't know why, just do.
One family owned. Wow. Yeah, it really does need some wheels, but other than that, it's looking pretty sharp. That food is cooling enough on the stove so that we could actually eat it.
Chrome Krylon, fix that right.
Chrome Krylon? No! No! No.
I always laugh.
I'm so guilty. I've done it.
Every few years, some company comes out with a can of spray paint that's chrome. Looks like chrome, it's chrome
The
paint.
chromest chrome you've ever
and
seen.
You spray it on, and it's once again it's silver paint.
It's silver paint. Yep.
Oh, I fell for that when I was younger. I always fell for that, and it's like, this is silver paint again.
Hey, this is silver paint. That's funny.
Mexican Spec says 3 more hours from. Okay, we got an ad coming in 1 minute.
We still have some hours to go. I don't know.
I don't
I
know
don't
what your
know.
plan is.
I
Yeah.
think we're gonna eat while we're live.
Are we? Is it okay with everybody if we eat something?
I don't care what they say. If they don't like it, they can go away. They can get their own food.
Mexican Spec says I've fallen for that too, Buff. Yeah, with me, especially with the model cars when I was, in my early teens, and I wanted something chrome, I'd buy some of that chrome paint. Of course, it was crap. Okay, 20 seconds. 20 seconds till we have. Danny Boyd says, go ahead and eat. So does Barrow says, go ahead and eat. Well, I had somebody that was in here wrote to me and criticized us for eating during the live show.
Unprofessional.
Said it was unprofessional. And I won't mention names, but somebody did that. So
Well, we do what we want.
you're talking through commercials. Oh, what is this?
We do what we want.
Oh, this is huge.
Show the people.
Show the people. Okay, maybe the commercial's over. Kim brought me something she made. I thought she was bringing me little pieces of cheese, but she brought me this. I can't tip it up too far or it'll spill onto the table. But it's some kind of stuff. She brought some kind of stuff to eat. PNR says it's your live, eat. But you gotta make me not eat. Oh, Kim, what is this stuff? It's food. I don't know. It's some kind of meat-like looking stuff.
Oh, it's pork.
It's pork. It's pork or pork sausage or something. I don't know.
I forget what the cup was called.
Oh no, it's a piece of pork. It's good. Yeah, everybody sit down and eat while you're watching live. And Danny Boyd says eat inhale this in less than a minute.
You know what? Usually we are very, it is kind of rude to eat in front of people, but you guys are at home.
What usually happens right after?
You have good foods and snacks.
What usually
the other
happens?
white meat, that's right.
Right after the live, what usually happens to me?
You get really
I go
hungry.
straight to the food.
Yeah, but the other thing is, right, okay, so last night, my
I'm
plate
just
is
gonna
the
eat.
same
I'm
as his.
hungry, so I'm gonna
Did you
eat just a
show
little
them?
bit.
Were they able to see the food? Oh, you know what? We're in the small. Maybe I should make us.
I tipped it up a little bit, but if I tip it up too far, it's going to dump the food. Oh, yeah. It's got sauerkraut,
and
green
seasoned
beans,
green beans and pork.
pork. Interesting.
You want me to
But
ban?
you make the rules. Who do you want me to ban?
So
I'm not going to say it is. He's not in here tonight, or if he is, he's just lurking.
you
But
know he's allowed to have an opinion.
He
didn't
did.
say
He
we
criticized us for eating on,
can't. I mean, I
on
don't
the
know.
show.
Maybe
I was like,
maybe
yeah,
it's a valid criticism.
I thought maybe he's right. Maybe
It's
he's
not
right.
a cooking stream,
So
so we probably shouldn't eat. And normally,
I'm not going to
would
eat.
snack now and then.
I'm not going to eat all this right now because that would be rude. But I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat a few bites of it.
Oh, that sounds good. Dizzy is you had soft tacos because it's Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday.
So, one of the reasons why we weren't really as ready as I would have liked to have been, is because I was working on the studio. I set up behind the monitors that we're looking at.
Didn't do.
What did I do?
I put it on a second camera so you can sweep it around.
Yeah.
The studio looks so much better than it did last week.
Try and get a nice even lighting in here.
Barrow says we made up a pork tenderloin as well, but on rice. Yeah, I can't have much rice. Just little. Mexican Spec. I'm not going to say who it was.
Yeah, you shouldn't have even brought it up,
Well,
honestly.
straight him out.
That's not nice.
He's okay. It's just when I get criticism like that.
He takes his criticism
It's like, man, maybe I shouldn't have done that. We did some little thing like ate some little. I know what we were eating that night. You had a couple of those pieces of string cheese, and we ate them on the show. And then afterwards, I thought, man, maybe that was rude. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, I did. I ate birthday cake. That was unprofessional.
Yeah. But
He
you know
wants
what?
to know.
But you know what? Mexican Spec,
It was my birthday.
you know the guy. I'm not saying anymore. I'll private text you later. Oh,
You do know who he means. That's right. Um, sounds like a war zone outside. I guess they're lighting the fireworks. So I worked on the studio for an hour and a half. I had to hang like a board up high across the room to hang light reflectors so the light would come up behind the TVs and light the ceiling.
so she can't. Oh, so she doesn't want to hear us chewing.
Oh, if you hear us too much chewing, let us know. We will adjust the mic.
Yeah, we're at a New Year's party. People eat.
But the other thing, other than working on the studio today, last night, I think I've already told this story tonight. So if you heard it, pardon me. I had a problem and I crashed the streaming computer in the studio up at the garage. In the studio up there. I unplugged it while it was doing an update. I didn't know that's what was going on, but it went into BitLocker mode, locked me out, would not recover. I had to go and figure that out. I spent 2 hours trying to figure out how to work through BitLocker. BitLocker would not, like, it tried to do the BitLocker recovery a couple times. Wouldn't work. I had to reinstall Windows. So we were up at the shop till what, 4 in the morning. After 4.
It was 4:30 when we left the shop.
And so I was there anyways. I wasn't just going to stare at the computer screen while the little thing goes around. It's counting. It's saying progress X number of percent. But you can't walk away from it because it keeps asking you to... You know, if you walk away for it for 5 minutes, it'll come up and ask you a question. If you don't answer, it'll go to sleep and it'll crash and the whole thing. So I just kept working on the... Sounds like a gorilla chewing bark off a tree.
Be quiet. Just no noise. Oh, it is showing on the mic. The chewing shows on the mic. Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop.
We're gonna walk a little further away from the microphone.
No. I just wanted to see if that was doing that. That mic will pick up anything. I'm sorry. That's all I really want right now. That took the edge off the Grumbellies.
I was busy working on the studio and didn't eat anything today. And if I don't eat, it would have to be done streaming. So, and I don't want to be done streaming. I'm having fun. You guys are hanging out. It's New Year's Eve.
Excellent Spec says I can't hear the chewing. I would say that's because he's drinking too much, except he doesn't drink. So, yeah, I don't know.
We don't even have drinks.
When I chew and I see the bar graph on the microphone moving, it's like, whoa, that's not good. Danny Boyd says, I wish I had some fireworks. Why didn't you buy fireworks? Kim, this is so good. I want to chew some more of it. I don't want to chew it, but then it tastes good. I want a little more of it.
Really, it's only like a 5-minute break. We won't be eating long. You guys are okay. Come on. Work with us here. Well, I can't not eat. And he's diabetic. He has to eat too. If we're doing a long stream, we have to keep up our energy.
Oh, this might be too windy to launch in our yard tonight. Yeah, launch something. It goes, where'd it go? Then you hear fire trucks.
Can anybody relate when you were young and dumb as a kid? Did you ever take the little bottle rockets that were on the stick and light them and shoot them at your friends?
We never did that.
The first time I saw someone do that, I thought it was the dumbest, most idiotic, chaotic, troublesome thing I'd ever seen. But then, like the next year, I got some bottle rockets and like trying to hit your friend with a bottle rocket. And then at the end, they have a report where they go pop real loud. It is one of the more hilarious things to do to somebody. Oh. It's, if you accidentally hit somebody in the hair and it blows up right in their ear, they could get hurt. So don't do it. But it was hilarious.
When a cat just came in, what's cooking? Oh, we just went through a whole thing about this, about eating on during the live, and
hey, one-eyed cat.
Whether we should be doing that or not. But Kim cooked something that was really good.
pork and sauerkraut and beans as a dinner for us because it's New Year's Eve, and I guess it's good luck to eat pork and sauerkraut on New Year's Day. But I couldn't wait. I needed to eat something. I haven't eaten all
And I,
day.
I was really hungry, so I had a little, but I'm going to just save this and heat it up later because I don't want to sit here chewing and chewing and chewing. Yes, that and Saturn missiles, Roman candles. Dizzy Izzy, hanging with friends on New Year's Eve, drinking, joking, and smoking.
That's awesome. Thanks for
All right,
being here
Cat,
with
we
us.
did Roman candles after dark.
Oh, cool.
Uh, yeah, we probably won't be doing any of that stuff. For one thing, I didn't buy any this year. But
It's really tender. Hilltop has such good meat.
this little local grocery store, we were there yesterday, and Kim was saying, oh, they're kind of expensive, but they have a meat department, butchers and everything, and
Butcher there.
their meat's inexpensive compared to everywhere
They
else.
actually
And
have a butcher there.
And they will ask you what you want, and I think they'll custom cut it for you.
They
I don't
will.
know. And we buy our meat there, and it's always good.
Like when you go to Walmart, there's no butcher. All that stuff comes prepackaged, and they just set the packages out in the cooler.
Danny Boyd, I lit a bottle rocket while driving a Buick and aimed it out the window at my friends up the road in a Ford Ranger, and it hit the tailgate. Try to do that twice. Who else was I seeing up here? Something I wanted to. Can you scroll back? I missed something that I wanted to comment
Roman
on.
candles and Saturn missiles.
Further up, this one, Donna's. Danny 8, I'm useful and Donna's a 58-year-old. There's something I thought I don't know. Oh, it's Mex inspects said he went somewhere on the 28th and had to pass an alcohol check post. The officer asked if I have been drinking, and I said I never drink. So they do that in Mexico. Okay. I don't know. I can't find it. Just
Your
I know what it
Labrador-
was. It was less of a Sabre. New Year's resolution: fix brakes and suspension on my 2001 LeSabre. Yeah, put some brakes on your car. Okay, that was it.
KJ Kylie says that her Labrador loves loud bangs. Is that true, or is it the opposite of it? A lot of animals get really scared, but that'd be cool. They might get really excited
I
when they
lit
hear
off.
bangs because
I
they know
lit
it's
off
going to be fun.
What do they call those things? A silver salute or something out here on the porch. We had a cat, and the cat did a double flip.
Oh yeah.
I felt kind of bad because I did it when the kids were younger, and they knew I lit it, and they were like, it was bang, ear ringing, bang. But I forgot the cat was there, and that cat went up and did like a whoop and came back down.
See, one-eyed cat knows about the pork and sauerkraut. See, because they're from up there,
Where's that?
up there in the Pennsylvania zone.
Where I missed that? Where is it? Oh,
Right
there.
See,
Oh, okay.
It's New Year's tradition.
See, I didn't know that.
What nationality does that come from? I think it comes from my mom's family, and they were from Lithuania. I think that's where it comes from. I don't know.
Both my parents, see, my father was born in Florida, but by the time he was 2, man, that's when the Depression started. His mother died, 2-year-old, his mother died. And his father took his 2 boys to live with cousins for a year. And then the father which my grandfather went to New York City and got a job there, beginning of the Depression. And my dad said then he came back out to California and picked him up at the cousins. Man, he had a Model A. Can you imagine? Go all the way to California and back to New York, get a Model A, get his kids. So my father ended up growing up in New York City, and so did my mother. So I don't know the traditions they had. New York City's kind of there's all different people there from all over the world. So don't know. I can't think of anything we did special on New Year's. I don't know. I know they used to let us stay up sometimes and watch the ball drop in New York City. But that was 9 o'clock in the evening in California.
Olive says, I ended up caught in an artillery battle with some townies on a beach once. They started it. I had someone set up covering fire and we stormed. Nice. Not real artillery. The
Oh,
fun kind.
Mexican Spec says there is a butcher at our Walmart. He will repackage something if you want it. Mexico. It's
That's cool. I'll bet you there
probably
are
more.
some.
I bet in Mexico you can get more specialized, more personalized service on a lot of things that are just because the culture's different.
And I'm sure there's some places in the States here that they still have butchers at some of the Walmarts.
Man, I know
The
they
one here
do.
is big, and or maybe during the day they have one.
Well, my son, when we first moved to Tennessee, my son hit a deer.
Hmm.
In his, he had a Toyota uh, Seneca van, I think that's what it's called.
Hmm.
And he bent the front of the van, and he was upset over it. And Highway Patrol came, and then they let him go and everything, and he was all done. And everybody goes, "Well, the Highway Patrol was there. They could have signed for you, and you could have taken the deer." And he didn't know that. And he goes, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." And then you take the deer to Walmart, and they butcher it for you. And my son's like shaking his head. He goes, "Nowhere but Tennessee." So I don't know. Maybe there's a Walmart where they'll do that. I don't know. But yeah. So
Les-
I don't think they do here. I don't know.
Lester Saber says, as kids, they would soak sparklers in oil, makes giant oil smoke cloud. I would
Oh,
think
geez.
so. Does they still sparkle though? Boy, that would be hard to light. Uh, Olive says, my kitty friends don't tend to get alarmed when I'm not alarmed at things. Yeah, pets know. If you don't seem upset, they probably. Uh, KJ Collie says, Labradors love shotguns and dead ducks.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Maybe it's bred into them to sort of be calm around gunshots. So that would absolutely be like a critical thing for them to be if they're going to be retrievers. Yeah, cool. I don't know that much stuff about dogs, but that makes really good sense. He would love shooting bottle rockets back at us out the driver's side window as he drove.
read what Dizzy
Nice.
Izzy just wrote, just below that.
Something, oh, Halloween night.
On Halloween night, 1976, cruising back roads with Chris Cox and his 69 Roadrunner, someone tossed a full-size dressed dummy in front of us, doing 70 miles an hour. We thought we killed someone.
Oh my God.
Jeez,
Don't ever do that to someone.
that's a terrible thing to do to somebody.
Don't ever do that to someone. That's horrific. That's terrible.
Dizzy as he seen the white gloves hit the hood, scared the pee out of us. Yeah, I bet it would.
It would. That's crazy. Sienna van.
That's sort of a
Spec says.
Sienna van. What did I say? Central van? I don't remember what I said. Yeah, it was Sienna
You
van.
get out of the country and there are real butchers and cattle worth butchering. Danny Boyd, darn right. The meat from the Hilltop store here, which is like the nearest grocery store to us, I think. It is so good. It's because they probably buy the the meat local and then they have a butcher. I think they might have a couple people who work in the meat department there, and it is just way better than the Walmart. It just doesn't taste as good, and the texture's not as good.
You
Like
know what we have
I
near
didn't do
here?
anything special to this meat. It is so tender,
Near
flavorful.
near where we live, it's a little bit of a drive, but it's out in the country. There's a grass-fed beef place, and you go out there, and they have their beef that are all grass-fed, and you can buy the meat there. And I keep telling Kim, let's go out there, let's go out there. Of course, we're busy, so it's easier to go up to the grocery store. But I'd like to go out there sometime and buy. They have beef, they have chicken, they have pork.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got to go out there sometime.
Um, One-eyed cat says trick with pork and sauerkraut is hot dogs and lumpy tatties. Yeah,
What is that?
lumpy mashed potatoes would be really
Oh,
good with this right now.
oh, is that what
But
that
he
is?
can't really eat
Why
mashed
are
potatoes.
you
They're
so
way high in carb.
why are you so
Carb.
you're like off the edge of the green screen. I don't know what's going on there. Did we move something?
There's a leg here, and when I'm eating,
Oh,
I'm
so
trying to
your
sit
face
at
is
the
like
table.
halfway off. I didn't know why you were like that. Okay. Mexican spec says mom and pop places are all over around me. Butchers, chicken and pork. All I want. Yeah, I bet Mexico probably has some good. There's probably some really good things about Mexico. And then when you talk about trying to go somewhere, but the bad guys are raising hell. You had to kind of lay low for a while. But I bet there's a lot of good in Mexico. A lot of good cultural things.
2 million deer? There's no way.
That seems like a lot. I've never hit a deer, but I had one broadside me, and then you had one broadside you in the Jeep. You got like whack on the side of the
That
Jeep.
is not the first time a deer has hit me in my life.
And so she never found the deer. I saw the deer. I was in a PT Cruiser, and the deer came from this side. I just saw something move out of the corner of my eye, and it was a snowy dirt road in Ohio, and I was only doing like 35 or something. And I saw this deer's face like right here, whack in the window, and then off it went.
That happened to me. That happened to me in a Chevette. I was driving from Pittsburgh to West Virginia. And a deer, I saw it running and running and running and running and running. And I thought, there's no way that deer is going to run across the highway and hit me. Man, across the highway hit me right in the side of the window, scared the living snot out of me. And then another time, a deer hit me. I was driving an S10. The deer hit me. I did not hit the deer. I know for a fact because the dent was in my front fender, not in my front bumper. He ran into the side of my truck. Like, what the heck? And then the same thing happened in the Jeep. 3 deer have hit me in my life. I've never hit a deer.
Buff, did you think Taddy's was a naughty word? You know what I thought it was? I thought it was a misspelling. I thought it was a typo because I didn't know what it was. Never heard of that.
I wasn't sure if I should say it because I was worried that the thing that makes the text to chat to text, I was worried it might flag that word, but I knew what he meant, and I wanted to think. I was thinking about them potatoes. That sounds so good. The real lumpy ones. You put some sour cream in them, lots of butter.
Man, I love potatoes.
I hope you all had something to eat.
I'm not supposed to eat potatoes. I ate one the other night, but you know what happens? My blood sugar went low, and I didn't realize what was going on. But I ate a few things with carbs in it, and man, I all of a sudden I was feeling better. I should have recognized that, but I didn't.
Mexican spec. I was going from Pittsburgh to. It was in West Virginia. I was living there. You would think I would remember the name of that little town. Not very memorable, huh? Oh, now I gotta get a map. Let's see.
Tim says so many of the smaller local businesses here in Colorado are closing. Yesterday we went to our favorite Chinese restaurant closing tonight. 35 years there. Wow.
That's horrible.
Man, I went to a sushi restaurant here with my youngest son last week. Man, it's just all Japanese people. And I just, I'm the only one in there, I'm not Japanese eating there with a fork. Everybody else has got chopsticks. But I don't want to use that because I'll fling the food across the room accidentally. So I ate with a fork. But that is like you drop stuff on the floor. That's okay. It just needs to be cleaned off. Huntington.
The place where I lived was right here. I'm in the wrong screen to zoom. Was Parkersburg.
Oh, you're in Parkersburg,
West Virginia.
You're right on the Ohio line.
Yeah, right near the river. I worked in a machine shop there, Parkersburg Tool Company. I don't know if it still exists. And for 3 months that year, I ran an industrial grinder on drilling equipment. So you think a little 5-inch angle grinder? This was a 9-inch grinding disc. It was like one of those great big grinders, like this big around, and you had to hold it like up under your shoulder, manipulate it on these big steel. They look like big, like the old style, the old style push clothespins. They kind of looked like that. And they used them to make oil drilling equipment for global markets. And Parkersburg Tool Company at that time was making the best drilling equipment in the world. And I was doing literally the most critical process in the owner of the company, he said, this is the most important. If you do not do your job properly, when these are spinning in the drill, they will heat up. If there's any imperfections, it will cause a hot spot on this drill bit while it's down in the ground. It will lose its temper, twist and break, and ruin the whole process. Easily costing, days of delays, tens of thousands of dollars. Like, you got to do this right. So, I did that.
There's some funny stuff here.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, the last thing Mexican specs is I sold Chevettes used, but I would never drive one on a highway.
No! That Chevette was awesome.
And then One-Eyed Cat wants you to look up Grassaway, West Virginia. Exit 62 off I-79 South. But then I look over at that map you have there, and there's a place called Coolville that looks to me like it's in Ohio. But I lived in Ohio. I never knew about that. Mexican spec says I eat potatoes with every meal. I can't eat much else being gluten-free. Yeah, see, I love potatoes, but the carbs are pretty high, so I can't be eating potatoes. Like I said, I ate one when my sugar went low. Man, that was so good. Okay,
Gasaway?
Says
Oh, I'm messing up.
Gasaway.
Is that like Dino?
Jeez.
Let's see.
Gasaway. Maybe he's joking with you. Yeah, it sounds like some kind of medicine. Gasaway.
Ask your doctor if Gasaway is right for you. All right. Okay. Oh gosh, can you imagine all the warnings for that? Warnings: Gasaway may cause.
Where is that?
Clarksburg, Parkersburg. Oh, Gasaway is not too far from Parkersburg.
Okay, so
it's
there. It's a triangle between Charleston and Parkersburg and over there. Okay, so you got to
literally the middle of nowhere.
Let's zoom in on that. Let's see what it looks like. That's a little tiny place. Why does he want us to look up Gasaway? Oh yeah, it's right by I-79. There's a Mike Hotel.
Right by Little Otter.
Yeah, this. Where are we at here? I'm really lost on the. I really lost my place on the chat. Sorry, everybody.
Oh, Barrows works at a plant that does potatoes. Idahoan. I see. She hoes her merry land. You ain't got no worry about your wife. Whoa. Danny Boyd. I can't just.
But then he reads the second part. You need to worry about me in your kitchen.
French fries. Oh.
Man, you guys making me hungry. Wish I could eat.
Meth, Virginia. Oh, unfortunately, I think there's a lot of problems with that in West Virginia. There's not a lot to do, I guess. I don't know.
Spec, man, I can't imagine foods pushing me away, but hard shell corn shells might. Really? Oh, I like those. And some of those, the little tiny ones, are only 7 grams of carbs, so I can eat 2 of those, and I do that occasionally. Eat the yellow corn shells. And Kim will make some meat and some cheese and things to make tacos, and I can actually eat 2 of them. And then after that, I take lettuce and I fold the lettuce in half like a taco and put all the stuff in that.
Oh, One Eyed Cat says the homestead is 18 miles and 45 minutes from the local Kroger, so near nothing. And One Eyed Cat says we turn the corner uphill to the right at that church, heading into the holler. Oh,
That
so
place.
they have
There's the church.
they have a place. The family homestead is in Gasaway, West Virginia. And when I talked about Parkersburg, they thought of home. Well, that's
I
cool.
see. I see.
Thank you for sharing that. That's cool to know. See, we get to know each other here. We start to learn. We met them at previous events. We all had feel like family, a little bit like family when we get together. It's nice. It's something. It's really something to look forward to. To have friends. They're people who you wouldn't get to see. They're far away, but you know they're going to be at this event. So every year you think, oh wow, I can't wait to go there. We're going to get to
Oh,
see everybody
ads.
again.
We got ads going.
Some people might get ads. I apologize for that. Mexican Spec says, come on, Kim, this is the last day of the year. We promise to behave tomorrow.
I'm just letting the commercial go. Then I'm gonna say something.
Mike N says, I'm from Louisiana. We all live on houseboats and wrestle gators, right? I mean, that's what happens there, right?
That's what I was gonna read. Was Mike M's. I have a
Welcome
good.
to the stream, Wendy.
I have a very good friend that lives in Louisiana. Lives in a city called. I was just gonna say it. I can't think of what it is now. Eunice, Louisiana. And he had a body shop there for years, but he's a year older than me. It's a guy I knew in the Air Force, and here we are, 50 years later. We still stay in touch. And I've been to his house many times over the years. If I was flying somewhere and flying through Louisiana, I always like kind of move over and land at in Eunice, and we'd go do something. So what? Wait, that is Chapel Hill Church. Oh shit, my mother is buried there. Really?
Well, I hope we
Wow.
didn't dig up any unpleasant memories. I'm sorry for your loss, but I hope she's at rest, at peace.
Tim says my wife's a diabetic. We eat sweet potatoes, brown rice. It's different than white rice. Yeah, I got to really watch the carbs. I just watch carbs on everything, and I can keep my A1C down to where it should be.
He didn't take care of it at all before.
Oh, I got the
So
point right.
over the last couple years, he's learning a lot of different things that he can try. I need to get him to test his blood sugar a little more often so we can understand how
Yeah.
different things affect it.
I just when I was working out on the road a lot, it's really hard to be a diabetic and eat properly because you're eating in restaurants. And, yeah, I let everything get away from me. It hurt me.
KJ Callie says she got a Domino's ad. So Domino's Pizza, we
Yeah.
are now funded, supported, sponsored by Domino's Pizza. So, I guess if you guys like to order Domino's Pizza, tell them that Buck Del Campo and Kim Fixes Things sent you next time you go.
Mike Kent says I'm not
From
too far
YouTube.
from Eunice. It's about 90 minutes from me. Yeah, I think he still does some body work, but his body shop is, I mean, yeah, he's kind of semi-retired guy. But he always wanted to go live in the mountains out in the West because we were out in the Air Force out in California, and he really liked the mountains. But he bought some property up in the mountains, and every year he'd go out to, man, it's either, I think it was Montana where he ended up going to, and he just looked forward to that every year. And he was always going to move there, but he spent his whole life in Eunice, Louisiana, fixing smashed cars.
Danny Boyd says his New Year's resolution will be to sober up tomorrow. Tomorrow is a good day to never get around to it.
What is this? Dizzy Izzy, my New Year's resolution is no carp fishing, same as the last 50 years. You know about
I'll bet you I don't catch a single carp this year coming.
the spillway in Pennsylvania up north where you live?
I
You ever been
told
to
you about Linesville.
Linesville? Yeah, and I've been to that place
Has
many
anybody
times.
ever been to Linesville? I'm going to look it up.
Linesville, yeah, and the carp come and and you buy loaves of stale bread and you feed the carp. And yeah, I used to take kids out there all the time. We really had a good time. That was a fun place to take kids, you know.
There's pictures.
Yeah, the spillway. There's birds, but where's the carp? Carp are on the.
Yeah, where's the fish?
We don't want to see
The
the
fish
birds.
is the part everybody. Oh, no. Canadian geese a nuisance. Your pop up is a nuisance.
Okay, yeah, just look up the spillway. Where's the fish? That's a terrible picture of the spillway.
I guess it's hard to take pictures of the fish, isn't it? Oh, there's the fish.
Yeah, they're like all on top of each other.
See these fish? The ducks walk on the fish.
The ducks actually walk on there. The fish are so thick. And then everybody buys these stale loaves of bread and they throw pieces out there. And the kids love it. Yeah, Tim says he's been there.
And the fish flap up on top of one another to
yeah,
get
yeah,
to the fish.
They just climbing on top of each
they're
other.
long. They're big carp. They're like big, and they're thick with them. And they're not just over at the spillway. They're all along. There's a nice boardwalk and everything like that. Anywhere you throw bread in the water, the fish just jump out of the water, and there's tons of them. It's crazy. Mexican Spec will spend more time with his niece. That's awesome. Teach her about cars. Maybe.
I don't know where that is.
Oh.
I'm lost.
Yeah,
Pymatuning Lake. Yep. KJ Kylie knows where it is.
There you go. Yeah, anybody in Pittsburgh has been. That's like a good day trip.
Mrs. One-Eyed Cat is here too.
Yeah.
Mrs. One-Eyed Cat.
She's got wings in the air fryer.
Yeah. No, I'd never messed with an air fryer. Gotta do that sometime. You know what? I was out in Oregon and I was in a hotel that didn't have microwaves, and I was trying to eat the right stuff. So I was struggling with how to heat those little tortillas and things. I was just struggling with it. So I went to Walmart and I found the cheapest little toaster oven, and I took it to my room and used it for a few weeks in the hotel. And I was in my car, so I drove home and I brought it with me, and I have it here in the kitchen. And I think Kim uses it every day. When I got back here, it was just, I thought I'd never use it again. And it was like a $29 toaster oven or something. And Kim uses that thing every day. Oh, man.
Yeah, I do.
Mike N., those Asian carp, you got to watch them. They fly out of the boat and break your face while you're underway in your boat. It's an invasive species here.
Oh, no way. Dizzy Izzy says, I caught a 12-pound carp on a cane pole when I was 6 or 7 at Lake Wapapello.
I've heard you can't eat carp. Then I've heard other people say you can.
You got to know how to cut them up, or else they'll get. Somebody said they have a mud vein in them. Anyways, if you cut them wrong, they spoil real weird. You got to know how to do it. And I don't think they're the best fish to eat. I think the bones are not so great. I don't know. If you know how to eat them and you're hungry, then they're great.
And Dan asked the question of the night. Where's Dean? You know, we asked that question earlier, and we're thinking, it's New Year's Day down there, and maybe he's busy with something.
Mexican Spec says his niece is graduating next semester. I imagine she was a little girl. She's almost 25 now. And you missed 9 years of her life. Well, there's no time like the present to reconnect, and especially if she is willing. And I hope that goes good for you. That sounds like a great resolution. Yeah.
Again, air fryer, convection oven is the same thing.
An air fryer is a hair dryer.
It's a hair dryer?
It's a hair dryer in a box.
Enclosed?
Yeah. It's very over, but they work really good. It works pretty good, especially if you want something to be crispy quickly without turning on the regular oven.
It's like hitting something, and palo is hair palo. Oh, palo. I remember that. Grade school. Oh, palo. In elementary school, we had to take Spanish for a couple of years, like kindergarten and first grade and second grade. And we had a woman named Mrs. Umbertus, and she'd come into the classroom and she'd teach us Spanish. I remember that really well. I don't know how I remember. I pull up stuff like that,
Oh.
But somebody I met yesterday, I can't remember their name, you know. Oh, you brought up more Mexican spec.
What else you got good new Mexican spec?
What's that fox body
Let's look
there?
at some
What's
of
that
these.
fox body right there?
Let's look at a couple of these Mexican
What's that
spec cars.
fox body right there? The one below the Volkswagen bus. That one.
This black one.
Yeah, what is that?
That
Oh, it's
is
convertible. Convertible. Boo.
You
Oh,
don't
but
like
I like the
convertibles?
nose. I like that. I
Well,
like the
let's
early
look.
ones.
What's interesting about it that it's a 5 liter
Oh, there's probably a lot of people like convertibles. I mean, it's fun on a nice warm day.
and it's
like
a manual transmission.
if you're, oh man, they get all the good stuff.
One owner car with 102,000 miles. So it's like more of a survivor than a restoration.
What year is that? 85.
85. And it says it's a US spec Mustang.
Oh, it's a US spec Mustang.
But it's really
Oh,
nice
look at
condition.
that. Look at that. That looks pretty nice, doesn't it?
Yeah. Boy, your phone just keeps on buzzing.
Oh, it does. I didn't even hear it, and I looked over there, and yeah, somebody's texting crap out of me. One of my so-called friends is a beggar. Oh, it's a GT. It's an 85 GT stick shift. I don't like that. I don't like those big steering wheel covers, but those peel right off.
Yeah. Well, it's either covering up a damaged steering wheel or keeping a nice steering wheel nice.
Oh yeah, it's a US spec speedometer. Hey, Mexican spec. I don't know. I said I wasn't in a hurry, and I'm still not in a hurry. But if you get a chance to find me a price on one of those speedometers, because sometime in the next few weeks I'm going to have that. When Kim's car's done, we're going to have to have my car in there.
Did we look at this one already?
And I'm going to have the dash all apart. I don't think so. Oh, look at that Valiant wagon. And it's a Mexican spec. It's a Mexican spec. 66 Valiant. Tavo. Waiting. Small Bush Hospital doesn't have a doctor on site on public holidays. On-call doc on the way in. See, you're sitting there in the hospital right now on our live. Bleeding. I hope the bleeding stopped. Oh, see that green car right there?
This one?
Yeah, lowrider. Look at that. That car, and then scroll through the pictures and find the interior. That thing has I mean, I don't really like the style lowriders, but I like the workmanship. Look at that. Holy crap. Somebody did that.
So that would not be my choice of colors.
That's what I said. I'm not really into the lowrider style, but the workmanship the
workmanship
is always incredible.
Like
you know,
the whole car is in that color. Woo, man, that's pretty all right. That's something special. I would rather go with like an orange, red, terracotta kind of.
Yeah, I'm thinking
theme.
Mexican spec. I'm
guess,
thinking this thing will end up in East LA. Man.
Yeah, or that's where it came from. It's hard to say. Look how clean that brown Malibu is. All right.
See, when I was in the Air Force, I had a good friend that was from East LA, and I'd go down there with him. And, you know, like he had a 64 Chevy that was 64 Chevy that was lowered. All his friends had lowrider cars. No, that's what do you call it?
A brown Malibu?
It's one of those things your mother had. Okay, there it is, brown Malibu. Talo, yeah, nurse has it all kind of cleaned up for now. Well, that's good. So you got some attention on it.
3-speed manual transmission in 1980.
So, Tavo, is it something that's going to need some
that's
sutures?
a nice looking car.
Yeah, it's a 2-door. That's pretty nice.
I'm gonna push it up so you can see. It looks good.
Oh, Mexican spec says the other one. Oh, that's got those wheels on those Mexican wheels you can't get here. Those are aluminum wheels. They're kind of Mexican thing.
The other one? Oh, this one. There is another one. There is another.
Oh,
one.
And that's got wheel covers on it. But it's a clean. Look at the paint. Man. Well,
Clicking on the wrong.
You got the pointer on the wrong screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't see more of the grill in this picture, anyways. Just checking.
Yeah, Mike Kent
The
says,
paint on this is
not my
really
favorite color, but I
nice.
would gladly drive that bad boy.
Oh, and the interior looks good too. That's in the trunk.
Adviso.
Yeah,
Cycle warning. Oh, look at that. An inline 6 in that. I didn't know they ever put inline 6s in those. That must be a Mexican thing. Oh, yeah, they outlawed the V8s. What year is that one? 81. Oh, no, that might have been before then. I don't know.
Oh, Dizzy Izzy wants to see the red 65 Valiant. We'll do that. Where was it now? Oh, there it is. Let's check it out. It says 65 Mexican spec Plymouth Valiant, 225 slant 6 with a 3-speed manual. Shifter on the floor.
Tavo says, yes, absolutely, stitches in order. Doc has to look to see if there's any real damage before zipping it up.
Yeah, if you can't move your fingers, there could be tendon damage. Well, that's a terrible picture. Okay, there's a better one.
Tavo, you're making me hurt just sitting here thinking about it. I hope you're okay, man.
Well, next time you pick up that grinder, you remember that fear of pain. That's what keeps you from getting hurt.
Hire a grinder boy.
Wouldn't want to have a kid do the grinding.
No.
That's how I learned.
Oh, that's got the good steering wheel. Yeah, you need like a steel chain suit or something so the grinder doesn't come through.
I'm not mad at it. They put this car together just fine.
Oh, look at that.
What about it? It's
there you go.
6.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that and not see like some big, well, I like big V8 stuff in them, of course, like One-Eyed Cat has, because his is different. But, you know, we're working on a lot of those, so when I see it, it's like, oh, look at that. I want to see, can you move your head a little bit? I want to see what that battery hold down looks like.
It has none.
It has none. Okay, so I can't use that
as a zip tie.
Can't use that as a sample.
Krager's look great on. I didn't even notice the wheels.
Thomas says that's an ugly rear when you get used to the Aussie 63 through 65s.
I think the rear end of that car looks okay.
You could put nice big like Cadillac fins on that.
No.
They just weld right on there. Look at home. Nah, probably not.
Yeah, the interior looks good. I like those seats. And
Tavo says later, folks. Doc want my attention.
All right, Tavo.
Well, he's there. That's good.
Give us an update whenever you're better.
Yeah. Come back and tell us how you are. Wow. In 13 minutes, it will be 2025. I'm an old man. I'm drunk. It's no wonder that the world is such a
Oh,
show.
no. I mean, it is. It is. But that's not why.
So pretty soon, Dan, and we're going to be in different years. It's drifting across the country now.
Danny Boyd. Where is Danny Boyd that he's
in
oh, it is almost 11 here.
He's in
almost 11 here?
He's in Southwest Ohio.
Oh, wow.
He's like around Dayton area somewhere.
We ate and the time just whipped by. Cuz it felt like it was dragging a little bit. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think it's cuz I was so hungry and I was like anxious a little bit like
well, when I saw you get up and go in there and start cooking, I know you were
hungry.
You're hungry.
I was like, there's going to have to be something to eat when we are done. But, like, I couldn't wait. I was like, it'll be, no. That's nice in those colors, and I don't care much for bright red. No, I mean, that looks good in the red and white.
Yeah, it does. That's a nice looking car.
I like it.
And I like the Kragers, too.
You know what's different on that I'm not used to? Is, see how there's a chrome strip that leads into the back bumper?
Yeah. Oh, I remember those. I forgot about
it. I've never noticed that on a car before.
And then
it stood out for me. For
Leslie Saber says, "Where's the center part of the bumper?" It's there. It's just got a kind of a lower cutout for the license plate, I think.
The center part. You know what? I don't know. Like my car has the bumper is there, but I know my car the back bumper is different than the earlier cars. So I don't know if there's supposed to be one there or not. They were lighter back then. Oh, fired a test shot, but we have too much wind here for our mortars to be safe, says Olive. Well, you'll just have to put it off till tomorrow. I'm sure the neighbors will not have any choice in the matter. They'll call the cops, and by then you'll be done. Oh man, a couple years back, one of my neighbors, they went to town. I mean, they bought all the stuff. And they started lighting that stuff off, and man, did the cops show up fast. They were like, nope. That was when I was in Pittsburgh, and some of the bigger stuff is against the law. But you go over the state line, and you can get it all from Ohio. And people routinely do it, but it's against the law to do. And I guess they got themselves in a bunch of trouble.
Dr. Go, good evening. Happy New Year to all from Dr. Go and Mrs. Go.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping in. What are you guys doing on the New Year's Eve? Boy, it's almost are they in our time zone?
Dr. Go should be in our, well, I don't know where they are, but if they're home, they're in our time zone. They're in Central Time, right? Dr. Go, you're in Central Time?
Maybe it's a reflection too. Yeah, you know what? Now you got me curious.
You're gonna look at other pictures.
I am gonna look at other pictures, and I'm gonna see if they have a different, if they have a different rear end on the 65 US spec, bumper.
Danny Boyd, what are you drinking?
It looks exactly the same.
It's got like a little raise up thing there where the license plate goes.
Yeah, it looks the same on this eBay listing. Oh, you can't see it.
Yeah, Dr. Goes to Central Time. So you just watched the latest Joker movie. Intense. Mexican spec, I'm in Mountain Time at this time of year. Oh yeah, I guess you would be. You're on that side of the Gulf, California.
It looks the same. I think it's the same. But anyways, I set my other screen up. I wanted to be.
Danny Boyd says, "I'm sorry, but I'm kind of a drunk." That's okay. I don't have anything against it. It's just
we forgive you.
I just can't
it's
anymore.
A holiday.
My thing is the diabetes. It'll freaking kill me, So I just had to stop taking a swig once in a while. Although every once in a while I'll taste something because especially mixed drinks, I like them. Or my son, when he's in town, he has he likes all the different craft beers and everything. So I'll take a little shot glass and put a little bit of beer in the bottom of the shot glass and just try it, But I can't just sit there and drink a beer. My blood sugar will go off scale. MX.
Dizzy Izzy's Vagrant is 500 plus horsepower, and it's got it. He's not pulling your leg. It's pretty cool. I lost the chat. Didn't follow it.
I'm sort of lost too. Oh God, it'll kill you without the diabetes.
Right, the gin will get you. Yep. Go easy. Although, seasonally or whatever. I don't know. I quit drinking when I was like 23. And it's a good thing. Look how well preserved I am.
I missed actually what you said because I was reading it.
I said, look how well preserved I am.
Yeah,
I
before
quit drinking when I was 23.
Oh, you quit drinking when you were 23.
Yeah.
So now you're like
24.
24, 25, yeah.
Ha No, not so much.
She's really like mid-30s.
It'll accelerate whatever's really is killing you. Yeah, yeah, it will. Yeah, or you'll run from
Where,
whatever you need to do to stay healthy.
where were we? We were somewhere and somebody wanted to know if you were my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I am young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, you are.
Dizzy Izzy says those chrome spears on the rear quarters are nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice little thing.
I remember seeing those on some cars, but not very many. And of course, I was in the Southwest. They could have been Mexican spec cars, and I didn't know it because I was in Arizona. Yeah, it's another thing. A lot of Mexicans drive into the U.S. and go to the stores and do things around and then drive back into Mexico. They visit. So I could very well have seen Mexican spec cars in Arizona and not known it. I have this pillow-like thing I'm sitting on. It was sliding off the chair and making a big lump. That's what I was doing, was
What's
resetting
a
that.
Uniden grant? Steve Edwards going to put a Uniden grant.
A Uniden is a brand of scanners and CB radios, and I'm not sure which one that is.
I guess I'll have to look it up.
Look it up.
Get to work.
I can just take a shot, then take a shot. He has the kind of shots like this, and then the kind of shots like this.
I saw it was.
Oh, you saw it. Okay, you saw it. Okay.
Emojis.
Mexican Spec says, I'll reserve my comments until later, Kim. Oh, what's going on?
Oh, it is a CB radio. It's a CB radio. It looks like it's a good one too, because used
Well,
they're
what
going
is it?
for
It's
over
a 40
$200.
channel. It's a 40 channel. Is it a $299 used? Is that a sideband radio? 38 Racing. I've got those comments too. Oh, daughter. So 38 Racing's here. Sador, Mr. Reens. Hey man, I figured out that my girlfriend has broke up with me 2 hours ago and I don't feel too happy. Could you maybe make my day if it's all right? Okay. No, since it's sort of busy. Can you see that, Kim, at 10:56? Sador, I think that's how it's pronounced.
Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm
Yeah.
sorry for the unfortunate breakup.
How do we go about doing that? Well, when it happens, it's rough.
You are amongst friends, and we feel that sucks.
And see, Steve Edwards says,
But new year, new you. In 2025, you can move forward.
can you click on that one so I can see it up close? The one on the far left.
This one?
Yeah, just click on it so I can see I want to see what the face looks like. Okay. Oh, that's that. I kind of like that because it doesn't have all the electronic displays and everything. I don't like all those new menus and electronic displays and stuff. I like the knobs and the switches.
You would like that.
Yeah, I'd love to have that. And you're gonna put one on eBay? I don't need to be buying more CB. There's other things I need, but yeah, I'd love to have that. Why can't I was talking about insulin, Dan? Okay, Steve Edwards. Well, yep, Saturday. You're welcome here. You're amongst friends. To see, is the best Conman radio was the President brand. Truckers love them. I do have a President. I have a President FCC, the very first one that was FM, and I've got one of those. It rode through the crash, sheared my antenna off, but nah, I have it, and I've never used the FM because nobody else has it. But I may buy another FM radio to have around here so Kim and I could talk to each other in relative quiet.
If anybody doesn't know, we're scrolling through on Instagram. Our moderator, Mexican Spec, has an Instagram page where he posts cars that are Mexican Spec cars. He's dual citizenship. He lives in Mexico. And he's always looking for cars that are classic because after a certain age, a car, you can import it from Mexico into the United States if it's older
And
than a certain year.
and
I
I
don't know what it is.
Mexican spec. I think you've shipped some like way across worldwide, not just the
Oh,
U.S.
that's right. He's expanding into greater territories. But so, if you like to look at Mexican spec cars, because there's some cool older cars, if you like to look at cool older cars, or if you're in the market for a cool older Mexican spec cars, and there's certain kinds of cars like this red one. I don't know if it's there. Some of these cars you could never get in the United States. You couldn't get in other
But
places,
you can now. Once
but
they're
you
25 years
but
old,
you
you
can
can
import them
import
from
them.
Mexico. So it might just be fun to look, or you might actually be interested in those things. And Mexican Spec is someone who we know does this, and they're not like some kind of scammer that you could get in touch with, and they would help you with that. And if you have Instagram, check out Mexican Spec, and they're always posting new cars, and if on YouTube as well. And
Ads.
well, we're doing an ad, so we might as well insert the ad.
Well, we'll just be quiet while they give them a minute for the ad to go away.
Okay.
Oh, what's that saying?
It says it's not a car, it's a Volkswagen. I guess it has Farfignugens.
Danny Boyd, oh God, I'm too drunk to look at those pictures. That's why I'm in the basement of this building. Well, you can't fall any further.
That's the good thing about being on the ground is you're all the way down.
Yeah, and Olive says, and there's the ball dropping. Happy New Year's, all. Well, yeah, you see now, Olive and Dan and probably a few others. We're not even in the same year
Happy
anymore.
New Year to all our East Coast friends, everyone in the Eastern time zone or in Canada, whatever they call it up there. Uh, Happy New Year. Let us know how 2025 is. Thank you for sharing it with us, for being here with that's super cool. What an interesting
So,
night.
what was
We've
one
never streamed live through New Year's before, so this is a first. He said we were going to do
before it
it.
disappears?
Oh no.
Mexican Spec says, look at that Nissan van, Kim. It's a rear shorty model.
All right, well, let's find it. Where was it at?
I don't know.
This one?
No, that's a
That's a
what is it?
Nissan. It looks like a shorty.
I don't know. It went up.
It says
away.
shorty. This is it. This is the one. It's a
Oh.
manual transmission 4-cylinder Nissan van.
Man, we never had those here.
Your head is in the way.
I'm sorry.
No, I gotta move the thing. That it is unusual. I've never seen one like that. Look how short. It does look really short.
Yeah, we never had those.
Hippie Long says I'm still in the past. We're with you. We're in the past. We're in yesterday. We're in last year. We're so far behind. We're so slow. We're in last year, right?
Mr. Reams.
Thank you, Danny Boyd. That's a beautiful thing for you. Wish for us.
Yeah, Hippie Long says, I'm still in the past.
Yeah.
Because
You
Hippie
are.
Long's out on the West Coast. Danny Boyd, may 2025 be a good year for everyone. This is, for some reason, a lot of my life, bad stuff happened on even years and good stuff happened on odd years. So I always look forward to the odd years. There were some things that happened last year that weren't real good. Like a guy, not just run me off the road, rammed me off the road. That was not a pleasant thing. But then I made something good out of it because I bought a Fox body I wanted. What is that? Oh, it's an Opal. That's something we never got here. Not like that. That's a nice looking car.
It's interesting. I don't believe I've ever seen round, square, rectangular headlights on a vehicle.
Yeah, it's like a European headlight. And that's
Yeah.
pretty cool. I didn't know they had those in Mexico. Yeah, 38 Racing says we were so last year. Yeah.
Mike N says that's the van the Libyans were driving when they shot Doc Brown. That's a movie reference. Doc
38
Brown is from Back to the Future. So
38 Racing is in Nebraska, so he's same time zone we are, Central Time. So he's got less than a year to, or less than an hour to go.
What did we do last year for New Year's?
I don't remember.
I don't either, because this is the first New Year's that I can remember that I wasn't in Eastern time zone. So we're behind all the New York festivities for New Year's.
Dr.
I've
Ghost
never,
says,
that's
is that van that has all the general fluids and accessories up front with motor in the back? No. There's a Volkswagen that's like that's got a radiator up front, but it's got a liquid cooled engine in the back. Yeah, it was actually a VW bus. I think that's a different car. You went away from that
I did.
that van. I
I'll
was
go back
wondering what
to
the interior of that van looked like, and what if there are other
I didn't
pictures of
see
it.
an interior picture. Let me scroll
Well,
through.
yeah, he doesn't always have them. It just depends on what he got.
Oh, I didn't scroll through all the pictures. There's a couple more. Let's see.
Oh yeah, look at that. See where the engine is? It's right between the seats, like the old
It's very
Fords and
simple.
old
Oh,
Fords
the
and
engine's
Dodges.
between the front seats. Yeah, the old Dodge vans were like
That's a
that
pretty
too.
nice looking van.
Looks very modern.
Mexican Spec says no, the engine is in the front under your butt. Okay, so it spreads out underneath there or something.
Interesting.
Mexican Spec, what brand did that? Japanese van. I think it's a Nissan. I'm sorry,
It
people.
looks Nissanish.
It says Nissan on the front.
Yeah, it looks Nissanish.
It's a Nissan Ichi. Itchy. It's a Itchy van.
Itchy. Itchy
Not a
van.
cool name. Well, maybe it means something else in Japan. Or maybe it needs. What does that mean? Something in Spanish? That doesn't sound like a Spanish name. Ichi.
Danny Boyd wishes a bad year for those who hate cars. Cars with lots of exclamation points. He really means
I
it.
saw those exclamation points. I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this year because we're gonna get to my Fox body and do a few things that like
Yeah.
put a heater in it because I can't even drive it. It's freezing cold in that car.
I think
And then
what our resolution should be, we should determinately resolute to have a car that can pass tech and go down the track at No Name Nationals this
Okay.
year.
Yours will do that.
It's only been 2 years. The
I
last two
think
years.
I think your Dart will be there, and I think my Fox body will be there, and I think we'll have two cars there. And if my Fox body isn't there, we'll take my '72 Valiant. We'll have two slant sixes there.
Ichiban is the Ichiban fiberglass. It doesn't look fiberglass, but maybe. And it looks Mitsubishi-ish. Yeah,
Imagine a rod
maybe.
coming up through the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, actually, it would be behind you.
Itchy van. He would go to bed with itchy butt, wake up. Oh, no, I'm not reading the rest of that.
I almost got you.
Jimsy, you I almost read that. Ah, I'm not gonna throw it away though. Oh,
No, I mean it's not that gross or just silliness.
oh, Danny Boyd says Danny Boyd is danger of barfing all over. Okay, Danny Boyd,
Danny.
just stop drinking and do you have a torch? And the reason I ask this is you have a torch. That means you have an oxygen bottle. Turn the oxygen bottle on. Start taking some big deep breaths and try to not not regurgitate.
It's not on the keyboard, Dan. Okay. Is the engine laid over on its side in that van? I have no idea, Lester. There's no pictures of the engine.
So you could, Kim, go on your Google.
Yeah.
And look up
the Nissan Ichiban.
Ichiban and see if Mexican Spec says drink some ginger ale.
How do you spell Ichiban?
Danny Boyd. Oh, I finished all the booze in my unit. Well, you know what? Danny Boyd, you're not going to drink in 2025 for a little while.
It's a 1.8 liter 4-cylinder engine.
115 horsepower.
Let's see if we can get an image of it.
Oh, that's like the image is all different stuff. None of that seems to make sense.
No, this says used Nissan Itchy Van engines.
Uh-oh, what happened to my is this thing not plugged into power somewhere, Kim? I just lost my computer.
Uh-oh, maybe it just fell asleep. Did you? Yeah, you
Oh, it
just
fell
haven't
asleep.
clicked anything in a
No, geez,
long
I haven't
time.
clicked anything in a while. No, I thought it was running off the battery and it quit.
Well, this is showing looks like V6s. Where's the 4 cylinders?
Lester says I must be thinking of the Previa. The Previa was a different van. Man, I remember those. Those were kind of weird. I kind of liked them. What was 38 saying? Kim Buff, one should always travel with a spare. Tier car, whatever. Tier car, whatever. Oh, look at that. You got to get that up on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, now we're looking at, but the one he had is actually a shorter one, isn't it? Oh, what's this? It's a commercial.
It's an advertisement. Yeah,
You're going to run a commercial out to everybody.
No.
Okay.
Here's the Itchy Van. I don't know if there's going to be.
This is somebody else's Itchy Van, by the way, but you can get one from Mexican Spec.
Yeah, this is the long one. I'm scrolling. I'm looking to see if there's a.
Yeah, we're
picture
just
of
looking
the
to see what it looks
engine.
like inside. If we can get a picture of where the engine
He's
is,
just driving it around and looking at stuff. I want a picture of the engine.
yeah, Mexican Spec. The engine in the Previa was on its side. I think it was. I'm not sure. I rode in a Previa one time that one of my customers had. We rode out to the airport, so I rode in it.
No such luck. There's no pictures of the engine on
No,
this video.
picture's the important part.
No, I was trying.
Yep, I know.
And then
you were.
when I look, see, when I take pictures, see, this is a 6-cylinder. This is none of these are the engine that's in that one that he's got. They're all be taller. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, whatever.
Sorry, everybody. I really tried, but I don't know what the heck I'm
There's
doing.
that radio.
There's that radio again.
Yeah, what do you want for that one you're going to put on eBay?
You
I
cannot afford to buy any more radios.
I want another. I got one single sideband radio. That's
do
that
whatever
base
you like.
station I have, and I wouldn't mind having another one, but I don't really need it. Danny Boyd, yikes! I'm about to pass out. Do you have? I'm serious. You got a torch with an oxygen bottle? Start taking some whiffs of oxygen. And don't take whiffs of the acetylene.
Oh, don't even give him ideas. He's looking at a map torch. Don't breathe map gas. The Privia was an egg.
Is it a new year yet? Yes, it is, Dan. You are in that time zone.
You made it, Dan.
You're 13 minutes into 2025. In the year 2525. No, that's 2525.
Corvette look-alike rims. Oh man, I've lost the stream of consciousness. I don't know what's going on.
Well, maybe that's the one that was on the Itchy Van that Mexican Spec has. I think you hit the wrong.
I don't know. They were talking. 38 Racing was talking about this. They said it's too big to be called a Suburban.
Oh, because that thing's huge.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a really old-fashioned school bus.
That's huge.
Doesn't it look like an old-fashioned school bus? A little bit.
Let's
Or like
just
a
say
fire vehicle?
that van looks like a death trap to me. Yeah, I wouldn't want to smash into something. You know? But
What do you think? It's a half-ton or 3/4 ton?
you don't smoke after you open either bottle down. Yeah, I didn't even think about just smoking.
Oh, he's talking about the Itchy Van. Looks like a death trap.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
no more than like one of
you're
those Volkswagen ones.
You're sitting up front, in front of the front wheels. I mean, yeah, it's like you don't want to go run into something.
No. That's probably why they didn't sell a lot of those.
Yeah, we got people hurt in here. We got Tavo. For those of you who missed it, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Tavo was working while he's on the chat, and he cut himself with a grinding wheel. So
poor Tavo.
he drove himself to the hospital, and he's in there probably getting stitches in his arm, and
his hand is going to hurt.
His hand's messed up. His thumb doesn't work or something. It's a mess. And then, and now Dan's not feeling good. Dan, you messed up. Get some oxygen. Get something. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're right. 2025 is only 500 years away now. That's right. In the year 2525, it's only 500 years away.
Yeah.
Probably won't see that one.
What will the
Mexican
stream like
spec
be
says,
by then?
I don't have a picture of an itchy engine. I don't know. By the year 25, you think we'll be doing YouTube streams? I won't be, likely, unless there's some great medical.
Like on Simpsons, we can be heads in jars.
I miss some of how Tavo's situation came out. He was
He
back on the chat.
He messaged us from the emergency room.
From the hospital, and then a nurse had cleaned it up, and he was waiting for the doctor to get there, and the doctor got there and wanted his undivided attention. He had to get off the chat.
Probably going to get stitches. And we don't know anything else yet until he comes back.
They got whip a whipped cream can. No, we're trying to get him to...
We're trying to get him to settle down, not...
Yeah. 38 Racing, that's a 3/4 ton, really long utility Chevy A.
Bourbon would have had a third door too.
Oh, like a Suburban. Bourbon would have had a third door too. Yeah, that's some kind of a Mexican spec car. Must
66.
be. Yeah, it is. It says Mexican spec Chevrolet Suburban. This is a 2-door with a 4-door if you include the rear barn doors. Okay.
Yeah, that's really unique. I've never seen a vehicle.
That's a very
quite
unique.
like that.
That's a very unique vehicle. And that's the kind of thing Mexican spec gets, is stuff you don't see in the U.S. or in Canada, and you want something a little different. I mean, that would be something interesting to drive. If you like that. Yeah, Alice says that that Suburban would have some me camper potential. Yeah, I bet it would. Dizzy says on the driver's side it should have 2 doors. On the driver's side? I thought on the passenger side those things had 2 doors, but not this one. Tim, in the year 2025, Denny Zager, I had him make me 4 guitars. He's retiring tonight. Tonight? JB, Suburban didn't get a third door until 67. What year is that one? Oh, 66. Mexican spec says maybe it was a panel truck and somebody put the windows in over the years. Those could be aftermarket windows.
It's still really long for a panel truck.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
It's unique.
But Carfano 2525 is 500 years away. It won't be here anymore.
What is time, anyways? Revolutions around the sun.
So what else Mexican spec got? I'm kind of enjoying. Oh, I never got an answer on what. I sent you a picture of okay, I got to go to my email.
You don't have to do that during the stream.
Why
I
not?
promise you're allowed.
All of a sudden, all kinds of stuff just rolled in.
Okay. Are there any other pictures?
There's more car pictures just came in, just as I did this, but I want.
Are they 1969 or are they just random cars? We don't know.
It's a Barracuda for sale. Who sent this in? Oh man, Hippie Long sent this in. Oh, what the heck? Why did this happen? It's a Hippie Long. You sent me a. There's nothing there. There's no pictures there.
Is there an attachment?
No, there's no attachment. It's like sent me an email with.
It don't work.
With a 67, 8, and 9, but it's no picture there. Okay, so I want to get back to this one, which is the one with the. There's a few people in here like CB radios. So, I mean, we do discuss this stuff sometimes. Look at that.
He likes radios.
Yeah, how much?
I gotta find his screen.
Oh, you don't have the screen up.
Well, if he's gonna put it up on eBay, usually it's an auction, right?
Well, it could be an auction or it could be a buy it now. Just letting y'all know I'm still here. I'm listening anyways. Buff, are you a ham? No, but I want to go take. Oh, look at that. You are a ham. I want to go take my test for if for no other reason, just to prove myself that I can pass it. And then, of course, like everything I do, as soon as I get the technician, I'll be in there studying for the general, and because that's how I do things. I won't stop. But you know, the equipment costs money, or you got to make it yourself or something. And I'm really, I'm really into the cars right now. Uh, Patrick Sullivan, that was my dad, WD9P. Oh, so he was an extra, probably an extra. Um,
I'll be right back. There's lots of good conversations going on.
yeah, there's all kinds of stuff
Mexican
going on.
Spec is selling
Okay,
license plates.
don't throw that away.
I'm not gonna throw your food away. I'm just
Put it
giving
somewhere
that away.
so I can heat it. Yeah, it's 11 meters. Danny boy, don't fight it. Just let her fly. Patrick Sullivan, go to qrz.com and do the sample questions. You know what I do? I go to the YouTube channel, which is what is it? Ham Radio Crash Course, and he I'm ready for the test. You go there and he goes through every possible test question and teaches you a lot. So Ham Radio Crash Course does a great job on YouTube, and it doesn't cost you anything. And he does all the licenses. I'm ready for the technicians. Yeah, let's see here. 100 or best offer with the mic. Oh man.
Oh man, you're really tempting him now.
Oh man. Have you tested it? Does it work and everything? I'm sub to him as well, Patrick. So, okay, to Ham Radio Crash Course, HRCC. Yeah, and I pay attention to him quite a bit. But most of the reason I want to do it is just to prove to myself I can do it, you know? Heck, why not?
Olive says, I don't know, buddy, I keep reincarnating. So I say never underestimate the value of a good pair of boots. Interesting. I was just watching some, if you don't sleep late enough and you just keep scrolling through YouTube, they start giving you stuff about like existential stuff. And I guess you're supposed to go to the light so that you can become one with the I don't know. That's how you avoid being reincarnated, is you go to the light.
So
okay, that's all right. We'll go back to what we were doing.
So then my next question is, yeah, have you tested this? Well, it's on, obviously. And then Olive says a PA switch. I never understood that with CB radios. Why they all had to have a PA switch? Who the hell uses that? I don't know. Maybe somebody does. Yeah, but they're wimpy little PAs out the front of your car. Really? I don't know why they have that. But anyway, most of them do. But
it's good stuff. You need that.
Yeah, see, that
on Thursday nights he hangs out. You told him where you go, right? Did you plug your friend that you like to watch?
No, I didn't, but I will a second.
Okay, go
KJ Kylie says, Buff, remember Cobra CBs? Yes, I have a Cobra 25 in there in my bedroom that's not working for some reason. I'm going to have to fix that.
And there's two other CB radios on the other side of that screen.
Yeah, there's a couple of base stations there. One of them is for this microphone, or this microphone is for that. And one of them is a Midland, and the other one is a realistic, I think. And then I just got another realistic. Dr. Art gave me one that he's not using anymore, so that's sitting on the kitchen table right now. And it's a 40 channel, but it's an AM only. But I might put that. I'll probably put that in one of the cars. Yeah. Yeah, plus shipping bill. Remember Cobras? Let's see, Joe Walsh or Eagles. It's a ham radio. He is. Saw him at Ham Venture in Dayton, Ohio, a number of times. Yeah, there's a few famous people that are ham radio operators. The case covers aren't the best. They're okay, not all bent, works, and has some lower channels. Oh, it has some other channels in it. So it's got some, oh man. See, we're at 19 shipping. Yes, it works. Oh man. Okay, don't put it on eBay. I've got your email. Maybe. Give me a day. This is Buff. How about a small FM broadcast unit from high school? Still worked when removed. FM broadcast unit. Wow, I had a thing that would broadcast on AM radio back when I was in like in junior high school, and it was a kit that I put together, and then I made an amp, probably doing stuff with it I shouldn't have been doing, but I quit. Didn't even watch Kiwi's last video. No, I saw it there, but I haven't watched it. Is that the one you're talking about? He's at a car show.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I saw it sitting there. I saw the thumbnail, but I haven't watched it yet.
Give us a highlight, Mexican Spec.
There's so much good content, and I can't watch it all. And then there was that crash, that airplane crash
He was
in Korea, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but I think I'm making sense out of it. I think the view of the airplane going over where you see it ingests a bird, and they have the right engine, which is engine number 2, has some compressor stalls. And then when it lands, it's other cameras picking it up. It looks like the number 1 engine shut down. People go, oh, I shut the wrong engine down. And why is the thrust reverser up? You know what I think happened? I think whoever took that video of the airplane flying over, it was a vertical from a phone. And I think it's a mirror image. Like a lot of times when people post images from a phone on YouTube, it ends up being a mirror image. You see their shirt with the printing backwards, or they're driving from the wrong side of their car, that kind of thing. I think that's what happened. And nobody else is, well, one guy was talking about it, but I think that's what happened. And I think it was actually the number 1 engine, the left engine, that got the bird strike. And that would make a lot of sense. And I could get into the weeds on why, but it all adds up if you know the systems on the airplane, that would make complete sense what happened. So, but it'll all come out. They've got the black boxes, and of course there'll be an investigation. And South Korea's, they're professionals.
Mexican Spec says Kiwi is at a car show.
Here we go. Lester LeSabre. Okay, so now I gotta put here's there's the super chat drone. Put the drone on the mic, because I don't have the Studebaker here with the flashing lights.
Well, we'll get one.
So that's a really nice
I don't see a drone. What drone?
What drone?
What drone?
These drones that nobody sees. I mean, this is a drone.
There's no drones in New Jersey.
So
you didn't see any.
Oh, Buzz, he says use that toward the CB. Oh man.
Now he's really stuck.
Okay.
Because you paid some of the money. Oh man.
Okay, so
what an arm twister.
I mean, that'll pay the shipping. So
Mexican Spec says, yes, Kiwi's at the car show. And he calls me out, which is always nice to get a call out from somebody who's got a lot of subscribers.
Calls him out or
yeah, he says Mexican Spec.
Shouts him out.
But he says that he can give him information on what cars were sold in South Africa. Do you know a lot about South Africa? Does Mexican Spec ever said anything about South Africa?
I don't know.
That seems like a miss.
Mexican Spec knows so darn much about cars. He may. I don't know.
Well,
the airport design was an issue. Oh yeah, of course. The airport design was, but I think, see, what makes total sense to me is I'll get in the weeds a little bit here, and then I'll get away from it because this is an aircraft thing. But if you lost the right engine and it was from a bird strike, a lot of times a bird strike will cause smoke to get into the air conditioning packs, and the left engine feeds the air conditioning. What's wrong?
I had a feeling. Mexican Spec says I know nothing at all. South Africa is not Mexico.
Let me quickly get through this, and then I'll get off the airplanes, because
we'll get back to you.
This is really my.
Go ahead.
I'm an airplane guy. Okay, so if you got smoke,
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just entertaining
I
myself.
know, you're going to just interrupt. Nobody will pay attention to me.
No, talk about your airplane accident. It
So,
was a big deal in his mind because that's what he
so
did for so much of
if
his life.
that air conditioning pack on the left engine, oh, here we go with ads. I'm never going to get through this.
It's only funny
It means
because
it means shut up about the airplanes and go back
no,
to
it
the
doesn't. We
cars.
should talk about the airplanes for a minute because it's something important to you.
Well, maybe it's not important to anybody else. I don't know. Um, there goes the countdown. 30 seconds to the ads. I won't be able to get through this conversation
Mexican
in
Spec
30
has
seconds.
has Kiwi's question is, did they ever sell a V8 Ford Capri in South Africa?
Unknown.
Kiwi thought you knew. He knows you know a lot about cars, but I don't know how Mexico and South Africa are connected.
8 seconds, 7 seconds to the ad. And then I'll give it a few seconds and come back.
Tim says he hasn't seen any ads so far. Do you get ads on other channels, Tim?
They can't hear you right now.
He might be able to hear us. If he's not getting the ads, he can hear us just fine.
Okay, so maybe the ad, maybe you've been able to click through the ads. Yeah, if you don't see the ads, are you a premium member? YouTube Premium, you don't gotta see ads. Okay. So if you had a bird strike on the left engine and you had smoke get into the air conditioning pack on the left side, that feeds the air up front in the cockpit. The air conditioning pack on the right side engine, the number 2 engine, feeds the cabin. So if they had, of course, this is all just my
It's
thoughts.
speculation.
This is my
but
speculation. If they had smoke get into the cockpit, it can be really thick. And I've heard of smoke in a cockpit where they can't even see the instrument panel. So that would be one of these things where you just, instead of going up and running a checklist like you should do, you're just going to we got to get this airplane on the ground. Next thing is, it's the left engine that provides hydraulic pressure for the landing gear, which would explain why the landing gear isn't down, because if they're in a hurry and they put the gear down, they might not even notice that they don't have 3 greens on the landing gear, and they already just turn around quickly and they're landing the opposite direction on the runway, which is a really odd thing to do unless you're in a big hurry. And for some reason they got in a big hurry, and I still think that was a mirror image that everybody saw, getting the bird strike on the right engine, and it was actually a right engine bird strike, or left engine bird strike is what I think. And then the whole thing would make sense. And then they're going too fast, gear up, flaps up, going fast. The thing's floating, getting down the runway, and they were under good control going down the runway. And then the thrust reverser was open on the number 2 engine, which would make sense. It's running. Why would you open the thrust reverser on the side that's not running? And it appears from the other views that the left engine, the number 1 engine, is not running. So I think what we saw was misinterpreted, and it was a mirror image video. Was the first video. I don't know. It's my thoughts on it right now. But of course, we're going to wait for the investigation to find out what really happened. But I think the pilots in there were they made a decision to get that airplane on the ground quickly, and yeah, it sucks. The whole thing sucks. And then anywhere in the U.S., if you have those antennas at the end of the runway are normally on a piece of concrete and they're level and they've got points that shear. So if you hit them, those antennas all shear off. Well, in that one in Korea, it was on a berm. And so they slammed into that berm. That wouldn't have happened here. So that's not a good design, but that's not what caused it. Hey, look who's here. And we lost our mic again. So anyway, enough of the airplane shit. Uh, yeah, Happy Long. I watched Blanco Lirio here on YouTube. Yeah, I'd like to get a hold of him. I've talked to him once. I'd like to get a hold of him and talk to him about my theory here, because he showed it with the number two engine, the right engine, getting hit in that video, with the bird strike. But I don't know. I think it was possibly that was a mirror. So anyway,
Hippie Long watches Blanco Lirio, and
Blanco Lirio's great.
but the people who really sort of clued him in to some of those. Who was the person you watched who kind of stated some of the stuff with the inverted potential for inverted?
It was what's her name? I can't think of their name right now.
Gonky.
Gonky, yeah. Mover and Gonky show. And they're fighter pilots.
They had some good insights.
They're former fighter pilots who were more recently airline pilots, and so those guys are pretty sharp.
I'm glad you guys aren't getting excessive ads. That's good to know, because if it's obnoxious, we need to make adjustments. It doesn't seem like too many.
No premium and no ad blocker here on my laptop. Okay, I don't know. BNR, maybe so buff. Dean Stevenson's here. We were talking about you earlier because it's like, where the heck is Dean Stevenson on New Year's? But you're here. That's good. Welcome, Mike. Antipo Dean Swiss Clock. What is all this? Winder. I have been busy winding up the 2025 people in North America. You are now immune. Love you all. Okay. Yeah, and I just see his Blanco Lirio, whose name is actually, that's the name of his channel. His name is Juan Brown, and he is a former retired military pilot. He flew fighting fires for a while, and now he's a 777 pilot. He knows his shit. Patrick Sullivan, I'm tabbed into a game. Sorry, did not. Patrick, hope you well. Dean Stevenson, Ryan Green did a V8 I don't know what all that is. And it's scrolling by quickly enough that I'm not able to keep up with it. Still going into 2025. Hope like hell it's better than 24. Yeah, I had a bad crash in 24 in a car that I've had some injuries that are bothering me. But hey, Dougster's here.
Potato. Welcome to Stream Dougster. Happy 2025. We're not there yet.
KJ Kylie.
We're not there yet. We're getting there pretty soon. We're only, what are we?
I'm not going to answer that. I'm sure that's happened. It was
a
Canadian.
Shoot, we're only minutes away.
We're like 20 minutes away.
Oh, my eyes are getting a little bit sketchy.
Uniden, no. Cobra LTD with side plug. Oh, you have that up there. What it is somebody here is selling that, and so let's get the cars back up instead of stupid CB radio there. Because we're talking about airplanes and CBs on a car channel. But I wanted to see it.
Somebody came in and...
Yeah, I'll probably buy a CB radio.
We were looking at this unique vehicle that Mexican Spec has for sale, because that was cute.
Man, I'll have a sideband.
Do you have anything else good in in your emails?
Oh, I haven't looked in the email recently.
38 Racing.
I'm looking at
22 minutes.
I'm looking at Ray instead of saying recently. I said recently.
We're counting down
because I was thinking one. And, oh yeah, here we go. This is, who is it? Who is this? This is.
Yeah, we're on Central Time. So it's not midnight
for us. Oh, it's Facebook. Yet. I can't put this up.
No, that doesn't work.
That doesn't work. I can't just go put Facebook up on my stuff.
Is it pictures that say Facebook, or is it links to Facebook? I can't tell.
Let's just log in. Well, let me see what I can do.
Click see what happens.
No, it wants me to log into Facebook, and then I'm going to have to put that up there.
Okay, we don't know how to deal with those pictures yet. We'll
sent
try
me the pictures of the oh, this is from Fresno. So this is yeah, it's a bunch of cars that are I think for sale in Fresno on Marketplace. I don't know.
Oh,
I might be able to figure out how to do it somehow, but not right now. I can't figure out how to do
38
this.
Racing. I'd drive the wheels off that rig. Yeah, you would love it. KJ Kylie says, sorry, just being silly buff. Oh, you're fine. We're trying. We're doing our best here. I think some of it too is that this is getting to be one of the longest streams we've ever done. So we're starting to get a little tired. And I had him up with me in the garage till 4 after
yeah,
4 in the morning.
It was Hippie Long sent me all those pictures.
Oh,
but
and then his
I can't
son
get it.
called from
Somewhere.
we
From-
can't be
from-
vague about it.
From a part of the world where everybody speaks Arabic. So
Yeah.
and he's an Arabic speaker. So he's
deployed. He's on
deployed
a
over there.
deployment.
But
so,
we talked for like 2 hours. I don't usually talk to my son that long.
which is great, but we were up half the night, or most of the night. So he's getting tired.
We were up
cranky.
till 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Up all night fixing computer problems in the shop and other things. We're up till 7 o'clock in the morning. I went to sleep, and at 10 o'clock in the morning, my son called me, and so we talked for 2 hours. So then I went back to sleep for a little bit. So I don't know. I feel pretty good considering. BNR Racing, they want you to sign on Facebook first. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to sign on and then dragging Facebook up onto here and thing.
Tim says he's ready for a new year. This one's all worn out. That's right. Well, use it till the soles fall off, Tim. That's what you do. You know? And then who was it? I'm gonna scroll back just a little bit. Olive says she forgets what she has for a basic car CB I haven't installed. GE maybe. I know it works anyways. We have some that work. We have a couple
Just
choices.
this one's is a especially good one.
Oh, Buddy was asking of how about we do 1955 next week? We haven't asked
We
yet,
haven't
but
asked anybody.
We could.
Well, it's where was that? Oh, Carfano. Yeah, Buddy Carfano.
We always let Buddy decide.
He suggests 55. Man, that's back about as far as I want to go. I always say mid 50s, 60s, 70s, or maybe 1980 early. So 55 is about as old as I want to go, but we could do that. Okay, we're gonna go to 50.
Oh, maybe those pictures was KJ Kylie. And BR Racing says you have to screenshot and store.
It was Hippie Long.
Oh, okay.
But I don't.
He says it's pictures of the pages. We'll mess around with them and see if we can get them.
Maybe I can just download the pictures of the pages. What the heck?
It may or may not be.
I see what it is. Okay. It's not, I don't have to sign in.
Dougster says Honda Goldwings came with CB radios from the factory and they were surprisingly good units. Interesting. Dean Stevenson says, I'll just take all your Mexican 302 2-barrel 351 4-barrel engines, please.
Okay, he actually made it easy for me and I didn't notice that.
That huge Mexican meteorite 66 million years ago sure made a great place to build V8 engines.
Okay, Kim, I'm gonna have to.
Oh, you got some.
Yeah, these are Facebook Marketplace photos out of
California.
Yeah, out of Fresno, California.
Oh man, there's some
look
cool
at that.
cars out there.
Look at that Willys. It says 52 Eagle Premier. No, it's a Willys Arrow.
Oh.
My friend Vern out in California had one of those. And there's a 67 Barracuda, $3,000. That's for a California car, that's pretty good. It's got some damage on it, but big deal. 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. Is that as far as that? That won't. Oh, I'm in the wrong place here. I can't get that to scroll, Kim. I don't know why.
That's as far as it goes. You have to go to the next picture if you want to see the next one.
Okay.
That's I know it's weird. We're not used to it, so he's struggling.
Pictures of a. Sorry.
It's pictures of pictures.
Pictures of pictures. Oh, there you go. A convertible. But I can't scroll up any further. 7,500. Oh yeah, and the lack of rust. Yeah, because that's when I was out in Arizona, I got used to that, and then I come here and I think things are kind of rusty here. And Kim comes down from Pittsburgh and she thinks things are not rusty.
Not rusty at all here compared to Pittsburgh. Let me tell you. If I took one of these cars up to Pittsburgh, people would look at it in awe and wonder. The cars don't last like this. People wouldn't even believe. They'd think I was faking any of these cars. That's why when I came here and I saw some of these cars, I
Oops.
was like, wow.
Now I'm back to
And
this.
people were like, yeah, I'll sell it to you for more than it's worth. And I was like, okay, that's amazing. And they were like, uh-huh, I'll take your money now, please.
What's
38 Racing says the longest live for Buff and Kim. It lasted all the way into the next year.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're not there yet. We're almost there.
It's going to though. We're not giving up. He wanted to go. He wanted to go all
This is what I
night,
want to do.
all day and all night.
This
I
is
was
what I
like,
want to
no,
do. I want to
no.
start at the international date line, like a few minutes before midnight, and just sweep all the way around the world. So we'd say Happy New Year to those in New Zealand and those in Australia, and then come all the way around till we get back to probably Hawaii, somewhere like that. But you know that would have been more than 24 hours, which that'd be a long life. And
Oh, we know that there's really good cars out west. The problem is they're out west.
What-
Like getting them here is
what is this?
expensive.
what is this Mexican spec says? I'm gonna just stay away from one of those packers. So AMC Eagle Premieres uh, was Renault engines. Oh, those things. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the
Isn't that
Chilwoo Crater engines does sound like a really funny spin.
isn't that a similar engine to
I
what was
like that.
in the DeLorean? I'm not sure. Uh, I bet the convertibles have rusted floors in California or not. I have seen that convertibles because people have left the tops down and the tops leak and the floors get wet. But not like out here. Out here, you just fall through the floor. There, you get little rust spots.
Yeah, and up north, there's nothing left.
Oh,
You can stand in the car
it's
because
Flintstone's car.
because you're standing on the ground because there's nothing. 15 minutes till 2025. Yes, for us as well, Patrick Sullivan.
And Mexican Spec says, seriously, I'm getting the shipping dialed in with an Australian customer. It isn't that far from me. It isn't that far from here to there. Well, he's further south, but I'd still think it's a long trip. But yeah. So, and talking about Australia, I know some people have come in here late. Is Tavo was working in his shop with a grinding wheel, and it got away from him, and he
Cut his hand off.
cut his hand, not all the way off, but cut himself seriously, and wrapped rags and tape around it, and drove himself to the hospital. And then he was in the hospital after the nurse had cleaned it up. He's waiting for the doctor to come, and he came back in the stream and told us he was waiting. And then the doctor showed up and wanted his undivided attention and made him go off the stream. So now we're kind of waiting to hear how if they stitch him back together. And
Ugh.
so that happened tonight.
I mean, being a holiday, they might just wrap him up and send him to the hospital tomorrow to get X-rays in his hand and stuff. Or
Oh man.
what do they have to do for tendons and stuff, an MRI or something like that? Don't they? I don't know how
Okay,
that
let's
works.
see here. Raining slant 6 with a chance of cannonballs. Hey, raining slant 6.
Hey,
Happy New Year.
we're going till after the new year. We're in Central
We're
Time
almost
Zone,
there.
so it's
We're almost
coming
there.
soon.
We're almost there. Patrick Sullivan. I was laughing at Flintstone cars, not your heat issue. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, the cars. That's what I want to. I met some kids, like teenagers, when I first got to Ohio, and I was probably like 35 years old, something like that. And we went out to look at some cars in a junkyard, and these kids get in the car, and the first thing they do is sit in the driver's seat and start stomping the shit out of the floor. And the other kid's underneath the car. And I go, what are you doing? They said, and you know what they're doing? They're trying to stomp on the car, see if their foot goes through the floor. Well, I was from Southern California. I'd never seen anything like that before. So, it's like, yeah, it's a problem up there. Shaquille. Good evening and Happy New Year. Well, it's not evening there. It is probably middle of the day there. Patrick Sullivan, we're almost there. BNR probably cut to the bone. He did something so his thumb no longer moves. So he's got a problem, and he's in the hospital. So, um, yeah, we're kind of waiting to hear from him. I hope he's okay, but he may have deeper damage than just putting stitches in his thumb. Yeah, and Dean probably didn't know about that. Yeah, our friend Tao got himself hurt pretty badly tonight. Can you fix our mic again? I don't know why that happens, but it happens. Yeah, there we go. We still have sound. BNR, oh yeah, Buff. Excellent spec. We could make bank sending the cars and trucks from here to there. Unrested vehicles. Man. Patrick Sullivan, Mortsky, and Derek use their monster heels to test floors.
Yeah.
Dean Stevenson, freestanding cylinder liners. Yep, the same Duran engine block as the DeLorean. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Interesting.
Yeah, because there was a place I worked, we had one of those engines sitting there, and I said, man, isn't that the one out of the DeLorean? And the guy, I thought he told me it was out of one of those cars we were just talking about. Happy New Year to you and Mexican Spec. Mexican Spec's over another time zone from us, so he's got an hour and 9 minutes to go. Jessica Cannonballs. I have 1 hour and 1 hour and 9 minutes. He's still. Oh, man. Now I'm almost committed on that radio. Somebody, I got a super chat to help me buy that radio. Oh, I'd love to have a sideband radio in my car. Oh, I got to build a console for that car and mount radios in it now. I'll do that without messing the interior up. It'll be like an add-on stubby little console thing. Excellent Spec says, we can still hear you, Buff. Oh yeah, what happens is we have a tape gauge down there that shows our voice. And when that thing disappears, I look down there and it's like, are we making noise? And then Kim will bring it, I don't know, it disappears some reason. I don't know why that happens. It just happens. Oh, says another reason I'm not sad about calling off our fireworks tonight. It doesn't seem to be a great week or two for hand safety. Yeah. Patrick Sullivan, this is my first live chat on YouTube New Year's. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for choosing this one.
Ours too.
Mexican Spec says in 45 minutes I'm going to collect the animals and close my door. What happens? Too many explosions? I guess there's no gunfire. Guys aren't allowed. They're not allowed to have guns. Well, some people are, I guess. Buddy Carafano, brother's plow truck snapped in half, rusted out frame. Oh, isn't that terrible?
Plow trucks are bad for snapping in half because plowing is hard on
Tabo!
And
I'd make it back before midnight. You sure did. You got but how are you? How are you, Tavo?
We were talking about you a little, not very long ago. We were worried
just
about
minutes
you.
ago. I was just telling a story what happened to you, and we're kind of waiting to hear from you, and we didn't know if you were going to be stuck with the doctor for a while and not be able to get back. BNR, that road salt eats everything but titanium and plastic. Yeah, not too many cars made out of titanium.
Road salt is evil.
Tavo says they say I'll live. I hope so after driving yourself to the hospital.
They let you go. I think you're going to live.
Are you still in the hospital? I think Georgia actually managed to cut down on the celebratory gunfire by allowing certain fireworks in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's going to be gunfire here. I didn't think of that.
Oh, yeah, there'll be people out there shooting guns off tonight.
We have heard a lot of fireworks, too.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. Around here, they do sell a lot of fireworks. So that may keep the gunfire down. And if they're shooting guns straight up in the air or into the dirt somewhere, that's okay. If they're drunk and not paying attention to which direction they're shooting, I don't really like it. Tavo says, yes, about to discharge. Well, tell us, did they put some sutures in there? Or why isn't your thumb moving? And are you, yeah, what's the long story? Man,
BNR Racing said roadside eats aluminum too. It does, but
it does.
it corrodes in a different sort of manner.
It does.
It just gets really yicky. But it's actually it's reasonably stable. It is comparative to steel, but
Look what Dexter says. Steve Edwards, I will do a live stream tomorrow. I'm going to change some caps and cleaning on the Grant. I want to make sure it's great radio. Oh, so you're gonna recap it? Wow. Oh, and then once it's recapped, then it's got to be realigned, right? Okay, let's see. Tavo, some ligament damage. Uh-oh. But says not fatally serious. Thumb should work in time. Stitch back up now. Did they numb it first? I hope. Don't be shooting in the air. That bullet will come down somewhere. At least it comes down slower.
do you have Steve Edwards' channel? Subscribe to that. You got to subscribe so you can watch that live stream tomorrow. That'd be interesting to watch somebody redo the caps in the radio.
what is your, I'm trying to remember I think I do. What's your channel name again? I'm pretty sure I did because I said it earlier. All it says, oof, Tavo, but that's a relief if the ligaments can be mended. Tavo, that's one advantage of a small county hospital. Don't have 100 other people waiting ahead of you. Man, when I heard, well, I've seen where you live because you sent me location and I looked around on Google. Not a lot out there. And when I heard you cut yourself that bad, I thought, man, where's the nearest hospital? And you said 15 miles. I guess that isn't too bad. But then you're driving yourself there with rags and tape wrapped around your hand, you know. Oh, hitchhiking for a while because your thumb doesn't work.
We're going to be into the new year.
Oh, yeah.
Under 5 minutes.
Boat Anchor CB radio repair. Boat Anchor. I just got to remember that because I am subbed to that channel. Yeah, it's really funny. I've been subbed to that for a long time. Man, that's really funny. I've been watching. Where did you find us? How did you find us? Did you find us from 390 Wagon Master? Or did you find us just because you're a car guy? I'm just kind of interested. What's the Olds engine in the background? Is that an Olds engine? I think that's a big block Chevy, isn't it?
Yeah, he did say it was a big block Chevy. His friend was a big block Chevy guy, and I do not remember.
Whose is that? Who put that? Who sent me that picture? I don't know. I just left it up there.
I forget. I'm sorry.
Yeah, turn on the timestamps. Yeah, we got our timestamps on. We got about a minute and a half to go. 1 minute. Patrick Sullivan says 1 minute. Oh, there you go. Oh, you got that. How did you get that up? That's pretty cool.
I hope it's live.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It says it's live.
Okay, we're on the Central Time in the U.S. Countdown.
You know, there's a little bit of delay in the stream, but I think we're going to be about.
Yeah. The stream's going to delay it a little bit, but it's not too bad. Yeah, Dizzy Izzy, Dallas Brown, 2025 No Name Nationals group. Check it out.
Oh yeah, everybody here knows about No Name Nationals. Check it out; it's good stuff. All right, we are coming down to the new year, and we are so happy to be sharing it with all of you. Super cool. By the time
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2025. Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Pretty cool. We did it on here.
Yeah, that's awesome. Look, with 20,000 other people watching.
Oh, it says Happy New Year, Central Time Zoners. Well, now Mexican Specs got an hour to go.
Yeah. Oh, no.
What happened? Oh, you're on
I'm
somebody
getting
else's.
rid of that.
Yeah, you're on somebody else's
live
chat.
stream. Yeah. It was a thing.
Felix Smith, Happy New Year. 38 Racing, Happy New Year. Yeah, 38 Racing, you're in this time zone. Bruce Colton, I'm not sure where you are, what time zone you're in. Dizzy Izzy, thanks, Dean. Yeah, Dizzy Izzy's in this time zone. Mexi Spec, woohoo.
Bruce Colton?
Tim's in Mountain time zone. So he's got another, I was going to say another year to go. He's got another hour to go.
You're still in last year, loser.
You were not even in the same year.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Patrick Sullivan. It sounds like thunder outside. You know what? I'm not hearing any big kabooms out there.
Everybody went to bed early?
Mexican Spec, is there anybody west of me? Oh, yeah, there's people west of you. Yeah, Tavo's even putting in some explosions. Fireworks.
Nice.
You know what? Mexican Spec, who was it? I can't think of the name right now. You're going to have to scroll up so I can see.
Oh, okay.
So I can see names.
Buick Smith is here. Happy New Year, Buick Smith.
Scroll
a bunch
fast,
of people
fast,
popped
fast,
in
fast.
just to say it.
Faster. Who is it just sent all those pictures? I don't know. I'm not going to find it. We have so much going on. Just scroll back down. Yeah, there are people that are in California and Oregon and out that way. Tyler says 10 seconds to go. My stream started buffering for half a minute.
I hear gunshots now.
You hear gunshots now.
Yeah. We might have
Tim
been
says hope to make it to another year. Me too. Yeah, next year I'll be 71. Wow. Steve Evers, I rebuilt that 343 Typhoon and put in a Hornet Sportabout. Took a year to do it. Okay, so you're a car guy, obviously. I was just wondering if, because there is some crossover here with people from there's a YouTube channel 390 Wagon Master. I don't know about him. He's a CB radio guy that does lives on normally on Thursday nights, but you never really know. Sometimes he does them other times, and he's channel doing stuff. Oh, you mean here in the chat? Yeah, we have people in the chat there in California. I just can't think of names right now.
Terry Mott, welcome to the stream, says Happy New Year. Often I just sit in the back seat and observe your feed, but I like it.
Well,
glad
cool.
You're here. Thank you
cool.
for saying hello.
And you stop by and say hello. That's good.
Yeah, and you're here this late. That's
and where
great.
are you? Are you in what time zone? Kind of is where I'm looking at. Are you in like Europe, or you're in California, or you're out here in the Midwest, or
Old Cars and Music is still here, or stopped back to say Happy New Year.
Yeah,
Thank
Central
you.
Time Zone. Dean Stevenson, HR Holden with a 396 big block ready. Wow. Dean Stevenson, nice. Kimbergini and Buff, welcome. Tavo, happy birthday for a week ago, Max. Oh yeah, Max Spec had a. Oh, he's in Indiana, so it's New Year for him too. Terry Mott. Oh, wait a minute. He's in Eastern Time. Unless he's in that little corner up by Chicago. Yeah, it's weird the way the time zones are not straight. So you may be an hour.
We made it all the way to midnight. This is the longest stream we've ever done. It feels like we have been here for
we've been
years.
5 hours and 3 minutes. Yeah, that's a record for us.
I'm glad we're not going to try and go all night, though. That would be crazy.
Oh, Lars is here.
Lars, Happy New Year, buddy. Thanks for stopping in to say hello.
Yeah, 38 says, well, folks, the year ended while we watched. Now I nap. Okay, well, hey, thanks for being here, Ray. Take care. And Happy New Year. Buick Smith. Look up the strange true tale of the USS Oromu.
I have seen that, where the ship time travels and it all goes bad. Ooh. I don't know. That weirds me out.
Terry Mott says the older you get, the faster.
Oh, the faster the time goes. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like a roll of toilet paper. It turns slow, and then as you go further and further, it's really
I guess
going.
that's one way to describe it. A bunch of people have been here. Like it feels like the whole
Yeah,
time. You guys are great for
it's Steve
hanging out.
Steve Edwards, 45 miles south of Fresno, in Lindsay, California. Man, what else is near there? I used to fly around that area a lot. Um, Patrick Solo, I've been here 3+ hours of it.
B&R Racing. What other lives did you go to that were cool? Who else was doing good stuff tonight, keeping us all entertained?
Bag a billion, you're here.
We're not the only show
I'm
on
trying
the...
to move that out of the way. Only I'm trying to move your
Oh,
mouse with
I'm
my
so
mouse.
sorry.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, I messed up the microphone again.
Okay. Bag a billion. I made it here. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Yeah, I just responded to a comment on something that you wrote, I think, or I gave it a heart or something. It was about the lifters. We haven't talked about that at all. I had a lot of comments on the lifters. People thinking they weren't lubed enough and everything, but it was a very used cam, and it was a
And the people who installed it might have done it wrong.
well, and
it's hard to say.
It was a what do you call it? Calculated risk to put it in, and didn't work out. So it all going to work out really well because now we're going to have a new custom ground cam and all that. Tavo, okay, here's the rundown. 1 internal stitch that dissolves in time, 6 holding the wound shut. Doc strongly advises not to use power tools for a while. Don't use them forever. Yeah, you probably want to take it easy on that hand.
Take a break for a little while.
Bummer comment I made. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember what the comment was. Tavo, I'll drop back later and see if we're still on. About to head home. Yeah, be careful driving home. Yeah, you said you're in a car with an automatic anyway. So you're out there driving across the middle of nowhere in Australia with a severe wound. At least you've been to the hospital. They give you any prescriptions or anything? Antibiotics, anything like that? I don't know what they do for you. B&R Racing, Richard Holder last. Okay, Richard Holder. Rob's channel. I'm in a DCI Pontiac. And he is an unknown name. National runs his own race series. Past my preppers.
That's all good stuff to watch.
Yeah, Richard Holder.
I hope you had a good evening. It sounds like you sometimes I do that. I just bounce around. I can't seem to watch and focus on any one thing. And we're not that interesting.
Let's be
honest.
I used to watch Richard Holder a lot, but I don't as much anymore. Tavo, maybe until the weekend. Max, see how it feels by then. Oh, that's when it's going to start hurting. Didn't even get time off work, as my job doesn't require 2 hands. You gotta... Yeah. So it happened to me when... what the heck happened to me? Oh, that's when the car ran over me in California. I came back to work, and I just went right back to work. Because I was sitting there entering information in a computer mostly. I was running a logistics hub for a while, and that's when that happened. Oh, that's terrible. Hope your thumb comes back to life. Oh, it's still alive. It's the only thing we have over dogs. Yeah, is thumbs. Dogs have like a
Good
little
night,
thing
Buick
way up
Smith.
here.
Thanks for being here.
Buffett, what age did you, this is Terry Mott, what age did you get interested in cars? I'm 64. Saw NASCAR at like 8 years old. In black and white. Been a car nut ever since. Man, I was a car nut before. I watched NASCAR first on the Wide World of Sports, 1961 year, watching like Fireball Roberts and those guys racing Pontiacs and Fords in 1961 Daytona 500. And I loved that stuff. And then before that, I was, when I was 2 years old, almost 3, my father bought a brand new 56 Ford, and I was down there when he bought it, and he picked me up with the hood open, and I looked at it, and there was this big round thing. I didn't know what it was. Of course, I was a little kid, so as I got older, that big round thing shrunk down. It was the air cleaner, and I asked him, what's that? And it's the air cleaner. And he showed me where the battery was. And I just, from that moment on, I was a car guy. So I'll go on with that for a second. Tavo, yeah, I got a tetanus shot, antibiotics and painkillers. Well, that's good. So, and Tavo says I still have one on the other hand. Still has a thumb on the other hand.
Right. And toes.
So then, by the time I went to, well, I knew what all the different cars were. And 1959, of course, was a great year because all the fins and all the cars. And somehow I just knew what they all were. I just started figuring it out. And I guess I started kindergarten in 1959. And we walked to school then, which was probably half mile or so, through residential areas. And it's like through all these blocks and over to the school. And I walked pretty much by myself. And I knew every car on every street. I knew what they were. Uh, I knew what years they were. When I was the day I turned 6 years old, I was allowed to have a library card, and I went in the library, and the librarian lived down the street from us, so I knew her, and I told her I wanted a book about cars, and she took me in where the children's books are, and showed me like some kind of book, and the headlights were eyes, and I'm like, no, 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 I want to know about how they work. So she took me back to the library and showed me a Motors Auto Repair manual. I go, yeah, that's what I want. So I checked out a Motors Auto Repair manual the day I turned 6 years old, and I carried it home. And it was 3/4 of a mile walk from the library. And I carried it in this arm. And then I carried it in this arm, and it got heavier. And then I carried it in this arm. But I got home with that thing. And when my father used to read stories to us sometimes when we went to bed, and I had a younger brother and sister. So we were going to bed, and I said, "Yeah, can you read this?" And I opened up the Motors Auto Repair manual, and it was a description, instructions how to pull the engine out of a Hudson. And my dad looked at it and looked at me. He goes, "You're kidding me." Because he read us a story, you know. And you know what? He's a pretty good guy. He sat there and read that procedure to me, how to disconnect the battery first and all this. And I was just, and we went through, my dad wasn't like an auto mechanic, but he was a mechanical kind of guy. He worked on printing presses. So he went through and showed me the pictures and how the pistons worked and how the cam turned at half the speed of the crank and explained how a four-stroke engine worked. So I was 6 years old then. So I don't know, I've been a car guy I guess since I was 2 years and about 9 months. I mean, that's all there was to it. And then I was an airplane guy too. Got my first airplane ride when I was about 13 or 14. And it was a Piper Tripacer, and I sat up front with the neighbor that was a pilot, and he let me fly the airplane. Well, I never turned back from that one until, I don't know, about 10 years ago I quit flying. Let's see, your doctor go, best wishes for a full recovery, Tavo. I remember first-degree burns on my hand when working in highway construction back in '83. Back then, you just wrapped it up and worked the rest of the day in no hospital. Eesh. I hate going to the hospital and get stitches. I have a bunch of those days in my past. I'm going to try, just attempt to not have any more of those days. Terry Mott, I appreciate and respect your answer, Buff. Happy New Year, many more. Well, thanks. And I hope you come back here and kind of join our group and you're here a lot more, because we do this every Tuesday night at 7 Central. And then when we're up in the shop, usually at least a couple of nights a week, when we're up in the shop, we just have kind of an impromptu video live. And up there we call ourselves, what do we call ourselves? The night crew?
The cleanup crew.
The cleanup crew.
Because we start usually at 10 p.m. from the shop.
10 p.m. Central. And we'll do 2 or 3 hours up there in the shop, and whatever we're working on, I sit there and kind of handle the chat and help Kim a little, and Kim will be working on her car. And you can see the car, and we have 2 cameras, so you can see what Kim's doing, you can see what I'm doing. Or sometimes I go over there and we'll just turn one camera on. I don't know, but we do that 1 or 2 nights out of the week in the shop. So we do a lot of live shows.
I'd like to go back
ahead.
if I could.
Go ahead. Yeah, I've been talking
Hippie
too
Long
long.
mentioned on the 6-cylinder that we're building.
Oh, okay.
We're really sure that the push rods are not bent. And there's no reason to switch push rods. They're adjustable, and so you can measure the lash and adjust them, which I did when I put the motor together. So they're all about the same tightness. Bottom cups, I mean, I cleaned everything before I put it together.
Here's the deal.
And there's 5 that don't spin. It's not like one weird one. There's a
one
problem
that
with the
spins
cam.
very slow. That cam was a used cam, and
Yeah,
Kim pulled
But
it out.
thank you for your suggestions.
Kim pulled it out of an engine and kept all the lifters straight and kept them in little holders so they're all in the right order. And then she put the cam in, and when she's putting the lifters in, she's looking. You know, they got to be a little bit convex on the.
They're not.
And several of them were not. So she found some other used lifters, and at that point, where I'm thinking, what?
Well, I only replaced 2.
I'm like, what are we doing?
We
This
were
is not a
watching
good idea.
carefully because we were worried that we might have issues, and we do. And now we have, but we've got the engine's ready to come out. But if we do a shop live this week, we'll be having the engine out during that live already.
And for those of you that are in here a lot and in this group, you know that you know who Professor P is. Shane Polito. In fact, he may be, a lot of times he's in here just listening because he's working on his car and he's got our lives going in the background. He's an engineer at Edelbrock, which is Comp Cams and that whole group. And he's doing a custom grind for us, which is probably what we should have done to begin with. And we'll put new lifters on it. And I'll do a video on how to measure all that stuff to make sure that the cam is ground right for flat tappets and how to look for all that stuff. And then we'll put it in. Of course, we'll watch that. Now that head it is a really nice head that Kim ported. Kim did the porting on it. And all those parts are good. So we knew the cam was marginal. And Kim chose to go with it. And, you know.
And we're not even going to risk filling the engine up with
we shut
metal.
it off. We shut it off.
We're pulling the cam out and putting a new cam and lifters in, and then it will be good. And the engine is ready to run for the long haul. And we have confidence in it, and so we're looking forward to it. Because someone else mentioned that just run it, but we're not going to do that.
Before
not
you tear it apart again, check compression first. If all good, screw it.
We know it'll be good compression. We just had the whole bottom end apart. I shouldn't have put a used cam.
It's 40 over bores that are perfect. It's really good. And then the head came off a different engine that Kim
just keep your eyes up as we.
We'll keep you.
Yeah, we're going to show the lifters when we take them out. We're going to show the cam. We're going to measure. We're going to show you where it's failing, so you can kind of understand, like, what to look for if you're inspecting a used cam, so you can see like where it's failing, so you have an understanding of what went on.
It was a calculated risk, and you know how calculated risks are. When they go right, it's like, that was a good call. Yeah. And when they go wrong, it's like,
yeah.
Well,
when it goes right, you say, I knew it would work, and when it goes wrong, you go.
And we were looking for this, and we found it.
We did play it really smart and immediately check for lifter spin when we started the engine, which was the right thing to do.
And
it broke in 3.
You know, watching, what is that?
I had a custom grind in my Chevy truck and it broke in 3. Ugh, that's awful.
That's bad.
We know it'll be a good quality cam, and we're not worried about that.
This has come from Comp Cams. Shane's doing the work, and he's, you know, like one of their lead engineers there, and he's a Slant 6 guy. His channel is Slant Daily Garage, so you can imagine, you know, he's into a lot of Mopars, but he's got several cars with Slant 6s, and he likes those things. He kind of got interested in this project, so that's pretty cool. And this isn't the only Slant 6 we have. We have a slant in my my 72 that she always calls a 71. It's a 72 Valiant, and we built that engine about a year ago, and it's you know, everything turns really nice on that. All the push rods turn, but it's car's been sitting a little bit. We gotta run that. We got a lot of projects going.
We're hoping to get a set of the DLC Diamond Light Coating lifters.
We're really
Edelbrock.
We're really hoping those will be ready in January, and uh, those will uh, those not going to have any
They're
problems with those
touting
things.
them as the best thing since sliced bread. So let's hope we can get them.
If you look up here, look it up. Just put into Google. Google. No. Stop. Images. Oh yeah, Google Images. Put DLC lifters. I did this earlier, and just, that's it. It'll come up, and there you go, right there. Let's see if we can pull that up. DLC lifters. There's better pictures than that. Go back again. That's from Summit. There's a. Okay, scroll down a little bit. Scroll down a little more. Oh, there it is. That one right there. See the dragzine? Yeah, that one. Okay. You see that? You know, it's kind of a dark color, and it's a diamond-like carbon, and it's I think during the prototypes, I think they ran them without even breaking them in. They just went out and drove them, and they haven't had a problem with them, which is really good. So we'll still do the break-in on it. So
Diamond-like carbon. So high strength carbon lifters.
So
neat.
That if we can get those, we'll get them.
And then we'll try them out. We'll tell you about our results. Wouldn't that be cool? We'll be like early adopters, testers. What's Dean?
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to read all this. I was just checking everything about cam and lifters. Seems to be in order. Yeah.
Yeah. These days you can't trust anything. You definitely need to.
Well, you remember DD Speed Shop? He had a big block Chevy, and he did the 20-minute break-in. At the end of the 20-minute break-in, he'd wiped out the cam already
and filled up the motor with
garbage. Filled the motor up with a mess. And what it was is that those cams have to be tapered slightly so the lifters turn, and it probably wasn't, and it wiped out the cam, and they didn't check to see if they were turning. So yeah.
BNR Racing says in the past the DLC was necessary for NASCAR ultra high performance Indy cars for wrist pins. Interesting.
Okay, can you scroll up just like tiny bit?
No.
See what Dean Stevenson said. I grew up unable to read until 8 years old. My sister was handicapped, so the family dynamics were messed up. I was lucky to have a dad like yours, Buff. Papas who read to kids. A blessing on them. Yeah, he you know, you can imagine father reading. I was the oldest one, and I was 6. And I'd been 5 up till that night. And because that was like my 6th birthday or maybe the day after or something. So my brother would have been 5 and my sister would have been 4. You can imagine the fairy tales and stuff he's reading. And I hand him a Motors Auto Repair man. And I remember it was a Hudson. And it was a 6-cylinder flathead Hudson and how to pull it out. And he's like, oh, God, you got to pull it out the bottom. And I remember the whole thing, you jack the car up and you let the engine down, slide it out. And I remember he was kind of surprised that it was, that you slide it out the bottom. I remember that night really well. Mexican Spec put up Slant Daily Garage. The other one, Mexican Spec, can you put up a link to the AHRA? Because normally they do a Wednesday night live, although they're not going to do it tomorrow because it's New Year's Day. It'll be next week they do it. But the AHRA, Slant Daily, who's Shane, and AHRA, they get on there and have a tech talk for 2 hours every Wednesday night, and that's a very, very worthwhile. You don't have that link. Okay, maybe we can do it. What's the name of the channel? Oh, it's AHRA something. AHRA. I think it might be just AHRA.
Doesn't go to because you know what? He's probably in Tony's on those nights.
Oh yeah, he's on. Oh yeah, you're a mod on Tony's on those nights. It's AHRA, not all written out. There it is. Well, that's drag racing history. That might be it. Oh, History Channel. We'll click on it and see. Oh, there's the Wednesday night tech talk. Go down a little further. Kim, there. Okay, then all you got to do is go to there.
I know how to use the internet.
Okay.
Can you please not hover so hard?
Jeez.
Mexican Spec already got it.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. Has he got the right one? Because there's two different ones. The one's the association, and the other one is the history.
Mexican Spec got it.
He got the right one. Okay.
Holy hover!
Well, yeah, but I knew there were two different AHRAs. That's why I was kind of helping you with it. Yeah, so that's the Wednesday night ones. Can you crank the engine by hand to see if the push rods are rotating? I don't know why do that.
Push rods are rotating. No, we ran it on.
We
on
ran
the car.
the engine for like 3 or 4 minutes. It's
it's on video. We did that this week. Mr. Rodder's Neighborhood. Yeah, that's Dallas Brown of the AHRA has his own channel, which is Mr. Rodder's Neighborhood.
But I want him to have
He works on a lot of Buicks, right?
Yeah, he's a Buick guy. I just want him to have the link to to where their live is.
Right. They're live on Wednesday nights at the American Hot Rod Association.
Yeah, Mexican Tech says I got the one where they do the lives. Yep,
I see
right.
it there.
That's right.
Good job. Thank you, Mexican Spec, for your help.
Okay, what? In case you got
5.5 hours.
I don't know why. There's so many people want us to keep messing with this old cam, and I'm like, okay, it's time to. It was a marginal cam.
Well, they're not here. They don't know the whole story. I mean, I think we've tried to explain the whole story thoroughly.
I've read so many comments about how to keep trying, and I'm like,
Yeah, we've done our due diligence. It's time to get an up-to-date cam and lifters.
The last thing I want to do is put a bunch of metal in that engine when we wipe out a lobe.
It's not worth the risk.
I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it.
Not for a stock cam.
And especially when we're getting a good cam that we really kind of want.
Yeah, we've got a plan, and it's a good plan. But thank you for encouragement. We're not discouraged. We're cool. We got this. We can do it. Yeah, the engine's actually all unbolted. The torque converter's unbolted. The exhaust is the manifold, intake and exhaust manifold's off. Everything is out of the way. The radiator drained and everything like that. Ready to snatch out and put on a stand. And we're going to do that next time we're in the shop.
My guess is the next live will probably be in the shop pulling the engine out. Because it's ready to go. It's just sitting in there. 2 years ago, while ordering my custom diamond pistons, I spec'd high-strength trend wrist pins, optional DLC coated pins. Asked how much more, $600. Was like, wow, $200 more I would have paid. I see. Yeah, and the lifters aren't that much more.
I don't know how much they're going to be.
He said how much it was. He said how much it was on the last HRA.
They discussed it to some degree, and then it looks like the hydraulic lifter set is 111 or something like that.
The hydraulics more. Yeah, these are solid. Of course, it's a slant, so they're solid.
Yeah, but we don't. I think availability is a question, and $100 is, but it's what you want to get. Because if we get them, they will never be a problem. If we get something, and the problem is I don't know if you've shopped for lifters recently, but the market on non-hydraulic solid lifters, nobody wants to sell them because they don't want to be liable, and they don't do the machining on them. They don't want returns or complaints. So a lot of places have just taken them off the inventory list. They don't sell them. So now you're buying them off of eBay. And what's to say somebody didn't just fish them out of a dumpster and now they're trying to sell you garbage? So we're going to have to buy what's on the market and available and good, known good, because we can't remachine them either. So We'll see how much they're going to cost.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of happy we're doing this because that engine will be a lot nicer engine. That everything else in that engine is so nice, so good that why not? Why not do it?
We can do this. We can do this.
What is this? Dean's talking about emoji taxation payment time. He and Mexican
Emoji?
spec. He and Mexican spec are going on about this. I don't know what.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Ads.
All right.
We're not
We'll come
counting
back
down
after
for
the
countdown
ad
for ads.
in
40,
1 minute.
45 seconds.
Are we going to do 1955 next week?
Yeah, I guess next week we'll do in 55. The midnight, Dr. Go, the midnight gunfire has stopped. So it must be almost bedtime. We live in a hunting state.
We do too, and we're near a military base, but I didn't hear a lot of
I didn't hear it
gunfire.
last year. Last year there was a lot.
I think I maybe. I don't
Oh,
remember
or was
much
that
of
on the
last year.
No, it was on the 4th of July.
4th of July.
4th of July went nuts here.
It from dusk till dawn. It was just nonstop gunfire. It was like we're in a war zone.
Yeah, I was a little nervous walking across.
Yeah, we can
the
do
yard.
it, Mexican spec. We are we're ready to have the engine out. We're fully prepared. I've got gaskets and stuff like that because the way I purchased, I had like overlap, so I have all the stuff to put it back together with. I don't have to buy any other whole bunch of things. Everything was recently been disassembled.
Put a car panel. Once the new cam's in it, run it another 60 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you're putting in there. Then I know I'm going to live another 60 years.
There you go.
Yes.
You have to outlive that.
I'll be 130 years
slant
old.
6.
And then we'll be trying to order a cam for a slant 6, and they'll be going, what is a slant 6?
Yeah.
Patrick Sullivan, good night, folks. Happy New Year. Hopes are high. It'll be a good one. Yeah, I believe you. It's this 2025 is going to be a good year.
We're going to have a lot of fun with our cars, and we're going to be here working in the shop, and you guys are going to be here hopefully too.
Kim, we're talking about the live tonight. Do you want to go another half hour, and then we can say Happy New Year to Mexican Spec and everybody in the Mountain Time Zone, and then we'll, I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if you want to do that or not.
If you really want to, I will. But I'm taking my contacts out if we're going to do that.
Okay. Steve Edwards, you say you live close to Scotty Kilmer in Clarksville. Scotty Kilmer lives up on the other side of Clarksville. We live out, south of Clarksville, and he lives up on the northwest end of Clarksville, up near.
We went to fetch an engine for our Nissan 300ZX from the guy that it was a free engine. And it was like, okay, we'll go get it because we don't know what's up with the engine that's in the car. And this is a while back. And we were there talking and we were saying, oh, yeah, we do YouTube and stuff like that. And he goes, oh, yeah, Scotty Kilmer lives on the next block over.
Yes.
We're like, oh, yeah, really?
And that guy worked in a parts store. And he goes, Scotty Kilmer's in there all the time. And he's kind of loud. And we kind of laughed. Yeah, he's kind of loud.
Well, that's Scotty Kilmer.
And so, yeah, we kind of know where he is. And he is a local guy here. So, I don't know. One day we'll run into him, maybe.
VNR Racing says they run so much better with the solid cam and lifters.
Well, there are some slants. Later ones had hydraulics. You had some, okay.
Yeah, after like 80 or 81, they went to hydraulic because they redesigned the engine with a for cast iron crank instead of a steel crank as a weight reduction and manufacturer cost savings kind of thing. I guess it was such a good design they stayed with it, but they made it way lighter, and they added hydraulic lifters to the system because people didn't like that noise. They were like, why is it making that noise? It's like, well, that's the noise it makes. It's got solid lifters. And people were like, well, it sounds like something's wrong. I'm like, no, that's the noise it makes. So they had to redesign it for hydraulics because that was the modern of the day.
Well, Rank Slant 6 says, doesn't Powell Cams do regrinds and repairs to stock cams? Maybe. Maybe He could put a fresh, proper taper on. See, we're done with that.
He absolutely could, but it
But
isn't any cheaper than getting. Maybe it is cheaper.
maybe it's cheaper. I don't know. But
Shipping cams around and stuff like
Shane's
that.
doing a special grind for us.
We're gonna get it.
That's not going to have much more lift, but the duration will be different, and the lobe separation angle will be different. And we're going to have to run springs are about 20% stronger springs, but that's not a lot, and it should make quite a difference. And also, Shane gave us at No Name Nationals, he gave us a 2-barrel intake manifold for a slant six. That's from, what did they call that? The Super Six. So we're gonna put that on there. And Kim's already got a couple of carburetors she's working on to put on there. So this should turn out to be just a heck of a lot nicer thing. And I'm really excited about this new cam that Shane's doing.
BNR Racing, we would love to meet Scotty sometime, but I mean, unless he has like some kind of meet and greet or something like that, it may or may not ever happen. I mean, just because we're also on YouTube doesn't mean that we're gonna meet him.
Yeah, here's a guy with what's he got?
A lot of subs.
8 million subscribers.
No, he doesn't have that many, does he?
Yeah, I think he does.
Oh, wow.
It's like 7.9 million. So you have a guy that's, he's like world famous guy, big time. And if you go trying to meet the guy, you're kind of stalking him, And so if I'm if we're like at some local car show or something and he shows up there, sure, I'd like to meet him, but, I'm not going to chase him down.
We can just drive up and down the street, look for his house.
Although, I guess I might go down and do a live with UTG one night coming up. But I don't know when, but probably not too long. Because I used to do lives every Sunday with Uncle Tony. And then I had to go back to work for 30 days and ended up being 2 years. So, of course, by the time I got back, Tony was on to something else. So, but he said, yeah, come on down. He was talking to Kim and they said, yeah, have Buff come on down and we'll do a live together again. So I may do that. That'd be kind of fun. Pontiac Nouser cast cranks good for 1,000 horsepower. Let's see here. Look, you're going racing. Make it as new as possible. Chris Camp. Steve Edwards, do you have to smog cars there? No inspections. Although there is some, there's federal laws. You're not supposed to remove catalytic converters and things. And like somebody stole a catalytic converter from my van, so we bought a new catalytic converter and we installed it. And
put it on, yeah.
Pain in the ass, but we did it. And I don't really want to run around illegal, but the cars that we have, like a 66 Dart, no, it's pretty much just an engine. Every LS has a cast crankshaft except a few rare Corvette. Yeah, I think, what is it, the LS9 is a good crank. Dean Stevenson, as Nivlak and Calvin's dad, Nivlak and Calvin being the same guy, Dad found an inline six can suffer torsional vibration, and that kills connecting rods, sometimes with horrible. Oh man, did he have a bad crash? Calvin's father had I don't know what that thing is, the 4200 GM inline six, and they had it turbo. They're going like hell in it, in an older Volvo, and that thing let loose at the end of the drag strip, the end of a quarter mile. He was going 150 miles an hour, and that thing made an abrupt left turn and endoed a bunch of times and caught on fire, and the fire went out. And he lived through it. But it was not a fun ride, destroying the car. And there's videos about that. In fact, there's one video with us where we interviewed, it's at the 2023 No Name Nationals. And Calvin Nelson, his father's Andrew Nelson. We interviewed him, and he told the story on one of our videos we've done about that crash. He says he kind of is all in la la land. He's kind of waking up. He goes, some woman's there yelling, "Do not resuscitate, do not resuscitate." He's like, what? Oh, man. A pretty funny story for a pretty rough day. Kilmer has certain opinions of Mexican cars, so I'm not a fan. Well, here's the thing with Kilmer. Kilmer has opinions about everything, and I'm not sure they're always the same opinions every week. So, yeah, he's like, never buy this car, always buy this car, never buy this, fix this way. You know, he's just one of those guys. And yeah, so I watch him occasionally. Tim, it's cold, snowing again. Oh yeah, you're up there in the Rocky Mountains. You got 20 minutes to go. He's still in 2024. Oh yeah,
See you
Tim.
next year.
I do miss. I don't ever miss the snow. I lived in Ohio for 15 years, right there in the lake effect snow. I had enough snow for a lifetime plus some. I don't ever want to see snow again, unless it's on TV or something. I'm told there's a chance we'll get our first significant snow in a number of years down here, which means we'll get it. Of course, become a regional disaster. If so, yeah, I've watched them around in around the Atlanta area when you get a little bit of ice or snow and everybody's spinning around, crashing into each other. Then up there in northeast Ohio, it's snow with 3 feet of snow on the ground, and there's no excuse for being late to work. And in fact, if you go off the road, they'll give you a ticket for failure to control, and it's a violation to get out of control in the snow, and they will ticket you. Uh, I left the catalytic converters on my 454 truck. Painted test tube, oddball main pipes. Oh, the test tube. I know what you're talking about. 2 3/4 all stainless steel factory. Be louder, sound better, gain horsepower. But then I recall how bad pump gas.
Smells out exhaust with no cats. It probably runs too rich.
Oh,
If you don't have
the
cats.
original catalytic converters, they stink pretty badly. But that's that's 1975 stuff. Ford 1969 decided to stop using high-cost parts in the Cleveland V8. The Boss 302 is the only canted valve small block 4 3/8 bore spacing engines with steel crank. On inline 6 something. This is Dean Stevenson.
Have a load of other issues
Oh.
from going to a cast crank.
You want to? Gates have a lot of crank pin overlap. 6s don't. Mopar kept the Ford steel slant 6 crank for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Kilmer's walking clickbait. Oh yeah, he's always like, "This is my last video," or "I'm quitting," or "I'm." Always something that's like, "What?" And then he's right back at it the next day. That's him, and he's done well with it. The guy's got 8 million subscribers. Can you imagine the money he's making on YouTube? I mean, he's done really well. I suspect I lived January to January in Oregon. I had my fill of snow. Yeah, I bet.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
you weren't too far from where I was. If I was on Lake Superior, I'd rather enjoy driving a rally stage.
For my cigarettes and beer? Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be like a rally stage to go out in the winter. Yikes.
Dean Stevens, I'd never personally go cast crank on a slant 6.
I mean, the cast crank, for the horsepower that you're going to make, is more than strong enough, and it's considerably lighter. So there's advantages. There is a lot, actually. It's you can build a cast crank slant 6. Now, certain kinds of parts don't interchange, and depending on what you're trying to build, you might have to go one way or the other. And usually it's to the steel crank.
BNR says pump gas, no cat, stinks compared to race gas, aviation low lead, 100 low lead, and E85. Yeah, I don't really know. I run pump gas, no cats. Well, in our, like the Valiant and the Dart and the lawnmower, some other things. But I don't really remember how it smells. And then the mower, I got to go get some 100 low lead for the mower, like pretty soon. Oh, Kilmer only has 6.43. I was thinking it was 8. I thought it was right bumping up on 8. It's getting close to 7. That's a lot of subs. I mean, that's huge. Dr. Go had an officer ticket a friend in 85 for failing to have control for a slide off. The officer was stuck and the rest of us pushed him out. Then learned he ticketed our friend. Oh, yeah, an officer failed. That sounds about right. And Dr. Go, you know what happened to me. What's this, Dean Stevenson? Only if you're getting smokes for your rallies. Could you, Kylie? I love when you open the car door in the morning and all the snow drops onto the drive. I hate it. I just do not like snow. My son's mother told me the new MG Chinese cars here in Mexico won't run on our 87 octane gas. You have to use premium or the car won't run. Great quality car. I don't know anything about them. I didn't even realize they had Chinese MGs there. I know you're getting some Chinese cars in Mexico, but we're not here. We're not yet. Not about big horsepower or top speed, but car control on hills and packed snow. The emoji taxation, 2 rolling on the floor, rolling and laughing my ass. What? They belong. The more forged items, the better.
I mean, forged is stronger, but I mean, do you really need it on a slant 6 crankshaft? It's very rare to break a crankshaft in a slant 6.
Well, and like pistons, you don't need that. No. And in forged pistons, you really got to have some piston cylinder wall clearance because the forged pistons will grow when they get hot and then they seize. So you use forged pistons, you got to set up like a race engine, much bigger piston and cylinder wall clearance. And I ruined an engine one time with forged pistons that it had 4,000s piston and cylinder wall clearance, and I got on it too soon before it was broken in, and it seized it up. And that was a bad mistake.
Steve Edwards asks, Dead Dodge Garage does Mopar stuff. Have you seen him? Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
we watch him every week. And
she watched him more than I do.
He does a lot. He makes a ton of videos because Rocket Restorations has a lot of cars come through the property. So he has a very steady stream of really interesting Mopar content. So we see him all the time. Thanks for mentioning it.
Mexican says, I'll fact check you, Buff. It's my job. Yeah, I pulled that number out of my ass, but I thought that's about where it was. But it was 6 point something. Let's see what Jamie. He's a riot. I was in his. He had a live. What was it? Sunday night. I was in his live Sunday night. 14 minutes more this year. Yep. We have 25 Chinese brands selling vehicles here. They're all crap.
Oh man. Yeah. See, there's a lot of restrictions about importing Chinese vehicles here in the United States, and I think that's actually a good thing because I think some of the quality of those Chinese vehicles can be pretty bad.
What is this, Buff? You just stole my thunder. I was just 3 seconds from posting my last comment, and you beat me to it. I typed to slow down. Opposable thumbs. I don't know what comment that was. What was it about maybe about the forged pistons? Yeah, forged pistons are strong, but unless you really have a good reason to run them, it's like on the street on a slant. What are we going to do? Turn $4,000? And like this engine's set up pretty tight. You could run for, we've got like about not even 2,000. We got one about 1,000th piston cylinder wall clearance. You can't do that with forged pistons. I think that's what you're talking about.
Dr. Go says, I love the smell of 2-stroke exhaust on my racing snowmobile running on 126 octane race fuel and 11,500 RPM through loud Stinger expansion chamber pipes. Smells like perfume. Yeah, you would like that smell just because racing snowmobile. Just because, yeah. whatever smell it had, you'd be like, that smells good. Yeah.
What is this? Dean Stevenson. I'd have either a cast iron crank or a fake forged one, unless I was making a co-join slant 6225 450 cube big block V12. We talked about that, but we joined the engines somehow, like with a chain from a tornado or something, so they'd be right next to each other. They wouldn't have the same crank. But we it was more like a laughable thing we were talking about. Be long. I'm there every week after Tony's live is over. I suspect I have to share the road with Chinese cars here. It's not good. Do they have brakes, or do they just quit? Let's see, hippie long. I enjoy both. Expect Kim, look up BYD Mini Dolphin.
Is it a car?
BYD is a
Is that a
Chinese
Chinese auto
it's a
manufacturer,
Chinese
isn't it? Yeah.
Dolphin. It comes in pink for women. Women. Dean Stevenson, Jamie is delightfully out of control. Tom has a great worker, and Rocket and Dodge Garage are doing cool stuff. Hemi 2.6 Astron, 12 valve MCA jet content. Any of you ever watched Rich Rebuilds? There's an interesting guy. Oh, about Scotty Kilmer. I stole your thunder about Scotty Kilmer.
Ah, we can't get rid of that. That stinks.
What's that?
I'm trying to.
Oh, there it is.
I mean, it's a cute car.
Looks like a little car.
But looks can be very deceiving. Like I can't tell by the looks what kind of quality the car is, you know?
Mexican Spec says it sounds like gunfire outside right now. Hey, you got 9 minutes to go and they're already firing weapons out there.
They're just warming up.
B&R Racing, are you going to install a mild stall converter in the 66 Start?
I have been researching. That's all I can say. We had a discussion about it this morning, and it will be. We are supposed to have a phone call with Professor P from on the 6th. I think he said he gets back to work, and so we're letting him enjoy his time off. And when he gets back to work, we'll be talking to him about the cam. And the converter that I want is part of the discussion, although the converters are money. Because a 66 Dart, it has the small snout on for the converter that goes into the back of the engine. And then it has the 18 spline instead of the 27 spline shaft in the transmission. So it's like all custom expensive. We'll see. It's a consideration though, because I was like, well, next time I have to take the engine out, I'll think about that. It's like, well, now the engine's out again. It's like, well, how many more next times do I want there to be before I have it the way I want it to be? We'll see. We'll let you know. When we know, you'll know, you know?
See, Dean Stevenson, yes, he's fun too. I love a world full of content creators. I'm not sure if that's Rich Rebuilds he's talking about or what. Dr. Go forgot my earplugs once on a 3-lap qualifier on my Mercury Racing snowmobile. Thought I was going to go deaf. Clutch didn't engage until 8,000 RPM. Oh man. The whole race, that sled would hit 105 in an eighth.
Wow.
Olive says, I like Rich Rebuilds. You know, he's up way up there, kind of where you used to live. You know where Amesbury is, Amesbury, Mass. It's right on the New Hampshire border. I mean, it's about as far north as you can get in Massachusetts, but a real good friend of mine lives there, and that's where he is. You know, one day I'd like to, if I'm up there, I'd like to meet the guy, but, you know, he's got a pretty good-sized channel. And he does some really interesting stuff. He's a pretty good engineer, too. KJ Kylie, I'd love to have a YouTube channel, but only have 5 minutes of content.
She says, I only need 5 minutes. No, you just learn how to be long-winded with whatever you're talking about, you know?
Well, or get deeper into the weeds with stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like this whole cam thing, I got deep into the weeds. I started to get deep into the weeds with the aircraft thing, but decided this isn't the right forum for it. Yeah.
Find somebody really interesting and just encourage them a lot.
Tim says been watching Rich rebuilds for a few years. Olive says I haven't actually seen Rich in a long time. I wonder if I got dropped from his subs list. You know what happened? It just all of a sudden popped up a couple of days ago. I was kind of binge watching him. They take a Dodge Charger with one of these really fast late model Dodge Chargers, and he took the body all apart, took it off of it, so it's basically a chassis they're driving around, and they're putting a Dodge or a Chrysler minivan body on it, so it's going to be a tire burner fast minivan. And so he's in the middle of that project right now. B&R 2000 RPM stall, you can drive coast to coast. Yeah, we'll talk to Shane Polito about it. Tony told us some creators are making their videos longer and longer to keep eyes from other creators. I'm seeing that more and more. I can't watch a 3-hour video. Yeah, those are the videos I put on before I go to sleep, so they put me to sleep.
It's like watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy every time someone puts out a new video. Yeah, and I'm seeing some of those really long 3-hour videos. They're kind of a lot of filler. I end up watching them at 1.5 speed and clicking ahead because I want to see what they're doing, but I don't want to have to watch a bunch of filler just to be there. So I'm sticking with the concise videos. So I want somebody, if they see, oh, I put up a video, they're gonna know that I'm not gonna waste their time. That's where I'm at with it, and as best I can, I'm gonna try and stick to that.
Dean Stevenson must have watched Tony. Camshaft Encabulator. Yeah, that was kind of a weird video. I watched that and I thought, what is this? April 1st? Yeah, I think he was more North Shore a while back there. I think he was, I think you're talking about Rich Rebuilds. Yeah, he had, I don't know, I think he moved or something, but I think he's right there in Amesbury again. He's very direct hands-on instruction videos. Yeah, we'll be doing, ours aren't really instruction videos, but you get to see us do real work. We're not like, it's not instructionals, but if we make a mistake, it's right there. Like messing up, making a bad call on a cam. And I mentioned that in that video. If that had been a customer's car, and I used to work on customer's car, I never would have put that cam in a customer's car. You just tell them right off, this is a really marginal cam. I'm not putting in there because I'm not going to guarantee that engine. It's a chance it's going to fail. You need a new cam, and just tell them that's the way it is, and then you can guarantee your work. But for yourself, you can make marginal stuff, and sometimes it works. Dean says, it's great to see U2G goofing off again, especially fun sleep deprived. Raining Slant 6. Remember Chrysler's inverted V16 Hemi? Oh God, what is that? Aluminum water-cooled aircraft engine for the XP47. I don't remember that. I don't remember that engine very much. Man, I can't keep up with this. It's going like crazy. I couldn't sit through the Lord of the Rings movies. Okay. He sees I went to Google to see if that was a word. Tavo, home. Good, you're home. You're in one piece, I guess. That's good.
Did we miss the time?
No, it's 12:58, 12:59. We got 1 minute to go. We got 1 minute. We should be on the countdown, but you can't do the countdown here now because we're already there.
They're all showing that it's already happened.
Who's showing that it's already happened?
The lives that I'm trying to find, they're already over.
Well, I see like 12:59. What's my phone say? It says 12:59 on my phone.
All right, guys.
So we're local anesthetic wearing off.
Put some ice on it, Tavo.
Look at the face he's making.
Ugh, that looks like an unpleasant face. Elevate your arm. Get a chair with a thing so you can rest it above your heart so it doesn't get swollen.
Okay, I think we're really
Stitches
close.
hurt.
1 a.m. See, Olive.
Okay.
Hit it. Saying ouch, Tavo. It is. Happy New
Year,
Happy New Year for
everyone
those
in
of you in Mountain Time Zone.
out there.
And Mexican Spec. I don't know what do they call the
Wow.
time zone where you are in Mexico? Is it mountain or is it or they have another name for it Mexican in Mexico?
It's Mexican time zone. Mexican mountain time
Well, I
zone.
think they have
They
more than
probably
one.
say it in Spanish there. What's the word Mexican word for, or what's the Spanish word for mountain?
I don't know. Mexican Specs says thank you all.
Happy New Year, everyone. Wow. We have been here another hour.
We've been here
6 hours. Pretty soon YouTube's gonna kick us
7.
off.
Yeah, this is 6 hour. Happy New Year's to whatever time zone has it now. Yeah, that would be Mountain Time in the U.S. Here we come with another ad 45 seconds from now. So, yeah. Zona de Tiempo. Zone of time. What? Zona de Tiempo.
Is Tiempo mountains?
I don't know. What is Tiempo? Is that time? You get 2 New Year's, Mexican Spec. Greedy. Happy New Year's again. Mexican Spec, that would be me.
I'm gonna go to the dino room. You know why?
Why?
Because we haven't been in a dino room.
We haven't been in a dino room in a while?
We haven't been there since last year.
Oh, we haven't been in a dino room since last year.
You haven't been to the bathroom since last year.
No, I haven't been to the bathroom since last year.
I haven't eaten
Oh,
since
that's
last
terrible.
year. Man,
Okay.
hungry.
Okay, we have ads.
Snowing pretty good now. A few fireworks going off.
We got ads right
There was
now.
fireworks again, or noises here again. So some of these people must be confused.
Oh, Hippie Long says tempo is time. Oh yeah, Tavo's on that half a time zone thing. 7:30 here. New Year's Day nearly over. Oh, I'm gonna start sneezing. I don't want to be sneezing. Oh. How do you celebrate the other? My dad does, and he's not even born Yiddish. Oh, it says tiempo like tempo and temporal. Like El Pollo Loco. It's a crazy chicken. Okay. Where was I at? Something, I don't know. I think a 6 hour live's a pretty good one. And I think we're gonna let the people on the on the West Coast enjoy their New Year's by themselves. I don't think we're gonna go another hour. That engine's really 2 Hemi V8 engines cast with a common block and a thin void between each V8, where the crank geared or chained to chain reduction to the propeller shaft. Wishing everyone the best New Year. Okay, Dr. Go, thank you. Dean Stevenson, my Iranian mate has 45 minutes different. Oh yeah, they do weird, really weird stuff. 45 minutes. Okay, Kim.
Yeah.
Are we gonna shut it down?
Yeah, next week we'll be doing 1955.
1955 next week. From here, Tuesday, 7 o'clock Central. And I think we'll be doing probably a couple lives during the week from the shop. I hope. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you to our moderators, Mexican Spec. Who else was here? Bear Rose Garage was here moderating for a while, but you guys were on excellent behavior. So we hardly need moderators. We had a bunch of new people. If we missed your comment or did not follow, our brains lost the topic and did not follow your topic, we apologize. We try to include everyone and
Mexican
circle
Spec
back
says,
sometimes as best we can.
Steve Edwards doesn't get a Happy New Year from us. Well, and Hippie Long. Yeah, well, you know what? This is a 6 hour live. And
we were up till 4:30 in the morning working in the shop last night.
I didn't get to bed till 7 o'clock this morning. And then my son called at 10. So, yeah.
Tavo, ice it down and relax.
No cutting hands off. Well, that's good. You didn't cut your hand off.
Did you hear me say that? Or I said Tavo cut his hand off?
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Happy New Year, everyone. We'll be in the shop in a couple days, late at night. So we'll try and put up a notice earlier in the day so you know we're around. A lot of times it's Friday.
And
It'll probably be Friday or Saturday.
and who was it? I'm gonna go on that. See, I'm starting to lose my Steve Edwards. My can't think. I'll go on your
He'll get in
channel,
touch with you.
and I've got your email, so I'll get in
Yeah.
touch with you. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I do want that radio.
All right, everybody, get some rest, and we'll talk to you really soon.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you so much. Have a great